YouTube for some reason. I'm being texted.
Is it from WCTV? or
No, it's
somebody
a
on the
resident.
outside?
I'll let Ricky know. Fixed. Ricky says it's fixed. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ricky. All owner names of non-registered dogs have been forwarded to the Township Animal Control Officer. The council meeting for Monday, April 22nd has been rescheduled to Tuesday, April 30th at 7 p.m. Also on Saturday, please join Washington Township Baseball and Softball for our 68th annual opening day ceremony. Begins at 9 a.m. and lasts all day, so I hope to see everybody there. Do I have a motion to open the meeting up to the public?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I know what the police chief is here for. He's not, unless he wants to make a public statement. No, he does not. Does anybody in Zoom want to make a public statement?
No.
Give him a second. Motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
So moved. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Discussion 2024 budget discussion continues. We will start on page 21 at,
This is for
what do you want?
chief's discussion.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I should pass that. Thank you.
One each.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. So on page 21, we're going to start with zoning office code enforcement official 40123 185-130, 26,925 requested, 26,926 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Mr. DeCarlo, how many hours a week does this person work?
He does about 10 hours of proactive patrol on the weekends. And during the week, he generally does 5 to 6 hours answering emails, phone calls, responding back to residents, going out. Like today, he was here, he went and addressed some drainage complaints on Adams Place. But in addition to that, he does 10 hours on the weekend. The reason why he does it on the weekend is so he can have a better chance of having face-to-face interaction with the residents when, instead of people just coming home with a door hanger. Unfortunately, that causes, stress and all kinds of questions, and then it isn't available. So he tries to do it, or does do it, when residents are home on Saturdays and Sundays. So generally 15, 16 hours a week.
Would it be a big, I know we made his salary the same as somebody else's salary. Oh, somebody else's salary was brought up to his?
No, yes.
With the amount of hours? So
Right.
could we match the hours? So at least they're both working the same amount of hours? Would that be something we could discuss?
I don't want to respond as we can or we can, but the
But you understand
the
what
job
I-
is different, so it's
Okay.
consistent with other, he has a similar part-time job in another town.
All right, that's fine.
So the rate is the same.
Okay.
Right, so, I'm sorry, so in comparison to the other person's hourly rate, it's different, it's a different job.
Okay. Any discussion?
So this,
Any further?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, did I take a motion? Yeah, we did motion second. Thank you, I'm sorry.
this individual does enforcement in another borough or another town?
Mr. DeCarlo, can you just turn your microphone on, please?
Yeah.
You got me.
I didn't get you. They got you upstairs.
Between Sue and Ricky, keep you honest.
Yes, I believe he is a part-time code enforcement officer for another town. I believe it's in Bergen County, but I don't know what town it is. And, has another part-time job doing something else, so yes.
So is there enough hours in his schedule to support this? Is this underrepresented? Or is there under enforcement?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, you guys should be seeing, last year, I think all of 23, we were providing to the council his monthly enforcement reports. The new council members should have definitely been getting it every month. I get it consistently in the months. It's sent to Ms. Wachowski, and it's sent out to you. I mean, we've had, he was imperative on, addressing those zombie houses that you had heard about that were just going on and on and on and on forever. We addressed like 7 or 8, just as a prime example, but he's very attentive. He's very good with the residents. Again, this individual lives in town, so he's invested in, wanting to see these property maintenance issues. And that's generally what it is. It's a lot of property maintenance stuff. Sometimes things become epidemic for lack of better terms, like maybe there's a lot of homeowners around the lake that have their boats parked inappropriately, and it's addressed. And I know the mayor and I really appreciate his style too. It's not immediately addressed with a summons. We have a system in place. People are told of the violation. They have 15 days to correct it with a violation notice. Then I think it's a final notice of violation goes out. And what we do is look for compliance, not summonses. But when it gets to that point, the summons is addressed. He does a good job in court. I know he works well with our judge and our municipal prosecutor, because I touch base with them on a periodic basis to see how code enforcement is doing. So he works very well with the different entities and departments. He also works well with his colleagues of the similar office in other towns. When we have trees that come down across the brook and we can't enforce it because it's on the other side of the town, such as Emerson, he works well with his colleagues in those towns.
His counterparts.
Yeah, his counterparts, thanks. I'm always in the search for a better word. So he does a very good job. Received a very good evaluation this year. Hasn't received any complaints. Sustained complaints. There's always someone that's unhappy. They got a door hanger on their door, but then once it's explained and they work with him, he's very accessible to the residents. And again, he's extremely accessible to me, even though he's part-time. Whether, he's off duty, he answers the call, answers my questions, goes out and talks to residents. Like we had something that came in because there's some stuff going on in Adams Place with the new house that's being built. Went out right today and addressed it for 2 residents and has the situation rectified already. So very responsive, very responsible.
Any further discussion?
I just want to add that during the election season, he was very thorough on making sure everybody was in compliance with their signs. So I can attest to that. So I do see him out, and he handles it very well. So
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
No.
Councilman Sears is absent. Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Page 26, Mr. DiCarlo had a change that he would like to discuss with us on page 26.
Yes, Council President, thank you. If I can call the council's attention to police, and I did change that from records clerk to administrative assistant today. It's on the bottom of page 26.
Okay.
It's line number 40125240180. I had reflected the wrong salary on that line, so the salary chart was correct. However, when someone asked me on the dais if that was 2%, I just blindly said yes, because I was pretty confident it was. And it turns out it's a 2.5% raise. I would like to correct it. Before doing so, I did bring this to the attention of the unfortunate attention to the employee that it affects,
So what's the new number?
and the police chief. So, and which they totally understood. So the new number should be 49980. And my apologies for that.
So the new recommended request for 401-25240-18.
24180.
What's that?
25, oh, sorry.
240-18.
I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead of you.
It's $49,980.
2 hours. So
$49,980.
3 hours.
Requested $49,980. Recommended. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
I'll second it. Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
abstain.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Do we know what page dispatchers are on?
That should be very close. This should be.
It should be close to this.
Page 32.
We'll go to page 32. The chief has joined us tonight to discuss some of our questions on dispatching. on page 32. We are at 40125250200, 258,500 requested, 258,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Alman, you had questions, I guess the mayor and Mr. DeCarlo brought the chief in to discuss, and I guess the chief has handed us some papers, correct?
So, I guess an explanation of what the holiday pay represents. So there's footnotes. The full-time dispatcher total, that's pretty self-evident. It's the incrementals, the holiday pay, the supervisor stipend, and the benefit time.
Which one would you like explained or in that order?
Well, we start with the 96 hours of holiday pay.
Yes.
If you don't mind, Mr. Alman, is that okay? Start right on.
Sure.
So as you see in the full-time dispatcher terms of employment, dispatchers are required to work the 12 holidays as enumerated in the Township of Washington Personnel Manual. As their schedule rotation provides, the other Township of Washington full-time non-contractual employees are given this time as paid time off. Dispatchers are compensated for this requirement with holiday pay.
Chief,
Yes.
The microphone
Can
on?
I get you to slow down a smidge? I can't hear you.
When I read fast, so but sure.
I know. It's a smidge.
Dispatchers are compensated for this requirement with holiday pay of 96 hours, 12 8-hour days annually. So historical context here, when we initially went to the full-time dispatch program, I did watch some of the meeting and I saw there was a question about when they went to the Pittman schedule. They've been working the Pittman schedule since before the police were. As soon as we implemented full-time civilian dispatch, they immediately started working the Pittman schedule. It was the most effective and efficient schedule we could come up with.
So they were always on PIP?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So with regard to the holidays, the 12 holidays for regular town employees are 8-hour holidays. But for the dispatchers, that's a 24-hour day because the entire day gets covered. And so all of that would be holiday time off if they were given that time off. There was a bit of an issue in the beginning, and I dealt extensively with Mayor Zopkowitz on this. It was in the planning phase under Mayor Zopkowitz, and then it was implemented after she was no longer in office. But what we had worked out was that the dispatchers, in lieu of getting the days off, would get paid for the holidays. I have the numbers
So what
here.
happens when they work on the holiday?
They get paid their straight time. There's nothing extra takes place when they work the holiday. At the end of the year, they put in a stipend for the 96 hours.
So it's just bad luck that you get the draw of working on the holiday.
Correct. So the way it works out is there's really 3 ways that dispatchers are compensated in the industry for working holidays. Some are given double time, some are given double time and a half, and some have it rolled into their salaries. The ones that have it rolled into their salaries, they're generally on the higher pay scales in the industry. They're the ones that are making 60, 65,000 plus. To pay double time would have added 288 hours of pay annually to that line. To pay it this way, the 96 hours is 384 hours total. So for less than 100 hours, we keep it even. It keeps them in an industry standard level of compensation. And it's a way of giving them somewhat of a parity with the other town employees. Because the other, as you can see from some of the documentation I provide, they work 2,080 hours a year, 2,080 hours a year, whereas the other town employees, and as per the personnel manual, work 1,820 hours a year. So again, it was another way to give them some parity with the other town employees because of the different nature of their schedule and the nature of the shifts, et cetera.
But if they're not scheduled on Christmas Day, they are still getting paid for Christmas Day, essentially?
Well, they're all getting paid for Christmas Day. The person that's scheduled will get paid twice.
Yeah. There could be up to 3 people, to 3 dispatchers working on Christmas Day because Christmas Day starts at midnight and ends at midnight. The shift goes from 7 to 7. So one could be working midnight to 7, the other's working the 12 hours, 7 to 7 during the day. And then the last one would be working, 7 PM to midnight during the holiday. So the confusion of scheduling that and compensating them on any other sort of plan was mutually agreed on with, like I said, then Mayor Zobkowitz to streamline it and make
Just
it a way
pay
that.
the 12 days,
Exactly, yeah,
the 12 holidays.
correct, yeah.
I think it's important, Chief, that, excuse me to interrupt, to emphasize that they would generally be covered by the townships, Washington Township's policy manual, which provides for civilian employees to have a certain number of holidays and floating holiday, which you're not entitled to because they're essential personnel.
There was also a bit of confusion when we discussed it back then because there's the holiday and then the observance. So 4th of July falls on Saturday, the town employees are off, so they're given either Friday or Monday off. So would that create in essence 2 holidays for the dispatchers because they would be required to work the observed holiday, but the actual holiday as well? So like I said, back then it was agreed on and it's been the policy since to compensate them in this way.
It's 12 8-hour days. That's it.
Correct. Yeah. Which again is parity with the other town employees. That was the primary motivation for it.
Sorry, Chief, but it's clearly the hardest job in the police department. I was there. I don't know if you were ever a dispatcher. I was a dispatcher. It's the hardest job in the police department.
We staffed the desk for many years and I did a lot of dispatch. So
When you're all alone in that room, the 911 would go.
Yeah. which, yeah, there was some discussion in 911 the other night that I saw, which
We still want to
I'd like to
discuss
just clarify at
the
the end. when we get a chance.
2,500 supervisor stipend and the benefit time.
So the benefit time is the way I factor it is a total of all the time that the dispatchers are entitled to, which includes schedule adjustment time, vacation time, personnel time, and sick time. So the way it works is because the dispatchers work a pitment, they are initially scheduled to work 2,190 hours a year. They get 110 hours every year of schedule adjustment time, which they can use subject to manpower needs of the department as it shows in the one memo. That's to bring them down to 2080 hours a year, which is generally the guideline for fair labor standards, et cetera. And it's, again, to bring them into a closer parity with the other town employees in terms of number of hours that they work, even though they still work a significant number more hours per year. But the 28, bringing them down to the 2080, like I said, was an agreed upon with former Mayor Zobkowitz. It's worked very well. Giving them those 110 hours, though, that's 440 hours that the desk is not manned, that we have to pay someone else to be there. We always go to our per diems first. And then if we can't get a per diem, we go to the other dispatchers and see if they are willing to work the overtime. So that 432 hours. Vacation time is vacation time. It's accrued consistent with the personnel manual. This year, that's 416 hours total. Personal time, 24 hours each for a total of 96 hours. And sick time, I factor the sick time based on what they get, the 12 days, basically 96 hours each per year. However, of course, as we know, as per the personnel manual, they can accrue more and carry it over, et cetera. But I factor it based on the sick time that they could use in that year. I'm hoping that they don't use it. So I take that number, which is 1,328 hours. I have to cover that worst case scenario with another dispatcher on overtime. And that comes out, their overtime rate with the ask is $36.04. So I do the $36.04 times the 1,328 for a total of what their, what I need to cover their their benefit time, which is roughly $48,000.
Were we missing a dispatcher in 2023? Because the cost came in so much under budget.
One left the department to go for higher pay at another agency. And so for a while we were without a dispatcher. We've since been able to rehire an excellent employee and get us up to a full complement.
Okay. No, because it was such a big.
Yeah, right, correct, of the expended.
So you're factoring in 1,328 hours of additional time to cover individuals who are taking benefits that are available to them, vacation, sick, and personal.
Vacation, sick, personal, and those schedule adjustment hours.
And sick time, can any of that accrue and be carried over by the staff?
Yes, as per the personnel manual.
Mr. DeCarlo, is the note incorrect? Because I have 2448 for the supervisor stipend, but you show it as 2,500.
I just rounded up to 25. It's the number you just reflected. I told you-
2448?
Yes,
Okay.
the salary chart is correct.
Is correct, okay.
It was just rounded.
Mr. DeCarlo, so everybody's getting it correctly. I did the math, they're all 2%, that's fine. Their sick time, it follows Title 78 that they can bank all they want, but they can only retire with a $15,000 maximum payout, correct?
Title 7.
Well, whatever it is, Chapter 78. Well, that's all employees in town, but they're part of, because they're in a weird,
Yeah.
they're in a weird category. Like
So they-
public employees can't walk away with more than $15,000 sick payout if they've earned that much by the time they retire. I just want to make sure because they're in this like weird caveat that
So
they
they fall
can't.
under I apologize, you can finish.
No, go
Just gonna answer. So they fall under our township personnel manual,
Which is,
and you're not allowed to get, civilians are not allowed to get paid out their sick time upon leave.
but if they retire, they get the 15,000, no payout.
Upon leaving, there is no payout for sick time.
So use it or lose it.
Well, employees can bank it for serious medical conditions.
Correct.
With the approval of,
Administration.
administration and supported by a doctor's note. So it's not meant for like an additional,
No, it's not,
days
yeah.
where I have a cough. It's to protect employees, God forbid they have a serious health condition or a serious injury. I think it's up to 60 days, but they cannot leave with any type of payout.
So the max they could bank is 60 days.
Yes.
So after 60
max
days-
10 days a year.
But once you get to 60, could you still continue to accrue sick time?
No, well, the way we do it, because we have prime points, so we have a system that keeps track. So we have sick time and then we have accrual of sick time. So at the end of the year, whatever's not used for a maximum of 10, because they get 12, will grow into that accrued sick time,
Okay.
up to 60. And then that's it. So if it's 6 years, they get up to 60 days.
They're done.
They're done. And then, but they still have their normal sick time that they would get every year. It just does not keep accumulating on top of that sick leave.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And personal time?
They receive 3 personal days.
And those have to be taken?
Those have to be taken. They do not accumulate.
They're use it or lose it, right?
Correct. Yes. Now, I'm talking my civilians. I'm not, again, is that in parity with what the dispatch did?
Yeah, as always, everything is factored as hours, so they get 24 hours.
Of personal time.
Correct.
But that gets paid out.
No, not for dispatchers.
So would they be
You're
able to take
thinking
2 full shifts off, not 3 full shifts? Like the normal employees get
Correct.
3 days off. Your dispatchers
Yeah.
only get 2 days
All-
off because it's 12 and 12.
Correct. Everything in the personnel manual that says a day is considered 8 hours of benefit time for a dispatcher.
And we worked that out together.
Yeah.
When we did this.
8 hours, not 12.
Correct.
No, but they would,
So-
if they wanted to take a full shift off, they'd have to use a day and a half of their personal days to make a full shift.
They'd have to use 12 hours
12
because we
hours.
factor, whereas a regular town employee that counts for, I believe, 7 hours is in the personnel manual. It counts for 8 as a dispatcher. Because obviously if we went day for day, they would get significantly more than the other. They get 50% more than the other town employees, which,
wouldn't be
is
fair.
not equitable, right? Correct.
Okay.
So they can accumulate personal time?
No, it has
Not
to
from
be
year to
used
year.
within the year.
So it has to be used?
Use it or lose it.
And what about vacation time?
Vacation time can be accumulated, but must be used within the following. So if I get 5 days, maybe I'm a bad example. If, If someone gets 5 days on January 1st of 24, they have to use those 5 days from 24 by the end of 25. Or it's not.
Oh, we don't have half the policy has to be spent in the year that it's made?
No, and this again was modeled right after what Jeff was recommending. So the time can be accumulated, but it has to be used within 2 years. And again, they don't get paid out for unused vacation time.
So the
And
max
it
you
has to
can,
be approved by administration.
so the max you can carry is one time your allotment, but it's got to be used by the following year. And you can only carry it if it's approved by administration by a certain
Yes,
date,
You have to submit a
a hardship letter
It's a
saying what?
letter, but, like we have been accepting emails, and I can't talk tonight. I don't know if that's good or bad, but, and then we sat down with the employees to go over all, Renata did, my assistant, and sat down with all employees, make sure everyone's checks and balances were there, especially because we went to a new system, but we liked the way that worked. People essentially kind of sign off informally, but that's what it was, and we plan on doing that the following year. So, but the system keeps track of what was the previous year.
So you basically have 2 years to use it or you lose it, or you don't accrue any
Yes,
new.
yeah, with-
Or you don't lose it, you accrue any new hours.
Right.
Can someone who is on vacation cover a
Can the
shift?
record reflect, Mr.?
We don't permit that.
Sears is joining
In terms
us
of,
at
can someone
7:31.
take off and then work their own shift?
Not their own shift or cover another shift?
If they take it, if it's not sick time, if someone takes a personal day, but, and that person's shift was 7A to 7P, if we need coverage at 7 PM, they're allowed to work overtime at the 7 PM mark.
Good evening, Mr. Sears.
Good evening, Council.
We're on dispatchers on
Okay.
32.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Allen?
No, but
I guess the last thing we wanted to discuss was the 911 calls going to Paramus and not coming to Township, right? That was one of the questions I remember in my
I have
notes.
that one.
Do you have that one? All right.
yes. Well, I mean, I feel like there may be an opportunity to discuss dispatching in a much broader sense. I mean, certainly if you would like to explain this evening, that would be fine, but, when the decision was made to, I guess, keep dispatching and go to a civilian staff, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of residents, voiced an opinion. They didn't want 911 being out of town, and now it's out of town. So if there was, that feeling, if the residents had that opinion, and that is no longer the case, does this need to be reopened and reviewed? Because not only is it the salary and wages, there's equipment and other support that's, they require. So it's a much larger amount. So when Mike brought that up in just a general discussion, it sort of caught my ear. And so that's why I brought it up again. But
The 911 is an incident paramus, were entered in at Triborough Communication, which is located in Ridgewood. I just want to go on record with that. With regard to outsourcing the answering of 911, the outsource, that decision was made for a variety of reasons, and I was one of the bigger proponents of keeping 911 in town. Once I did the research and got down into the specifics, I became much more comfortable with it. So to clarify, a 911 call is made and received in Ridgewood. The 911 operator keeps the person on the line, puts them on hold, contacts our dispatch, tells them the nature of the call. Our dispatcher then starts to get the resources, send them over to the location, while that 911 dispatcher keeps the person on the line, gets more information, and starts to deliver what are called pre-arrival instructions. And those are prescribed instructions. They have to go through a checklist.
That's going from our dispatcher or the tri-bar?
The 911 dispatcher, the person who answered the
In
911
tri-bar.
call. Yeah. So there's two components now of dispatch. There's call taking and dispatch. Back when the 911 was initially discussed about outsourcing, et cetera, that was not the case. Now, what the industry has gone towards is 911 call taking and 911 dispatching. In the bigger dispatcher centers in the county, those are two different individuals on two totally opposite sides of the room. The 911 people are over here and the dispatch people are over here. They receive a 911 call, they're taking the information, they relay the information over to a dispatcher who starts handling the scene, the dispatch, getting the resources, like I said, et cetera, while that dispatcher is giving these pre-arrival instructions. Providing those pre-arrival instructions in a timely manner is prescribed by 911 standards. They have to be done. And I'll give an example of a heart attack call. Someone calls in, so-and-so's having a heart attack. What's your location? That gets lateral. The 911 dispatcher, the 911 call taker stays on the line and starts providing, are you willing to do CPR? If so, and they literally start walking them through CPR, and that's just an example. In Washington Township, when those standards were raised, now we would only have one person doing that. The liability was significant, but also our comfort factor with one. Now that individual has to dispatch, get the resources there, and give the pre-arrival instructions. Obviously, that creates more time. The comfort factor for me was big, and spoke to a lot of residents with regard to this, because I was such a proponent of keeping 911 in town. When all this came to pass and came to be the industry standard and came to be the requirement, what was decided was for the cost to outsource the 911, which actually had gone down from many years ago, is now about $5,000. And I have my paperwork where our original estimates were around $7,500 a year. But the big thing was, we wanted someone in town who was familiar with town, familiar with our demographics, our street, our personnel, our fire department, our ambulance, et cetera, handling those people. As far as the call, taking the call, I don't want to oversimplify it, but the first thing a 911 dispatcher says is, 911, where is your emergency? And that immediately gets relayed to the dispatcher who's sending it out. So the comfort factor of the person taking the call versus dispatching the call, the person who's dispatching the call, having an intimate knowledge of the town, having an intimate knowledge of the officers who are responding, the fire department, the layout of the town, that was judged to be worth it to keep in town, to keep that level of service, that personal level of service. And I'm not gonna, I don't put down any other one level of service.
How many towns have what we have, and how many towns does Triborough provide both of those people?
I don't even want to hazard a guess. As far as who's answering 911.
No, I'm saying how many towns have our situation where we outsource 911 and they dial our dispatchers versus they dial Triborough and they do everything?
I believe Triborough is servicing around a dozen, but please don't quote me on that.
Full town, like full bolt?
No, just answering the 911 the way we have it.
Okay.
They're servicing about a dozen. I believe they're servicing with full dispatch, maybe an additional eight or 10. But again, these are rough estimates, and they go back several years to when.
But there is.
Yeah, I know you won't hold me to it, but these are ballpark.
But there are towns that have sent all of it there.
Correct.
Okay.
To Triborough.
And how many, and do we have numbers for that for the county, or no, we don't have anything for the county?
I don't, no.
Chief, have you experienced any problems, downfalls, negatives, handling it this way?
Negative. There were one or two communication issues, and I don't mean hardwired communication. It was where the dispatcher, the 911 call taker, because of cell phones, was calling us for another municipality, because the 911 system told the dispatcher told the call taker that it was in Washington Township, and it wasn't. Which again, having the dispatcher in town,
no matter either way, yeah.
Having the dispatcher in town was immediately able to say, that's not Washington Township. Again, it sounds like Paramus or something like that, but those have been the only real issues. So again, those were more
Well,
hardware and system related.
I was here at those meetings with you years ago, and, you know, when I called them the pitchforks and the fire burners.
Yes.
Because that's what it was. I remember this place was packed, and, you know, we were like, there's no way 911's leaving because it's bad, it's no good. And then all of a sudden to find out it's gone. And I'm not saying it's not, it's working because we haven't heard any complaints about it. But the reason we hired all the dispatchers was because everybody was here up in arms, like, there's no way it's leaving, and all we wanted to do is move it to Westwood. So now we moved it to Ridgewood, which is even further. So it's just something to think about, because you know, that was the thing of building out the dispatch, was to keep it here, all of it here. And I know there was costs involved with, you brought up, and Mayor Calamari brought up about the new dispatch lines we needed and all that. But still, the impetus of this whole, you know, when Mayor Sopwith, you know, and the former councils were talking about moving it to Westwood, I mean, this place was packed.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and may I make a comment?
Yeah.
I seem to remember it was more the dispatch that they didn't want moved. I mean, at the time, because 9/11 always went hand in hand with dispatch, but
Correct.
please correct me if I'm wrong, that they wanted dispatch to stay.
No, it was 911 was the big deal.
It was certainly both.
Okay.
It was certainly both, because closing the dispatch center closes headquarters during non-business hours. They're like, Mike, I don't mean to, there's, like you said, it's definitely a topic for a bigger discussion. I know
Yeah,
you
no,
guys
we're
have a
not gonna
budget
spend-
meeting tonight.
No, it's
I
just-
did want
it's
to
a good
clarify
question,
a couple
yeah.
misconceptions, was
No,
why I
appreciate
asked
you
about it.
saying-
Yeah.
'cause it makes a big, you know, like.
I'll always come talk about it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And Mike, if I can just ask the chief two other questions. If I remember correctly, that when we looked at that $5,000 number to outsource it, training also, we spoke about training, that we would have to keep our people trained, and just the cost of the training. And even if you had to put a police officer on the desk to fill in for a dispatcher, you know, you would have to in effect train your whole staff.
Correct. A 911 call taker has to have significantly more certification than a 911 dispatcher. And to keep it in town, a significant number of officers would also have to be trained to that standard to keep it, because if they had to pick up the 911 call, they have to be trained to that standard. So yeah, there were a lot of factors.
and-
There was a $500,000
That's where I was going to go next. Yeah.
infrastructure investment.
Right.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't want to bog down the budget meeting,
No,
you know,
that's fine.
but anytime you guys want to talk about it, I'm more than happy, and I can come with a lot more.
That may be a committee.
I can do research.
That may be a committee we set up, and as a council, we set up a committee to discuss it with you, chief.
Sure.
And whoever your delegates, you know, you would want
I
to
don't
tell.
mean to pull Faulkner. I don't think the council can set up a committee.
What can we set up?
Nothing.
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 Can we meet with the,
Yeah, she
chief?
can meet. With
With you,
my
yeah.
permission, yes,
All right.
but it can't be a formal committee.
All right, so it won't be a formal committee, but we'll probably have to meet with.
But,
or have the
and I would
chief here.
cooperate, don't get me wrong.
And have the chief, so we may just have to invite
Yeah.
the chief back here like we have now and just
Yeah.
discuss it.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll invite him back every meeting, and then we'll get a committee.
It'll be a committee.
That's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
Thank you.
I just,
Chief,
excuse me, Mike,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't realize the chief was going to be here, and
I didn't, yeah.
No one did till.
I apologize for not being here Monday. I was under the weather.
so that was sick time.
Yes, it was.
8 hours to 12
But no one had to
hours.
replace me.
Just making sure. We had a discussion about vehicles, so I was going to raise it, finished. The acquisition of 2 vehicles, and the council agreed, voted, and approved that. You know,
It's on page 31.
it's 180? or-
Yes, 180.
Okay, so, you know, 2 vehicles every year, given the size of our,
Well, Mike, before we go to vehicles, can we finalize dispatchers? Because I don't want to put, if that's okay, we have
Yeah,
the
we
chief
should
here,
vote.
so we're going to do vehicles if you'd like, and salaries I was going to do next, since he gave us the chart of salaries we asked, if that's okay with you. So, is there any more discussion on dispatchers, line 40125250200? Because we have a motion and a second on this line.
sir.
Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes,
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. So Mr. Ullman, you are on page 31, the preceding page. Police vehicle acquisition 40125245000. Do I have a motion to discuss?
So moved.
You second it, Mr. Ullman? Since it's
I'll
your
second.
Discussion?
So, as I said, council approved 2 Tahoe-type vehicles. You know, in my personal opinion, 2 vehicles a year seems like a lot for the size of our staff, the patrol staff. So I reached out to my brother, who is a council person in Maywood. They have a similar size staff. They're smaller, a little more compressed town in terms of square miles. And he explained that they they provide for 1 new vehicle a year. And initially there was pushback because they were doing 2. They're doing 1. It seems to be working for them. And I was going to ask the council or bring it up to reduce it to 1. So I know when we spoke, and I don't know if it'll pass, but I know when we spoke, if it was reduced to 1, I believe you mentioned that the maintenance might need to be increased for the staff. So, you know, I just wanted to bring that up while you were here.
If I may,
Sure.
I agree that 2 per year would be excessive. What I would like is go to a 2-1-2-1. That would be my ideal. That was one of the reasons for switching from the Fords to the Tahoes there. And we're experiencing this. We get some more longevity out of them. We used to get 2 cars a year. And I think by switching over to the Chevys, we could go to 1 year, 1 the next.
Did we get any information on the one we're missing from last year yet, or nothing?
Yeah, we got information that it was not available and we were not going to be able to get it.
Another season.
That our order basically doesn't exist. We can keep trying, but it's not going to happen. We have since lateraled. We're going to try a Dodge Durango at a somewhat reduced price, because at least we will have something, and we'll take a shot and see how it works out with us and check to see how the longevity is, et cetera. But there was no way they could meet that order.
What about the Expedition?
The
police expedition? No, the police expedition.
I'm
No,
not,
is it the Explorer or the police Explorer?
the Ford Police Interceptor is a Explorer
That's
platform.
what
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Have we looked at that?
We have, because that's what we've traditionally had, and with mixed results. So the decision was made to,
Because the Durango's a lot smaller than either one of those vehicles. Isn't it?
it's comparable to the Explorer,
Oh, it is, okay.
size-wise, yeah. I did go check it out, and
And it's available?
it's on the lot, and that was the whole thing, was they couldn't tell us if we were actually ever going to get it. And
This is the Tahoe.
correct, the
But the
Tahoe that we
Durango's
ordered last
available.
year, but the Durango's on the lot, so we said, we'll take what you have on the lot and we'll use it as, to see how it works. It's going to be a frontline patrol vehicle. It's going to be fully outfitted, but we said, as opposed to getting nothing and
Yeah,
the
just
fleet
drop one
aging
less.
even further, we would try it and see how it does. And it's a less expensive vehicle, so if we have good luck with it,
You buy
that
this
could
one.
point us in a direction for the future.
Okay.
So,
I wish you a lot of luck with it. I'm not a fan. So,
I won't
I'm not a
won't
fan.
disagree.
I'm not a fan either.
But I'm an
I'm saying
optimist,
go to the
so.
Explorer.
so can I, when we purchase a police vehicle, we are required to go through a state contract? Is that,
Correct.
and the state contract, is that sort of farmed out to local dealers, or is there like one massive lot in Trenton where they?
Local dealerships that participate in the program. That's
So
what we
do we
use.
give that dealership a deposit and everything, and they have our money all this time? and- Or we don't give them anything because
We
we don't have?
encumber the money and send them a purchase order, which
Correct.
is our contract to pay. We don't pay anything till we receive it.
And
So it's that bad that they're just saying, I don't care about your purchase order, we're not going to honor it.
For 23, yes. When we said, what can we get in 24? And they said, you're in the same boat as everybody else who now is trying to make up the ground for what we couldn't provide in 23. So we can't guarantee you 3 vehicles in 24. If that's what you're looking for, we can't even guarantee you, I'm sorry, they did verbally guarantee us
One.
2 Tahoes for '24. But they would not be until September at the earliest.
And it's not even definite.
It's a verbal guarantee.
Okay.
Are we required to use the local dealer or, I mean, can we?
Do you want me to? I don't want to speak over.
Please.
State contract will say, this dealership and this dealership for this vehicle. And then if it's the Tahoe as opposed to Durango, it might be 2 different or 3 different. I know when I was in Morris Township, sometimes we drive down to Cherry Hill. Sometimes we just go right to East Hanover. So the state, they're the award winners. So it'll tell you where you can go.
Yeah, there's not many. There's a few limited that have it. That's
But
like-
there's different co-ops. So
Correct.
it's one co-op
Yeah.
could win the award for the Ford, and then a different co-op could win the award for a Chevy.
Mhm.
It's a very difficult process. It's the hardest thing to budget for.
The lieutenant and captain, like I referenced last time, they're my car guys, and they call the dealerships constantly. They spent hours during 2023 trying to track down a car because, like the administrator said, we don't pay for it until we receive it. So we could go anywhere. We can pull it back from one dealership and go to the next. They couldn't find one at any dealerships.
Okay. So what is your say, Mr. Elman?
Well, I mean, so I would motion to replace one vehicle in the 2024 budget.
So 90,000 instead of 180.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Just before you vote, the police department, just make sure you're fully informed. The police department asked for 2 last year and only received 1. So if he's trying to accomplish the 2 to 1, it would be 2 years in a row with 1. Just want to make sure you knew that.
Please move forward.
And the last thing, if I may, Mike, did Maywood go with the enterprise lease program to make up for the age of their fleet? I know when we were discussing, they did not go with that? Okay, I discussed it with the Maywood Police Chief, and they were considering it at the time.
I think they, from my understanding, they presented the case, Enterprise did, but there were so many holes in the presentation and the guaranteed savings or the perception of the savings that I don't believe they were moving forward with it. I think they are going, or the goal was to bring some EV into the
Okay.
police. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
go there.
I did. Yeah, I did have
Thank you very much.
a discussion with him because we were both exploring that at the time, and
Well, we
he
leased before in the past.
leased to purchase.
We leased purchased them, and I didn't think that worked out. They were small cars.
It
It
was
worked in our situation because you needed new.
it was appropriate at the time,
At the
correct,
time, yeah,
and that's
'cause
why
you
we've
had-
gotten away
You had
from
an
it.
aging fleet and you needed
Yeah.
something quick, so it was a quick fix, but it's not a permanent fix.
That was why the Maywood police chief was exploring the enterprise option because of the age of his fleet. So if
he
you
was
want to
in the
go
same
on
position
record
we
as
were
that.
like 10 years ago.
Correct. But again, the one vehicle a year has him concerned, as I would be, about the age and wear and tear on his fleet. So I just want that noted, you know.
They were looking beyond though just the police fleet. I mean, it was almost every township vehicle. And again, they decided not to move forward with them.
Thank you. Roll call?
Mike, may I just make a real quick comment
Sure.
before you vote? I don't know if we're comparing apples to apples. You admitted the demographics of their town are slightly different, but I don't know if they have SLEOs in their town. I just want to remind everyone, we have 3 SLEOs in our schools, right, who need a vehicle every day also, even though it's not a frontline car. We want to give them something that shows nice that they're at a school and like that. So just want to remind the council of that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Roll call?
Did Mr. Ullman have a question?
You had a question, Mr. Arnold? No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Councilman Casio?
Yes, sir, you had a
Yes,
question?
no?
So the only, Peter, I
It was
acknowledge
just a
that.
reminder.
I acknowledge that when I pull in to the lot, there are a number of, I'm assuming they're frontline vehicles that are in front of the dispatch center at any given time. There could be one or two. And then there's like murderer's row in the back that has, some are, I would say they look like frontline, they probably have a little age, and then there are some that are certainly ancient. But there are certainly, I would imagine there's almost a vehicle for every 1.5 police officers. So it's, I acknowledge that, but, we're maintaining a large fleet of primary, secondary, and tertiary.
Those old, I do stand by that those older cars are out there making money. They're the ones that are being used for outside billing, and they're the ones that enable
They're
us
important, yeah.
to staff as many outside billing details as we can get.
We still can't staff them all because we have other people in town.
Correct, yeah. So during the day, that the murderer's row is a lot thinner, so.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Okay. Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
No.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
No.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. The last one, while the chief is here, we have our salary chart we had requested, Mr. Allman, and the rest of the dais. It's on page 26. We have not done this item yet. We tabled it. It is police salaries other than the chief, 401-25240-110. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? So, Mr. DeCarlo, this is in line with the collective bargaining agreement, these numbers that are shown in this, or did the chief put this together? I don't know who put this together.
I believe the chief and his command staff.
So this just accounts for all the step raises and all that that's
Correct.
included for 2024.
Yes.
So the recommendation is 2955. And the projected, based on a point in time, is 2878. So
55,000. 115.
I don't know, a difference.
Little less.
Hold on, I'm doing the math right now. Give me a second.
I need a calculator, sir.
I got my calculator out and I just
Mr.
punched
DeCarlo
it.
yelled at me, so.
It should come out to approximately
I was just wondering if the
2.75.
museum needed it back.
There it is.
It's $186,099.78 difference.
So
2995.
I'm sorry, that's that's from last year's to the proposed. I didn't do it to the actuals. I'm sorry, my bad.
76K. So we're asking for 2955. The actual is 2878. A difference of 76K. So if the schedule accounts for the increases, is there a particular reason?
That line item, I apologize that I don't have the budget sheet in front of me for that line item. That line item we've always gone to the actual and added approximately 2 to 3% for personnel changes or anything that could happen throughout the year. Thank you.
Did we get a motion in a second for this?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I'm very sorry.
It's about, it's like
In
2.5 is that.
In years past, I'm glad that the line has always resulted in a surplus. 2022, we came really close, and it's always we've always worked it out and then added, I don't want to call it a margin of error. It's not a margin of error. It's eventualities or potential eventualities of 2.5 to 3%.
It's 2.5%, almost exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'd like to make a motion to just reduce it to 2,900,000.
Thank you.
Anybody entertain it?
It's 15 above what the actual.
Yeah, but look at the difference in,
I see it.
in actual versus what they want. It's still there's still a
There's a cushion.
So you're saying a 55,000?
Yeah, make it
Reduction?
2,900,000. There's still a big cushion in there.
It's $22,000 cushion.
Correct me if I'm wrong, 2.9.
Versus 287 is like 13, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
15,000.
2, 8, 7, 8. So,
Yeah, I would be somewhat concerned with that, with that margin. Like I said, it's a contingency factor, and when you're dealing with that many employees with the collective bargaining agreement that we're subject to.
Well, I asked if these numbers are part of the collective, include all the collective bargaining agreement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
excuse me, Chief, I know you can't project, but are you anticipating any retirements
Yes.
this year?
Yes.
And when they roll off, they would be replaced with, I'm assuming, a lower priced staff member.
Correct. They have to be filled in. Initially, there's absolutely a savings there. My concern, like I said, just with reducing it down to a margin that low, like I said, when you're subject to a collective bargaining agreement, my concern becomes a potential grievance or something like that that results in some sort of award. And I'm proud and very happy to report that we haven't had that, but the potential is always on the horizon, and that's where that would come from. So that's why that,
I don't understand where a grievance should come if they're getting the salary that's in the collective bargaining agreement. I just don't understand how that happens.
there can be workplace grievances, and if the PBA was given any sort of monetary award on that,
Right.
that's where it would come from. That's my concern. I don't, like I said, do I
would
see
it come
anything?
from Jeff?
No,
Would it
because
come from Jeff? Was it the call?
It depends what type of suit. I mean, sometimes, in my personal experience, not to talk for the chief, but if someone should have been awarded overtime and they weren't, usually they come up to the chief.
Yeah, but that goes under the overtime one.
Well, yeah, I'm just giving you an example where something wouldn't go to Jeff.
Oh, okay, but I'm saying, but if it's overtime, it would just go to the overtime line, which we consistently, except for a couple of years, have always underspent by a lot, which is a great thing, chief.
Right.
Give you praise for that, but, I think that would go there, so.
like I said, I just want the council to be aware that these
Yeah.
eventualities can come up, and I'm comfortable
Absolutely.
having, somewhat of a buffer there, that I don't have to come to you and ask for money to fill that in later.
Thank you.
So Mike, I know you have a motion
Yeah.
of 2900.
Yeah,
Would you, I didn't do the calculation, I don't know what that percentage, but the 2955 is a full 2.5%
Okay.
gross up?
what would it be, 2% is what you're gonna ask?
Yes. So if we did 2935,
I'm okay with that.
so if I could, would I amend your motion or?
Yeah, you can amend.
So if I could make a motion for 2935, which represents
So we'd lower it by 20,000.
yes.
So the new motion for 40125240110 is 2935, which would give them a 2% increase, just like we've given all the other departments. But this already anticipates all their collective bargaining numbers.
Yes, it
So it
does.
would give you a 2% cushion, which we've given everybody else.
That-
So the new motion.
Thank you
is
very much. I'm comfortable with that.
2,000,009, so you're comfortable with
Yes.
that? 2,935,000. Mr. Ullman made the motion. I'll second it. Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Police overtime, 40125, 240, 120, 135 requested, 135 recommended. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry, 115. My eyes are playing games with me. I'm sorry, gentlemen and ladies.
Say the bigger number.
So moved.
You were happy with that number, right?
Yes.
Mr. DeCarlo's like, I got.
I wasn't gonna correct it.
Put them
I'm
up real
sorry.
quick.
I'm sorry.
Make a
The
motion.
way this book is here with these lights, I'm like, that's 115.
So moved.
Your eyes are good tonight.
No, they're not. It was 115. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So the only discussion I would have is, we saw a dip. I'm assuming that dip in prior periods was when we moved to Pittman.
Correct.
And now we're starting to see sort of an escalation. What's driving that? And, you know, what can be done to control it, if anything? Because I think one of the primary drivers when the council approved Pittman was that it would drive overtime down.
So what accounts for the trending up is, up until last year, we continued to have 20 officers, but those 20 officers every year are gaining more vacation time and more time off. So that has to be compensated with overtime when they take off, assuming that the shift goes down to a minimum manpower. The last council approved 2 additional hires, so we went from 20 to 22, and I anticipate that to have a significant, I'm really hoping to have a significant impact on overtime with that. And I would have every intention of adjusting next year to see if that comes to fruition.
So you think the trend of, it's a significant decrease from 2022 to 2023, you think we can hopefully sustain that decreased trend and then next year come in at a lot less?
I do hope so, yes. That was one of the motivating factors for adding 2 additional officers.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Yes.
Just because you mentioned 22, when I count this list that was provided, I think there's only 21.
Are you included in the 22?
I am not.
Okay, I didn't think so.
1, 2,
The first line, CPT, that's captain. The chief is not on there, but I do include in the TO of 22.
So he would make
It's 21.
Correct.
There's 22 costs. Chief's 27.
Oh, I thought that's what we asked and you said no.
What's that?
If you were the 22nd and you said no.
If I said no, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, the no was I am not on
Oh, on the
this list.
list.
But I am included in
Yeah,
the 20,
you're 20, the table of
I am the
organization is-
22nd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, table of command is 22 people, including you.
including me, yes. My no was regarding the list. I apologize for that.
so it's 21.
On the list,
And 22 total with you.
correct.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this line, ladies and gentlemen?
John, last year, we had the two new members, right? The 2
SLEOs.
SLEOs. That's
Well,
included.
no, we have 2 full officers, not 2 SLEOs.
We did not in 23,
We did not.
no,
So this really represents.
20 officers, correct.
Okay.
Oh, so you brought it down that much with 20 officers last year.
Correct.
So with the 2, it really should come down.
The retirements in 22 to 23, there was one retirement that had a significant effect on that. And
That's why it got blown out of the budget, 22, yeah.
because remember, the overtime doesn't just cover benefit, it covers the sick time.
Mhm.
And if we get with 20 and we get 1 or 2 officers out on a long-term sick, which is what we had, that can severely impact that overtime. That was one of the motivations because in your collective bargaining agreement, as you know, you have the unlimited sick time provision. So that can significantly impact one or two officers get, and we have provisions and controls with regard to that we put in place. But long-term, it can really, really take a bite out of that over time. The increasing to 22 officers is one of those reasons that gives us hopefully a margin of safety and a buffer with regard to that. So yeah, I do. Those are the big reasons for
So 20,
some of the fluctuations from year to year. One or two extended sick times will have a big effect on the overtime.
so 23 numbers of overtime don't even include the 2 new officers you hired.
That is correct.
Wow.
They were hired at the end.
End of 23.
Yeah, for the last quarter.
Yeah.
So having said that, it's all projections, and there's an unknown that you mentioned about the long term, but if the department came in at 83 actual last year, and we're adding officers, we have some retirements, the sick, we don't know. Is there an opportunity to shave a little off the 115 that was requested? Because the 115 was requested last year, it's being requested again this year, and last year the actual was 83.
I would be uncomfortable with shaving it because of that collective bargaining provision.
Do you know what you're at? Sorry to interrupt. Do you know what you're at as far as usage already this year?
We have one officer that's been out since January. So those are things that, there are eventualities that I have to be prepared for, which is why I kept it flat. And like I said, I do what I can to control those things, and you have my commitment that.
He's out
But
sick, yeah.
exactly, yeah, it's, so I'm not comfortable because I use this phrase often, it's hitting a moving target. If nothing happens, I'll be happy to give you a surplus at the end of the year on that. It's not something that I say, I've got a piggy bank here and I want to use it. I don't want to use it. But if I have to, I need it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But next year, hopefully, we should see a significant, we should come in.
For this year?
For 24.
Correct.
We should come in for 25 with a significant decrease in this line item.
Correct.
We'll be all adjusted with the 2 new officers, and even with the 1 person sick, it should still not be as bad as it was in the past when you had 20 and 1 got sick.
I will prepare you, though, that there are, with regard to the licensing thing, which we touched on previously, there is additional training, mandated training that's going to have to take place for officers. So that also has an effect on overtime and has a tendency, to have to be paid. The training has to be paid through overtime. So I will caution that
Okay.
even if I keep it down for this year, I may have to ask for 115 depending on there's a lot of talks with the Chiefs Association, with the Police Training Commission, with the Attorney General, et cetera, as to what they're going to mandate. And a lot of it is still up in the air. I know there'll be at least a bare minimum of additional 8 hours of mandatory training added for 25. And there's talk that could go up to 30 or 32. So again, we try to do the training on their regular shifts, subject to manpower, but that is something that would cause an eventual increase.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item, ladies and gentlemen? Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your time.
Council President, did you want to do his 2 capital requests while he's here, in case you have any questions? Should be quick. Good news on one of them. The other one's the ALPRs. You had
Hold
asked
on
them
one
to get some
second.
information for you.
Yeah, let me just, so we got to put to capital on the beginning of the budget, right?
Chief, is that okay?
Yes, I didn't bring my documentation.
That's all right.
but
I
can go off
have
my-
the information for you.
Okay, you have what I provided? Okay, thank you.
Capital budget's right behind this. So we had the stationary ALPRs at 125,000 and the offsite dispatch operations at the emergency services building for 20,000.
If, we don't need a motion to talk about this, right? We can talk about
No,
this.
to talk about capital, right?
The 20,000, council, I think collectively asked me to look to see if there was still money in the capital line for the USB building, and I'm satisfied that there is.
so we can take that request off of the capital list, the 20,000.
Okay. Is there any money left for ALPRs?
Out of the capital line
Yeah,
for the ESB?
yeah.
No.
Even if there was, that'd be stretching what that ordinance was intended for.
Okay.
And there, you did mention another line, sir, but there is, I think it was, I don't remember if it was the intersection or acquisition of land for something on Washington Avenue, but there was nothing I felt comfortable that we could make that jump to, and that intersection line only has $125 left in it, but that was more geared towards the traffic and the paying for the police officers and stuff like that.
Okay.
And Chief, I don't want to steal your thunder, but if you remember the number you wanted to revise it to for the ALPRs?
I believe you have it in 100 up to 155, which was what would cover Vandenberg and Washington. Since I was before the council, I did some research and got a quote for that as well.
Okay. And I apologize for not sending it out to the council.
Yeah, can we package that? I'd like to see what these things act, do we have like a proposal, what these things like a cut sheet of what these look like and all that?
Of what they look like, I can get it. Yes, I don't have it with me.
Because I'm just curious what this is gonna, because I know everybody thinks that the motion sensors at the lights are your cameras, which they're not. They're just checking to see if there's the presence loops that used to be cut into the ground, which are now done by microwave above. Everybody thinks they're your cameras, which I know they're not.
That's correct.
So,
Go into the shopping center, he has license plate readers right there.
yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
So can we get that, Mr. DeCarlo?
Yeah, did you want to continue the discussion with the chief?
No, I think, I'd like to have that information before I make an informed decision.
Is tonight the last night?
No, we got, well, is it?
You need to keep going here and
Yeah,
get this done.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Come on,
I agree with
Right,
you.
right.
let's go.
That we need to,
absolutely. We're on page 32 as soon as we're done.
Jackson and
37, excuse me.
they do not. These are
we need
360s.
to put a little hustle.
You can pull up on him.
3 minutes to discuss. and that's enough.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, we're gonna get the capital at the end, but I'd like to let the chief leave. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, chief.
Okay. So let me be clear. You want, what do you want?
Get together, like, whatever you got from them. I'd just like to see what it looks like.
So just a visual, just,
Yeah, and the and the quote.
it is not, no. Okay.
So, thank you, chief.
Thank you.
So we're all done with the first 37 pages. So we're gonna, basically, so we're gonna go to page, actually, we're on the bottom of 37. Prosecutor's office, prosecutor's salary, 401. 25275 7,576 requested, 7,576 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I don't think that's it.
No, that's DPW.
Any discussion on, what's that?
What page you on?
37.
37,
Oh, 37.
near the bottom.
Oh.
Third line up from the bottom.
Thank you.
Sure.
A motion by who? Dr. Cassio,
Okay.
Mr. Cassio, seconded by Mr. Sears. Any discussion? We've done those happen a lot. It's all done.
You did low
I didn't
seven.
check, I didn't check it off.
Yeah, it's done.
I apologize.
Any discussion on this line? Roll call?
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Prosecutor's Office, extra sessions, 401-25-275-120, 500 requested, 500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? They didn't use any money for the last few years. Do we need this?
You need it.
yes.
Can we lower it? 250?
Well, we're gonna have a bird bath somewhere on.
We may want
What's that? It's $125 a session, right?
$125 a session or something like that?
I don't
There's not a lot
know,
of sessions I don't think included in that amount.
but they get, again, reviewing this with our court administrator, that's what she felt
Okay.
necessary.
All right.
And I have an explanation for the increase in the next line, just so you know.
All right, so let's do this one. Extra sessions, roll call?
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Prosecutor's Office, alternate prosecutor, 401-25-275-130, 1,000 requested, 1,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So, Mr. DeCarlo, you said you had a reason why it doubled?
Yeah, I've been informed by the court administrator. Again, this is obviously our conflict of interest line, and she already has cases that are anticipated to go that direction, so that's why she had asked for $1,000.
Even though we've never used this line in the last 5 years?
Yes, yes, she's anticipating. Yeah, I know, believe me, I knew that was coming.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. DPW permanent employees, not superintendent, 401-26290-110. 710,000 requested, 710,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Why the big jump, Mr. DeCarlo?
Salary increases, contractually, when they go up from H-man to G-man to F-man to E-man. There's more people at the higher end. And there's also the safety education steps that we had to anticipate for everybody that they do their first 2 months. And last year, it was underfunded by about $20,000. That was ultimately my mistake. I didn't account for the, no, I can't. We accounted for the education. I don't want to call it a promotion, but essentially it's a promotion. So when you go, from an H-man to a G-man, and it happened in September, I have to account for 9 months as an H-man and 4 months for a G-man. So that's where that extra $20,000 that we did a transfer from last year, that was omitted from the process. We went over this time and time again to make sure that we accounted for all the, what I'll call promotions or, step increases. That's probably a better word for it. And then the safety education. And then it's going to give me about a $10,000 buffer.
I'd like to approve this tonight, but can we get the same chart like the police department just gave us? Or you have one already? You have one?
I think I learned. Let me just look at it for a second. So this is what we prepared.
Which one do you want? Probably me now because I'm too far away. Is your mic off?
Picture of me?
What's that? Yeah.
So as you can tell, so it has the number of years completed,
Okay.
years of anniversary, A-man, and this, so in this one.
So does this total up to here? We get the total?
Yes, so this is the salary as of 1/24, then this is the salaries as the anniversary date, and then I have to add in their educational
So
stuff.
this and this.
Right, yes, plus the education. Yeah.
Do you have enough for everybody or just?
I don't.
Can you just pass it down so we can take?
Can I just, take a picture. I was just gonna start adding it. Yeah, take a picture and then I'll start adding it. Can you everybody just check their microphones because he's having a hard time hearing, so. Mark, did you have another copy there that Mike could take a picture on that?
I'm looking.
If not, we'll pass it down. I don't have a problem. I just thought you had 2 copies.
What do we do without cameras?
I'm sorry, I did not.
All right, we'll pass it down in Solomon. Mr. Ullman, since you have your glasses and I don't have mine, can you just
And a copy.
calculate, can you just add up those numbers and see what they come out? Please.
You don't mind if I just look over your shoulder?
So it's this much? Salary as of 1/24. Anniversary date. Salary. So it's the combination of these two. Is that what you're saying?
This is.
I agree.
Okay, so,
Where is it 1/24, salary as of anniversary?
so
Right, so this is the number I need, plus the educational stats, and that's what I'm looking for in my notes.
okay.
But we had to essentially project, that everyone was gonna
comply with what they needed. So in their contract, once you hit 2 years, you can complete 20 years of training and get $1
An hour?
extra.
An hour.
An hour, but it also gets accounted into overtime. So then once you hit 4 years, you can do 40 hours. Then once you do 6 years, you can do 60 hours of training and get $1. That would be, a total of $3.
And who monitors this? That
Myself.
I'm saying is there.
Yes, myself and Renata, I gave them a training plan. So last year was the first one. And we put a system in place and had a meeting with DPW. Of course, I want them to get what they deserve, but also have a system of checks and balances. And we weren't going to duplicate trainings unless it's something that's required. So we were required to do harassment every year, so we allowed that to count. But we also did a lesson plan with them that included stormwater training. As an example, there's 6 segments to that, as well as another 2.5 hour training that I'll probably be bothering all of you with in a couple of months to do your yearly training on stormwater. So we had a plan for the 20 hours, the 40 hours, and the 60 hours. We also wanted to have a plan that was consistency. So it wasn't, like Peter goes to the computer and selects his training, and then Mark goes and, Mike goes. So some of those were electives, but we had a core group of what was consistent. And then it was brought up by them. It was kept in an Excel spreadsheet. It was then brought up to my assistant Renata that did the math, checked to make sure that we had a certificate printed out for each training, coincided with the number of hours. And it's actually logistically pretty hard because once they achieve the 20 hours, they get their $1 and then they work towards their 40. So we had there was a bunch of work involved, but I feel very confident that it was not only consistent, it was productive, and it was done correctly.
So Mike, what is the total of those lines that Mr. DeCarlo has provided us?
664, 678. So 664, 678.
That includes their training and all that, the extra dollars or no?
No.
This is what I was just looking for. So here's my training numbers.
You're gonna have to just trust me. You gotta trust me. Do you think I want to come back at the end of the year and ask for a transfer again? So this was the projection of how much we would need if everybody did what they were supposed to do in the earliest amount of time, right? So if someone takes till November to get their 60 hours, it's not very beneficial monetarily to them, but it would be to us because we haven't been paying them all those hours. I'm happy to tell you that everybody has complied with with everybody.
So is this a permanent raise or is this a one-time, a one-time?
It's every year. Every year.
No, I'm saying, but you reset back to your old rate as soon as the year is over as well.
Yes, yes.
So if you do 60 hours in the first month of January, you're going to get $3.
For the rest of the year.
Yes, but then January 1st, you lose that $3 until you do 60 hours of training again or no?
Yes, yes. So you'll start off so everybody.
So if I'm making $25 January 1,
yes.
I do my 60 hours of training, I qualify for the $3.
You'll be getting $28.
But then as soon as January 1st, the next year comes, I go back to 25.
Kind of.
What my rate is, yeah.
There's gonna be a % raise each year on their step, and then there'll be the step increase.
Yes.
Each year,
but that
the logic you're applying is active.
The safety would go away until I qualify for my 60 hours.
Yes, it usually takes them about 2 months because that's the only time of the year they have a little extra time to do training because of the winter.
All right, now I understand. Thank you.
So see, I actually got it down. Thanks, Brian.
We have a new number, Mr. Ehrlichman?
710.
Oh,
It was actually 711.
Thank you for the credit.
any further discussion on this item? And this whole safety thing is in their collective bargaining agreement?
Promise you, yep.
No, I'm just asking. I wasn't here for it. I'm just confirming.
And I can resend all those out.
No. I just wanted to just put it on the record that, we're not just. Are we good? Roll call?
Councilman Gassion.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes. DPW overtime, 401-26290-120, 43,000 requested, 43,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So, second.
Discussion?
What typically drives this?
Leaf season, definitely, township events. But leaf season, and then you have the yard is open on Saturdays, that's overtime. Leaf season every Saturday, is overtime. Snow plowing, if it's not something we can attribute to the trust, but generally we try to contribute to the trust, but that dwindles down, as well. And then you have township events, you have storms, if they're called in to remove a tree off the roadway. Their contract, I believe, calls for a minimum of 2 hours for a call out, which is actually favorable for the township compared to other things I've seen. A lot of times it's 4 hours. If it adds up, 43,030, it's actually, from my perception, it's not very much money as compared to what it could be.
Anything else, Mr. Ullman?
No.
Anybody else on the days? Roll call?
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilman Ullman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes. DPW seasonal workers, 401-26290-160, 106,000 requested, 106,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, so move to second.
Second.
Thank you.
How many people are we looking to staff?
We try to maintain 5 to 6, but it fluctuates throughout the year. So we have to generally wait till the end of April, May, till the college kids can come, and then it's great until, the end of August where they leave. And then sometimes we fall down to two that we repeatedly, continuously have come back. And then we try to definitely get more for the leaf season, which is obviously the beginning of November to the end of December.
Do you have an average salary for them? I don't see them on the chart, Mr.
So the seasonals?
Yes.
Yeah, so very appreciative. Last year, the council, we did a range and we increased the range. So I think the range right now is 18 to 22, but they are on the salary ordinance.
Yeah, I was just looking for them. I didn't see.
Seasonal work, 17 to 22. It's on page 3. Do you have it or not?
What's that? I'm sorry, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mrs.
My bad.
Mizkowski. Where are we?
Seasonal workers.
Oh, okay, so it's 7 to 22. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So we're above minimum wage and all that.
Yes, and of course, they range in
Yeah,
different expertise.
Correct. So based on their experience, they could be at the upper level, and a youngster, newcomer would be at the lower level.
Yes.
Any other discussion on this item?
Do they get uniforms? Do they get?
The seasonals do, yes.
Okay.
It's the same rental agreement that we do for the full timers.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah, come back. Okay.
Yes.
Roll call for seasonal workers, please.
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilman Ullman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes. DPW superintendent, we didn't close. We just have to vote for him in public. 401-29290-190-96757. Requested 96757. Recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilman Ullman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes.
Thank you.
Page 40 is complete. Page 41 is complete. Page 42, we have one line at the bottom, recycling, salary, wages, recycling coordinator, 401-26305-100, 1,000 requested, 1,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Who is this person? Who- Is it on the chart? Is it on the,
Both, well, this individual was open, but,
Okay,
you know,
that's
again, you're not talking performance, but
Yeah.
this is Dina Tarabokia and Daryl Saldi, who was a
so
DPW.
this is split by two people?
Split by two people, yeah.
Can we just put a note in there that it's split by two
Sure.
people, Mr. DeCarlo?
Yeah, and just so you know, if you probably haven't been able to get to your emails yet, we did send the 23 tonnage report.
Yes,
You'll
we
see
just
how
sent it
much
today.
work goes into that. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so if we just add a note to that, I think it'd be important.
Yes.
Any discussion on this? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Page 43 is complete. Page 44 is complete. Page 45 is complete. Page 46 has Health Department, Office Supplies, 40127, 230, 210, 250 requested, 250 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So, second.
Mr. Cassio, Mr. Sears, any discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Page 47, Health, dues, meetings, and conferences, 40127, 330, 250, 550 requested, 550 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Additional 150 requested for recertification training in 2024. That's the only note we have. Any discussion?
Yeah, who's getting the training? And
Me,
what?
but, me, and I can actually tell you can remove that 150 because something changed that I don't need that 150 anymore. So you can lower that.
So we can go back to 400?
Yes,
I'll make a motion for 400.
You'll make a motion for
I'll
400?
second it.
A second, all right.
just realized. that
Roll
that was
call?
there. And I could do that. I'm sorry. Who was the second on that motion?
Mr. Sears.
Mr. Sears,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cassio, Mr. Sears.
Yep. Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Health Consulting, non-legal, 40127, 330, 320, contracted service agreement with Northwest Bergen Health, $43,008 requested, $43,008 recommended. Why the big increase, Mr. DeCarlo?
So we had
You want a motion first?
I'm sorry, motion.
Motion.
I'm sorry,
No,
I'm rushing.
so move. We're here to help each other.
Second.
Thank you. So why the big increase, Mr. DeCarlo?
So they lost, so we had to cut several meetings. We knew this was coming in 2023. Before I go any further, fantastic. I couldn't be any more happy or satisfied with their service.
Oh, no, they do a great
Yeah,
job,
no,
but it's just
I
such
just-
an increase.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there while I had the chance, but they essentially lost some of their funding and they were able to, I don't want to use that word, but they were able to kind of carry it along for so long, and that has kind of ended. So they really wanted us to get up to a larger number, but agreed to get us up there gradually.
Okay.
So that's how we did it.
So this is going to be a stepped increase to a.
Yeah, and I think it's
yearly.
going to be consistent. So what's 37 to 43.6?
Yeah.
I think they were hoping to get us to 18. We met with them. We told them what kind of burden that would be for us. And they agreed to do it over the course of 3 years.
That's fine.
About 6 each year.
All right. No, they do a wonderful job.
Yeah. Get them on the phone, their cell phone. You get the people that are in charge and they come or
Okay.
provide services right away.
Roll call?
Is that the
Oh, sorry.
actual contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Health, Child Health Care, 40127, 330, 670, 525 requested, 525 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion?
I can't remember what's this cover exactly?
Sue, do you mind?
No, I
jumping
don't
in there?
mind. This is almost like a shared service agreement we have with Hillsdale. And it's for families that don't have insurance and the children need a physical or a shot or something, they can go there and so we pay for the contract and that's like, I think, $35 per child that we pay for.
Okay,
So it's for our residents.
Okay, thank you.
thanks.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Health, Public Health, Nursing, 40127-330-690. 900 requested, 900 recommended. Do I have a motion?
A motion and question.
Second.
Thank
So
you.
this is waiting on invoices from prior years, service used in prior years. So
Yeah, I embarrassingly say I wish this was something that caught my attention sooner, but in preparation for this budget, again, worked with Sue and to figure out what this was all about. And Sue, when I'm finished, if you had anything to add, but essentially we were receiving the services, but they are not very quick with sending us the invoices.
I mean,
So this is for the seniors, I believe.
Yeah.
So if you want to expand, Sue, I appreciate it.
so I mean, is it in the $200 range, or you think it's going to be the
No,
full
it's
900?
quarterly, it's $900. It was $900 a year before COVID hit. And when COVID was here, they weren't here, but they were supposed to start again, and I believe they did start, I don't even know which year, 21 or 22.
They just haven't sent any invoice.
No, so we checked with Ms. Rifkin at the library, they do a program at the library. We spoke with Mr. Joyce, who they do a program here in the senior center, and he himself has actually reached out to say, hello, where is it? So Mr. Joyce and I are trying to work on it to get something, but it's been very quiet.
Okay,
So the
We just don't want to get
services,
caught short with that.
but we are getting the services.
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
right.
So as long as we're
Yes.
getting the services,
Yes.
I mean, that's their bad that they can't account for it.
Yes.
But that's, as long as our seniors are getting the services, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Animal Control Officer, 40127340000. 13,050 requested, 13,050 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
This is for Tyco, correct?
Yes.
It's contractual to it,
Yep.
right?
It's just about to ask. You beat me
Yes.
to the punch. Roll call?
Hold
Oh,
on.
sorry.
So I know it's
Thank you,
contractual, but we didn't meet the contractual amount last year.
Mark, you want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
The only reason why is that they charge extra for, like, they have a set fee every month that they do with their services. If something comes up that there's a deer that's been hit and needs to be picked up, there's an extra charge for some of that, if they've got to go on the property and that. So you have to build that in so that we're not shortchanged at the end. So I think I put like, they're like $65 a pop. So I think I put 6 or 8 or something like that in here, just
In case you,
in case we need it.
You got a
when that
bad year.
happens.
It's on their invoice and the report.
Yeah.
So they charge per like pick up an animal?
Yeah, like if
$55 an
like
animal?
a hawk was injured recently, they brought it to the rapture house. I tell the
Call
dispatcher,
me
do
for
not
the
call,
squirrels,
yeah, do not call for
$55.
squirrels and do not call for rabbits, and do not call for chickens, sorry. You know, they can, that doesn't happen.
Sue,
No, but.
chipmunks count.
Well, I know they do that, not for $65 a pop.
Well, then so am
I
I.
got a chipmunk and squirrel shovel in my yard. I gotta use, unfortunately.
Hello,
For pet cemetery, but
they have souls too.
Yes,
they
they do.
sure do. Like it cost.
all right, roll, anything else, Mr. Almond?
I sure do.
No, that was it.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
Maybe they can give us a rate on the little guys.
Page 48, Recreation
All of a sudden
Director,
in theater.
40128370140. 1,800 requested, 1,800 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Wait, I'm sorry, where?
Recreation Director, the bottom of
Okay,
page
got it.
48, that's the only line left on that page.
Yes, got it.
We have a motion by Mr. Sears, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Page 50 is empty. Page 51 is complete. Page 52 is complete.
This is looking good.
Page 53 is complete. Page 54 is complete. No, sorry, Town Day. No, holiday Holiday celebrations and remembrances, 40130-420-001, 10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Discussion?
This we pull it out of town, we pull Town Day out of that for?
No, Town Day is the next line.
No, I know, we pull it out. Is there a particular reason why or what we're using this for?
I think just for the scope of Town Day, so much larger, it's our largest event.
Roll call? Or are you looking, Mr. Ullman? I'll give you a minute, sorry. I saw him flip his book, I saw him flip his book open, that's why I was.
I'm still thinking of Steve with the shovel as well.
No.
Craftsman.
I'll send you my little cage if you need it.
They're ready. Already done. You have no idea how many I pick up every year. Poor little guys to
Get nailed.
it's
Do we know what the $4,000,
What page are you on, Mike?
page 218?
Mrs. DeSena, please remind me to bring my glasses. I know she's watching.
John, can you weigh in on that perhaps? Because it has your name next to the 4,000.
Yes, it was definitely a reallocation, $4,000. I can't see the other account that was charged to incorrectly, but I'm thinking it might have been the trust account that relates to this. I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I can't right now, but that's what I'm thinking. I believe it was charged to trust, and I think it should have been charged to this line instead, which is why I did the reallocation.
I know the answer.
Yeah.
This was our poles that we put up on Pascack Road. So we originally charged it to the trust, and we moved it over to holiday celebrations and remembrances.
Okay,
I mean, that's 4K.
Yeah,
So the actuals last year were 56, and we're asking for 10. Because that 4 is not going to repeat. I'm
we already
assuming.
spent for this year for the brackets for all the holiday banners that are going to go on all the telephone poles.
So that's another one-time.
Yeah, it's another
thing.
one time, yeah.
Right.
any other discussion or any motion?
And the reserve for Town Day, where's that at this point?
Mr. Corcoran, do you know what the reserve is for Town Day?
I don't know the account number offhand, no.
What do you mean the reserve for Town Day?
How much money is left in the reserve? There's a trust, the trusts.
I don't know of a trust for Town Day. There's a public
Just-
celebrations trust.
It's not just Town Day.
Yes, there is a trust account for celebrations, I know that.
Do we know what's left in that and where it is?
34 as of 2/20. As of February 20th, there's 34,000.
On page 220, you said, Mike?
No, so
No, go down into the
trust part of
grant
the
trust
book, yeah.
capital section. And then you'll go to the second grouping, you'll up in the top left, you'll see account range that starts with T. So the first 2 pages are grant reports. And then the third page, you'll see T-12s, all zeros.
Okay.
Go to account description, go down to the 4th line, trust, reserve celebration of public events, far right column,
Yeah, I see.
34.
So since we have another one-time expense, I would propose that we make this, reduce this to 4,000, excuse me, 6,000.
So you want to reduce holiday celebrations and remembrances?
Yes, to 6,000?
May I just make a comment?
Sure.
As a result of there not being a director, there were several celebrations that were not had. So summer concert, summer movies,
We had summer movies, didn't we?
no. And there was no fall movie either, October. That movie didn't happen either. I'm sorry, we had a summer concert.
Yeah, we had-
Sorry, but we didn't have summer movies, or we didn't have any of the fall celebrations. So for example, the Halloween home decorating didn't happen, the Halloween movies didn't happen. So there were a few events that did not happen because there is no director.
So I appreciate that, Councilwoman. All I'm asking to reduce that there was a one-time expense this year, or last year, excuse me, for the polls.
Correct.
We have another one-time expense this year for
The brackets.
apparatus to the
The brackets on Pascal, correct.
So all I'm saying is pull those one-time expenses out. We have a trust that has $40,000 in it.
Okay.
So,
Didn't put that in last year.
you know,
Before, so it's not-
what's the use of the trust if we're not using it? So
Yeah, 'cause that could
it's
take
not
the
to say that we
movies.
can't fund that, it's just the line of funding. Do we fund it
You
out
mean
of
the
current account?
34,000?
34.
Well, if I may, the town day, when that gets exhausted, then we do tap into the trust. So it does
Understood.
get used. That's
But how much are we, how much
That's
of the
my
trust have we
understanding.
been burning for town day per year? Do we have
Well,
that
I
number,
will
Mr.
s-
Corcoran?
during COVID, because there was no sponsorship, that's where we went to fund basically all the events for those 2 years.
But I'm saying last year, we didn't, the last 2 years have been non-COVID years.
Correct.
And how much have we pulled out of the trust in those 2 years?
I don't have those numbers. We'd have
Mr.
to-
Corcoran, do we know how much we pulled out of the trust for town day last year and the prior year?
I don't know, and I can't view it right now because I'm on here. I can't, there's no way for me to look at it since these reports were run.
Mr. Velez, you think it's
If I could-
$10,000?
If you give me a minute, I can sign on to Edmunds and get the information.
Thank you.
43,000.
Thanks, Warren.
Well, I don't know if it was all for town day, but
Yeah, no, I know.
we used
Last year, we used 43,000?
We used 51,000 last year.
Wow.
Well,
I
We
can't
pulled
see.
51,000.
that might be a
trust?
historic, let me see, let me just. I think
No,
it's-
that's charge year to date. So how did we pull 51,000 out of celebration of public events last
I
year?
don't think that's, I don't think we're reading that accurately. I know it says expended, reimbursed year to date, but
Yeah, I mean, could it be the 43 is reimbursed from town day, but we charge 51, so the
Yeah.
net,
oftentimes a lot of money goes in and comes out of there.
Right.
While we're waiting
correct.
For
for other
checks.
funding to come in.
Yeah, but it's still showing a balance of 34. So you went from 85,000 in 2023 to 2024 having a balance of 34. So you did spend $51,868 there. That's a lot of money for 1 year.
In a second, I'm either gonna say you're right or.
While you're looking, Mr. DeCarlo, if I may make one more comment about celebrations. We made the investment of picking up those, paying for the brackets. That will also, once the veteran banners, those will be up till November, till Veterans Day. Then the idea is to purchase holiday banners. Because if you remember from past conversations.
Also, the 4,000 is just the brackets, not the
That's
physical.
just the brackets, so we still need to purchase our holiday banners. in lieu of doing snowflakes, which have increased in price.
Can we do the holiday banners with, donated by a family like other towns do, and then that'll offset the cost? I will take that on if that's needed. So like we're doing for the Hometown Heroes, donated by a family. So like, the DeSena family would donate a holiday banner and it would say donated by whoever, at the bottom.
I mean, I could certainly look
Can we
into
look at
that.
that and see what the cost would be, and then we can put it out and get it started? Like if you'd like to donate to the, Happy Holidays from, the Happy Holidays banner, it would say donated by the Calamari family, by the
We're
Velez
just,
family.
we made that investment in the brackets, so we want to use them as.
I'm just trying to
Year
keep
round as
the,
much as possible.
yeah, but I'm trying to keep the
Yeah,
cost down. So
understood.
I'm sure a lot of families would like to donate, for the holidays, or I don't know. So you're planning on changing what, 2 times a year or 3 times a year? Twice.
Right now, the idea is to do the veterans, then that would, end in November, then jump into the holidays.
Which would
but-
stop in
And then
March,
you
start
could
up in
potentially do spring banners. Then you jump into Memorial Day with the veteran banners all the way. So
But for
we're
now,
looking
if
at
we just did the holiday banners and we have people donate them like we did the Hometown
Just
Heroes, that
Do
might.
understand there is an installation cost as well. So it's,
Oh, I thought
there are
the
so
I thought the
many moving
DPW
parts.
was putting them up.
we don't have a bucket truck.
I
So
thought they
we're
were using
working
that
on
lift.
that.
I thought they were using that lift. the
It's
front end
not.
loader.
It's
I will
not
have Mr.
going as
Dick
easy
Carlo.
as we thought it was gonna be. We got rentals, one day rental was $1,700.
What about borrowing Hillsdale like we talked about, or?
So we tried, without outing any town, everybody with a shared service agreement wants to know what we have to offer them.
Oh,
And so far, we haven't been able to make any
we're not
progress.
bringing much to the table, is what you're saying?
I like that.
Chipmunks and squirrels.
That was good. All right, so
Hey, leave them alone.
All right, what do you got, Mr. Carlo? We got to,
we're ready. I got it. Opening balance was 41,256.09 on the 1st of January 2023. Along the year, we dipped as low as 25, and then we're able to grow it back up to the 34. Let me just make sure that's accurate, what I'm telling you about the 34.
how is this table being created?
Well, that's why it's a summary. So it may be taking it from the history, of what we had. I didn't print it out just for last year. It's probably accumulating the history of that trust count.
No, because that trust account at one point in time had 3 figures. It was in the $100,000 range.
Well, just taking a quick look down, the adopted column and the modified column look to be the same amounts.
John, do you have the report in front of you at least in your budget book? If you have any insight
I
into the
do,
column?
I do, Mark, and one thing I'd like to mention is that trust accounts work differently than current accounts because they're ongoing balances from December 31st to January 1st. So I don't believe that 85 number represents, and Mark, you just mentioned this too, I don't think that represents the balance on January 1st. I think that's a cumulative balance.
Well,
And-
it definitely doesn't, John, because it showed
Yeah, no,
41,000.
Trust accounts work differently because they're ongoing balances. It's not year to year. Whatever you have at the end of the year is what you have on January 1st. So that's why I think that 85 is a combination. So I would, the only number I would go with confidence would be the $34,000 balance.
That we know is there. We know there's 34,000 there.
And the
Right,
opening
I know, but what I'm
balance.
saying is, so I would not give that $85,000 any credit because it's an ongoing account, trust.
Right, so we know,
It's something you have to look at like how Mark just said, where you look at the activity from January 1st on.
Yeah, but it's showing,
That's where you truly can see it.
but Mr. Corcoran, it's showing that year to date, we spent $51,868.88. That's a lot of money.
right, but I'm telling you that is inaccurate, so I can't,
That's not right.
I can't explain to you why the column is presenting it that way, but I can tell you with facts that the opening balance on January 1st, 2023 was $41,256.09.
41,253?
41,256.09.
256.
It dipped down as low as 25, and then we were able to go back to 34. A large reason for that is last year, the 5K and the health fair were new. So we had to pay for expenses before we were getting the reimbursements from the donations and or all the runners or registration fees, whatever you want to call them. So then we corrected all of those lines and adjusted the trust for 5K and healthcare. So ultimately, we spent the difference between 41 and 34.
7,000.
Even I could do that one, John.
Well, I know, you don't gonna volunteer.
So
Mark, you don't gonna volunteer.
Mr. Allman, you wanted to cut this to 6,000?
So I would like to see us use the trust. I don't know, if there's a specific reason why the trust was established. If it's been established for public events, to celebrate public events, and that's what we're doing, celebrations and remembrances, I think we should use it. So, I'm not saying we shouldn't have celebrations, I'm just looking at the source of funding.
It should be the trust, you're saying.
So, if we wanted to try to keep it, so we don't deplete the trust in its entirety, maybe we could drop this from 10,000 to 8,000. So we could fund 8,000 out of current and start depleting the trust fund as it's, as the expenses exceed that.
So Mr. DeCarlo, just to be 100% on this, in 2023, the actual show 9,672.66, right?
Yes, that's the current line. Yes, sir. Colleagues.
But in theory, it was only, on physical celebrations and remembrances, we spent $5,672 because we had the one-time $4,000 encumbrance for the polls.
I would say yes, that's
So
correct.
last year in 20, so this number is really not, it's correct, but it's showing a poll number.
Yes, but there were also celebrations that were not had.
Yeah, so if we had another
So-
1,000 for those, each for those
Well,
two.
no, every movie is 500.
That's what I'm saying, so if we
So-
missed two movies, which is 1,000.
And plus everything that came with the holiday home decorating, all the events that were done during October. Pet costume, the movie, the
Okay.
pumpkin carving, that was all eliminated.
All right,
So what I'm saying, okay, bottom line is, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
we took this down from 12 to 10, as you can see, from 2022 to 2023, because we felt we could make it happen. Now, I know this is the argument everybody has used. Everything increases. There was a time when I wanted to do snowflakes, and the snowflakes were $3.50 a pop. Oh, that's a lot of money. They're $900 now. And then if we order in January, we get, it used to be 40% off. Now they give you 15% off, right? So it's fluctuated. The price has increased. And what I can tell you, Mr. Ullman, is that while I was running these events, I did it as responsibly as I could, and the volunteers and myself, and thankfully when Sasha joined the team, went out and sought sponsorship. So that's a lot of hustle, and you sometimes just don't have it, as I'm sure you're aware. Sometimes people can't. So I can tell you, you have that trust, but that trust allows for the creation of new events. So, for example, the 5K, it allowed us to get that up and then, create a little cushion so that we can get it moving. But if we deplete the trust, then God forbid there's another COVID situation, we're not going to have the funds to keep the town going because we've depleted it. So.
well, not to keep the town going, to keep
Well,
the
I'm sorry,
events
keep
going.
the,
Yeah.
yes, to keep the events, tree lighting and whatnot. Sometimes it comes up short, so we have the trust to tap into when the need is there, right? And if, anything that can come along, we have that buffer. But I can tell you that 10,000 has been spent as responsibly as possible. I hope that the next director will do the same. you know,
So I don't understand how looking at the source of funds is questioning the integrity of the spend. I didn't question any of those expenses except for a 4,000 that has no descriptor in it. I didn't ask about any of the other expenses. I didn't say any of the other celebrations were worthy or unworthy. The only thing I'm questioning is a source of funds. So we have, because we are now looking at this through a different lens, because the report we were given, or the report that I interpreted, clearly I'm interpreting it incorrectly, but we have $34,000 there. And all I'm saying is that we have a $10,000 ask, that we reduce it to $8,000 because we have two non-recurring expenses for $4,000, and that we tap into the trust a little more heavily. I'm not saying this bring it to zero.
no, and I recognize that you're not arguing if the events are needed. But as you can see, because we came close in the previous years, but not close enough, that's where let's get closer to what our actual spend was, which was almost 10,000. That's why it was asked, right? So if you remove the polls and add a new director who will bring back the events, then we're going to get closer to that 10, is what I'm saying. And then when need be, we can tap into the trust. I just don't recommend tapping too much into the trust, because it proved us absolutely needed when COVID kicked in.
Yeah, but that's when we added that's when the council added $10,000 to the budget to pay for Town Day. So it's a what we're saying is, because up until that point, Town Day was self-funded out of the trust, and then in 22 and 23 is when Town Day actually got its own funding line.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
if you
that.
look at the next line, there was no funding for Town Day up until 2022, which is the year after COVID, right? We'll call it that. So there was no funding for Town Day previously, and it ran, without a director, and it was still created a huge surplus.
Well, I think that's why the trust dipped, because we went into it for those years. And then in order not to dip the trust, that's why the 10,000 was added for Town Day.
But you see what I'm saying? There was no funding for Town Day, and it ran without a director, and it was making a
No,
lot
that
of
was
money.
directors. That was me. 2019, that was me.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Because if, within 2 years, 2-3 years, Town Day, the trust would be exhausting. And, just for the understanding, 10,000 does not cover Town Day.
I'm not.
And then you need sponsorship,
That's,
which, thankfully, we
I'm just
have been
saying,
able
you
to
had
grow again.
you had no funding up until that point.
Yeah,
that's all.
but then if you line up the years, that's when you're going to see that depletion in the trust.
Unfortunately, we can't see it on this.
No,
chart.
I know. And we did, to be clear, there was no Town Day in 2020.
Correct, the year of COVID,
Yeah.
the first year of COVID.
I believe, yes.
All right, so Mr. Ullman, you have a motion to make it $8,000?
Can you move it at least to 9, Mr. Ullman?
I if you don't mind, agree with your $9,000 request.
Well, Mr. Ullman has an $8,000.
8,000, but Ms. Velez's request is 9,000. There's always a fee. Like one time we couldn't get the stage, and we had to pay for the stage. And the holiday, we had to pay for a stage. The county couldn't get us a stage, so we had to pay. I mean, I understand we have a trust fund, and that's always been my pet peeve over the years. We should be using money out of the trust fund for certain items, but I don't want to see Councilwoman Velez's point of going away that 10,000 is used, but if he would make it a change to 9,000, I think that would be a good compromise.
So Mr. Sears, well, I guess, Mr. Ullman, you want 8,000 or you want to amend it to 9? I mean, Mr. Ullman, I'm sorry.
You said Mr. Allman.
So I said, my head said Sears and I was looking at Mr. Sears and I thought I said Mr. Ullman.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Ullman's made a motion for $9,000 for holiday celebrations and remembrances. Mr. Sears will second it. Roll call.
Councilman,
Before we do anything, can I jump in?
Sure.
You know, if you take $2,000 out of the 34,000,
It's peanuts.
you can't tell me you don't have $32,000 worth of seed money to do more projects. There's no way. So I don't want to hear the argument we didn't have enough to seed other programs with $32,000 or $30,000 for that matter. Because that's baloney.
Well,
So,
sir,
but listen,
okay.
that's, to me, that's a farce. You have the money for a specific purpose and you're using it for that purpose. You can see a lot of projects for $30,000 and you're not going to, I don't think we're going to have another COVID situation, but again, you never know. And then if we do have another COVID situation, you don't have to worry about it because we won't be having events. So that's just my 2 cents, but I'll go along with your, you can call the roll.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Casio,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
40130420002, 10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
So do we know what the net cost is to run Town Day after donations?
I'd have to look through the reserve that we were just discussing, but we definitely dip into that, but I'd have to go through the detail and kind of informally add it up, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, being on the committee, I'll say that we hold the expenses pretty much every year, but the sponsorship still hasn't bounced back to what it was pre-COVID. So.
Yeah,
But I don't have specific
we lost
numbers.
for County, that was a $10,000 hit.
And the
Yeah.
tent rental increased significantly. Everybody, this year, everybody increased their prices and not just $50.
Is there a reason why we don't net the revenue on this side? I mean, we've seen plenty of other examples where we're netting out on the revenue side against the expense in a single line. Is there a reason why we don't do it here?
Do you mean put the credits back in the Town Day line? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Do you have an answer for that?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
Mr. Corcoran, do you have an answer for that?
I don't, because I'm not aware of having something on the other side, on the revenue side for that. I'd have to look into that.
Well, don't we collect checks and donations and stuff?
Yes,
So you would-
but just to clarify, and I don't know that Mr. Ullman was saying this, we don't count this on the revenue side of taxation. As far as the credits we bring in, that's how we build our reserve for trust. That's, how we're building that, but we're not putting it back into the Town Day line because it will be gone. Once the end of the year comes, it'll be gone. So once it goes into the reserve, we have a dedicated rider so we can spend money out of that. That's how we build it, and that's how we continue our ability to use it.
Okay. Would anybody object to making this 9,000 too, so we can be consistent?
I'm just saying Town Day is not a profitable event.
I didn't say it was.
No, just to.
I never
be clear.
said it was, I didn't say it was a profitable event.
So it is
That's
for
your
our
statement, not
residents.
mine.
No, I'm just saying, to be clear, that the sponsorship that does come in is turned around and used to make the day even better, for example. But it is not, the town isn't, I mean,
It's not a wash, is what you're saying.
Can I,
no, it
do you mind
gets
if I
pretty
ask
close.
a question? Councilman Sears, sorry to put you on the spot, but when we set up our table for stormwater management and green team, does those expenses come out of Town Day? Or does that come out of your green team? and you
That
have-
came out of the green team.
It did.
No, the helmets one year came out of Town Day. When you gave out helmets, that one year came out of Town Day.
The bicycle
Bike,
helmets,
yes.
that was donated by, Park Ridge, well, we did pay it.
We paid it.
We
Everything
paid with
paid.
like such a low,
But we did pay for
Yeah.
helmets and they came out of Town Day and stuff, so. There are expenses for that do come out of that line. Any further discussion? All right, 10,000 the motion, 10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended, roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
yes.
Councilman Oman,
No.
Councilman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Emergency Services Building Electricity, 401-31420001, 23,000 requested, 22,000 recommended. Do I have a motion? Motion?
no, still moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Yes. I know
I was just going to ask about the transfer.
Mr.
I
Cummings
was just gonna mention it, but
was a great proponent of saving electricity, motion detectors.
But that was cut out of the budget for the, even though it was included in the bid, it was cut out.
Yeah. When you have 25-foot ceilings and lights are going, and, I mean, maybe we should really look to reinvest coming back into an efficient type of building.
It was included, it was removed by administration. I can't answer more than that, Mr. Sears.
I just felt it was a bad mistake to remove the efficiency. That is a lot of money for electricity.
I am in full agreement with you, Mr. Sears. I know before I was removed from the committee, it was included in the bid specs. I know we did I wasn't on the dais when we did the change order to remove it, but I was in the audience. And I objected to the removal in that change order, but the council at the time decided to remove it with that change order. That's all I can say to it.
But I mean, we're locked in now with public service gas and electric. I mean, the rates are double.
Well, what I would say is, if you approve the 23, we'll certainly relook at the project and see if there's enough left in the capital line to support the project once we know the cost. I don't think we can, do it so quickly to.
Well, we had a cost that we took a change order for, so it's probably going to be more than.
I know, that's why we
took
have to
so.
re-put that out.
But I'll motion to accept 23 at this time.
Well, that's the trend from 2023. You really can't, you're not going to spend less electricity.
Yeah.
You probably, it's going to be the same or more because of the increase in
Exactly.
tariffs and all that stuff like
Like I said,
PSAG. So
But I
you're
really
stuck,
would
but there
like
was,
to research getting back to our covenants.
well, he had the HVAC monitoring, the electrical, turn out the lights when nobody's in the rooms, and that was all removed. So it's going to be inexpensive to put it back. So the motion's been made, seconded, roll call.
Right. Councilman Casio,
Regretfully, yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
So may I ask, just along that line, how much we have left in the ordinance and what is the plan for the ESP ordinances?
Do you want me to answer that? Anyone?
I certainly don't know offhand what is left in the ordinances. I mean, it would be an educated guess. but-
Yeah, roughly $80,000 is left in that capital line. 20,000 or so would be accounted for the capital project that we just removed. I believe was at your request. So roughly about 60.
20,000 at my request? Well,
No, that was the request. The
cap.
council had asked if there was money to take out the capital project of moving the secondary
Yeah, the backup location.
backup
for
location for the
dispatching.
radio for dispatch.
so,
So we haven't talked about it yet, but we talked about with the chief here that he was going to remove his requests because the administration was going to use the 20,000 instead of, so he removed his $20,000 request because the administration committed to the chief that they would use that 20,000, I guess, for that item. Correct, Mr. Mayor? So which reduces it to 60,000.
Correct.
But I think when I asked before how much money was left, we said we had no money left, but now we have $60,000 left.
I did not say that. I'm not sure who said that. I told you I'd get back to you.
Well, I asked if there was any other money left in the emergency service building to pay for the cameras. And I
No,
thought,
you had said, from what I remember, land acquisition
oh,
or
okay,
something.
that's fine, that's fine. You did, yeah, I take it back.
so Tom, I mean, I think, or to the council, you know, if it's something that we want, we should voice that and let the administration know that that's of interest to us, since
I've been against, I was against that change order to remove it from the beginning, and I would be all in favor for this council to take a vote right now. I know we suspend the budget and take a motion right now that we ask the administration to dedicate that $60,000 to nothing else than bringing Mr. Cumming energy savings management system back to the emergency services building. So I will make a motion for that we ask the administration to dedicate the $60,000 or whatever money is left after the 20 is removed for the secondary.
But we don't know if there's anything left.
No, Mr.
To be
DeCarlo said
done,
this.
to be done.
I think before we jump to that, there's
Yeah,
parking lot.
With all due respect, I don't know that you can do that, Mike.
Okay.
Because the ordinance says what we can spend the money on. I don't know that now you can change that and say,
But the original contract included that.
that I'm not disputing, yeah.
Yeah, so the energy management system was included in our original bond ordinance because it was part of the plans and specifications that went out for that building. And it was removed by administration and the committee I don't know whose request it was because I wasn't involved any longer, but it was brought up in public to remove it.
We do a research.
Yeah, let's
Figure
research
out-
it,
If you
yeah.
want, let's put it on the next
Because
agenda.
it's gonna probably be a lot more money than what it was in the beginning.
Yeah, unquestionably. But again, when projects are winding down, which it is, that 60, may dwindle down to 40. We need another 20 grand. So again, I would ask you, let us get new proposals.
Can we earmark as much of the money left
Yeah.
to Mr. Cummings' energy management system that he had requested?
That's all I would say, even if we have to add a little something to it, it's worth doing.
Okay.
I don't recall offhand why it was pulled out of the original estimate. I just don't.
And Mr. DeSena, that was one of those change orders that didn't come in front of the council before it happened.
It happened and then it came before the
It happened, and then it came before the council.
Yes.
So that's the history.
All right, so electricity is done. Let's move to township electricity. 401 33420-003, 44,000 requested, 44,000 recommended. This is for town hall, the police department, the old ambulance building, the fields, the parks, and the field houses. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Do we know why there was such a big jump in 2023, Mr. DeCarlo?
As I sit here trying to come up with a good answer for you, I don't.
That's a huge, we under budgeted, but we went over our 2022 numbers by almost, $14,000. That's a lot of lights being on for $14,000. And we have all new LED lights at Memorial, so we can't blame the old lights.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know the variables of the
We
big
didn't,
sports lights.
we didn't take on the old ambulance building until last year, but I agree that should not account for the whole difference.
No.
That's not 14.
No, I'm
That
saying,
little bit-
right.
The lights at my house would be 30,000, that little building is 14.
Yeah.
What runs the sprinklers at the fields? You know, so you're paying for electricity and water there. We have droughts and the lack of rain.
No, but we
I'm
have
just
a
guessing.
we have a well at the field, so it's not,
But it's still electricity.
but it's minimal, it's,
Oh,
it's-
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just trying to guess.
Yeah.
it ain't 14,000. It isn't 14,000. All right, I mean, maybe somebody could check the receipt, the PSE&G invoices and see if there's a mistake somewhere, or we got hit with a charge that we didn't have before and we now have. Because it's a huge, I know the tariffs and all went up and the service rate went up, but not to the tune of $14,000. There's something up with that.
Does that
What's
include
350
gas,
pass?
gas as well?
We're 350 past, well, the address.
No, that's just electricity.
Yeah.
So
But they have a
sometimes they're
service
referred to
address.
350 Pascack, sometimes it's 354 Hudson, sometimes it's 350 Hudson, and you'll see 470.
What page are you on,
Pascack.
Mike?
I'm in the detail of 221, the detail,
Yep.
221.
It's the address that the energy company uses.
So early in the year, it was running 2,000. And then towards the end of the year, it's running 4,000 and 5,000.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
It's not about right or wrong, Michael.
No, yeah, but I mean, you're right with the statement. Wow, it's a big difference. Is this electricity and gas, Mr. DePaul?
No, it's just electricity.
Because I was gonna say, those are the winter months, so that's maybe why the bill was so much higher, but,
Well, we have forced hot air and we have gas, so I mean,
yeah, that's
electricity
not.
is used for both. But
We didn't
Aren't all these buildings, isn't this building on like an energy management?
Yes, this building is on an energy management system, so why did it pick it up?
Doesn't Sue have a key to the thermostat?
What?
As she has two sweaters on.
Don't freeze us.
She's down here chattering.
And it just,
Can we do a review of that, Mr. DeParlo, just to see what happened there with PSEG and maybe dig into it a little bit? Because those months are almost doubled, or more than doubled the previous.
Well, it might have been, it might have been double payments, because we had to wait for a transfer. So, if we weren't able to pay that bill, that would account for why it was 5,500. We did do a transfer on transfer resolution. I don't know if our first one was actually December 18th. That's my guess. If you take the other numbers and double it, that's how you're going to get to that. Because it's really only, and it was a void. So, and it's the same PO. So if you think I don't mean this sarcastically, but
No, that's not
looks,
free. No,
if
no,
it seems as though you're looking at three charges.
No, it's only one
5, 5,
charge.
6,
No, I
7,
saw the voided check
Right.
2 times.
So if you double those other monthly charges, you're coming to about that amount.
These voided checks kill me.
Because then you then look at it again for 1226, it's back down to 2,000.
Okay. I think we need to do some kind of audit on that and see what's going on, because it's a huge, for 1 year, it's almost a 50%,
Someone's
50% increase.
taking electricity. What are they?
Somebody have something plugged into the building? We don't
Yes,
know
that's what I
about?
was just ready to say.
Somebody got their car charger plugged in and we don't know?
There's
Yeah, that's one heck of a big car.
fun of-
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
We did, didn't we?
Done
Yes.
44,000.
Yes, I said yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Streetlights and traffic controls, 401-31435-000, 68,000 requested, 68,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Somebody's called by the,
Yeah, mine is.
do I have a second?
I'm sorry, who did the motion?
Mr. Casio motioned, I don't have a second yet.
Thank you.
Second,
Any discussion?
Yeah, was this gonna come down, because of our new traffic device at Washington and.
It's minuscule, both, it was never a big draw.
Pay for the light.
Right.
Well, compared to one traffic light to 12.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's all LED, so it's probably less wattage than what we
Is
had
that
out
why the
there.
county decides to pay for it?
Yeah.
They'll chip in a dollar.
I'm thrilled we don't have to put anything in reserve for repairing that
Correct.
anymore.
Yeah.
Don't have to go to.
Roll call.
No.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, telephone 401-31-440-000. Got to flip the page. 40,000 requested, 40,000 recommended. This is for Verizon wireless, internet and cell phone, and interglobe service. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
These are all contractual numbers, Mr. DeCarlo?
No,
Usage.
no, not for,
Accuse myself.
not for the telephone. For the expense of the lease, yes, but you did that way back in administration,
Okay.
up in the administration section. But this is, we get Verizon wireless bill, we get a Verizon bill, and then we get Interglobe's bill, which is for the service. The actual dial tone, as we explained.
So it's, if I can paraphrase,
Yeah.
maybe it's month to month, but it's a steady expense.
Right.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Water, 401-31-445-000, 16,000 requested, 16,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
What's driving this number up?
Most likely you don't remember, but I did ask for, I think it was $14,000 last year. The council elected to lower it down to 11,000 and we ended up needing 16,000. Again, it's water usage. It's all of our water usage. It's watering the fields.
It was a very hot summer,
buildings.
remember?
Yeah.
Did use a lot of water, so.
Yeah.
Do we monitor, do we have like a trickle thing that, does anyone,
They're all metered, Mr. Ullman. They're all the field sprinklers and everything are metered. So if there was a leak, we would know it, we would see it.
okay.
Oh, and this is the water for the new firehouse too. So we didn't have that.
We didn't have that the year before.
Yeah, so that was hard to judge too.
Okay.
Not judge, but estimate.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Emergency Services Building, Gas, Natural, 401-31-446-001. 8,000 requested, 8,000 recommended. It's the entire building for both the fire and ambulance. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes.
Mr.
Second.
Casio and Mr. Sears, yes and yes. Any discussion?
So we went from the old building under 3 to the new building over 8 or 8.
6626.
6,600.
Well, we're asking for 8.
Well, last year I asked for 9, I lowered it.
Again, there's no energy management system, so if you set it to whatever, Mike, it's gonna burn away.
Okay.
Because it's gas. That's what's fueling all those. Roll call. It's a shame.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Abstain.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, Town Hall, gas, natural.
But
Yes, Mr. Ullman.
was the ESB fully operational for the full year last year?
Yes. Right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
When did the ambulance move in?
They got the temporary in September and the
Okay.
ambulance moved in right around the end of the year.
Okay, so yes,
But it was the prior year, yeah.
yes,
So we would have captured like January, February, March last year.
Correct.
Yes.
In the 66.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Plus, we entered into a co-op with the county that we're getting lower supply. So PSE&G still does
Delivers.
the delivery. So based on what they told us, we're anticipated to save a little bit of money too.
We have a motion, we have Town Hall Gas Natural 401-31446003.
Motion.
10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended. It's for the police department and town hall building. Motion,
We have a motion, we need a second.
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 roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Sanitary sewer fees, Bergen County Utilities Authority, 401-31455-200, 870,000 requested, 870,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Motion and the question.
Let's get a second first.
Second.
Yeah.
It is contractual. If that's the question.
But it's contractual to, not to the dollar, it's contractual to the gallonage, right, of what we bring?
Well, it's
It's an estimated bill.
flow and
Yeah.
load, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah, it is a bill. It's separated quarterly. So, you know, I may have rounded it up a few dollars, but
thank you. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Hello, you guys are
Yes.
here? Hello.
Yes, 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 yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
I will recuse myself just to be safe, even though I don't pay their bills, but they do work, they do bring stuff to my work.
I don't think Brett's here.
What are they bring?
They bring nice stuff.
Water?
Sanitary sewer other than BCUA, 401-31456-200, 65,000 requested, 65,000 recommended. This is for Hillsdale, Paramus, and Ridgewood. These are all contractual amounts, correct?
essentially.
Roll.
Once.
Motion?
Oh, did we get all the bills last year?
Motion.
That's
Motion. A motion. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I
Yes.
believe we
Second.
did.
Okay.
Last year we
Casio and
did.
Mr. Sears.
The year before, well.
Yeah, the year before we were missing one.
Let's
right?
keep the lid on that can, yeah.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Page 58, senior citizen van gasoline.
No, nothing.
No. Sewer usage, BCUA monthly fees, 401-32465-000, 66,000 requested, 66,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Yeah.
Second?
Second.
Council President,
Yes.
this is unfortunately, excuse my language, one of the two kicks in the gut I have to deliver tonight, but I think Sue had given you guys the shared service agreement that came in very recently from the county. April 11th, we received it. It is for a 2-year agreement. Our alternative to this would be going out to bid, so I would recommend staying with Bergen County Utilities Authority. Unfortunately, it went from $80, and this is for solid waste, by the way, and I already corrected that line name, so I apologize for that.
So it's not BCUA fees.
No, it is BCUA, but it's for our solid waste disposal,
use.
not
That's why
sewer
sewer-
use.
that's why it's-
Not sewer usage, so my apologies that it's been named incorrectly. So I called and I spoke to the individual, I forget his name, Richard Weir, the Deputy Executive Director. I got how much we used last year and simply just multiplied it, assuming we would use a similar amount, which was 880 tons, at the going rate now of $92.24, brings us up to an ask of 82,000 rather 66,000. And that's a price increase from 84.45 to 92.24.
So the new ask is 82,000?
Yes, sir. And that's based on last year's usage, so it could be a little less, it could be a little more, so I'm hoping it's less.
So do I have, so the administration has amended this based on the new agreement with the county. at 82,000 versus 66. So it's a plus of,
Did we get word that this was going to increase, or was that the first time you heard of the increase?
Not direct word, but through my municipal managers association, everybody has been commenting through emails on how the price of solid waste disposal has been going up significantly. A lot of it was for like household type garbage and things like that. Obviously, we don't dump household garbage. It's all our pickups, our yard waste, things like that. Not our yard waste, but when people come to the yard to throw away. So that's all it is.
Okay.
so it's plus
Solid
16.
waste, not
So it's a
vegetative.
$16,000 increase from the original recommend, correct?
What is that, 6682?
Yes.
Yeah, 16,000.
Thank you.
So what is this line represent?
Do you have if you don't have the agreement, I brought a copy with it if you want to see, but it's our solid waste disposal. We have a shared service agreement with the Bergen County Utilities Authority.
It's non-vegetative waste. that
It's
is
non-vegetative
brought
waste.
To the dump, in effect.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Statutory expense PERS 401 3647100 247 653. What's that?
Yes,
That's 3.
651.
Oh, 651.
Council President, can we just go back to the last one for a
Yes,
second?
Mr. Chair. Do you want to go back to the solid waste?
Yes. If we enforce our ecology permit, will that lower the amount of solid waste that's being dumped off at the dumps?
I don't know the answer.
What permit is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that it's not being enforced without doing some checking with the department.
Well, I guess I've had this conversation with Mr. Sears a bunch of times. So we're mixing garden waste, let's call it vegetative waste, which is lawn clippings and all that, with all our other waste that comes into the DPW yard on Saturdays and Tuesdays. So we're dumping all that grass waste with our other waste and paying the tonnage as solid waste rather than ecological waste. So there is a difference.
I do know what you're talking about. I will check into that.
So like, I like a lot of towns have a dedicated garbage truck for, grass and we just.
Vegetative versus non.
Yes.
Right.
So would that help us in the future reduce our solid waste, which it would, because right now we're putting everything else with the black bags and everything with all our yard waste in one truck or 2 trucks and driving 2 trucks as solid waste, which is really not solid waste. It's vegetative waste or ecological waste or however you want to.
Exactly. If you spend some time.
You and I have had this conversation
Yep.
a bunch of times and it just never came to fruition.
I will
Maybe-
check on that. So vegetative waste is being
It's commingled with all the other stuff, but that's the wet, like if you have a rainy day, that's even heavier.
Yes, it's heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
grass gets heavy.
And besides, a couple of times I'm sitting up here and
It's
there's
stinking.
pickup trucks in Pennsylvania coming in and they're dumping in their yard.
Oh.
I don't understand are they checking
They're
permits?
definitely checking permits.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know
imagine that
an
happening.
explanation for
Okay.
that scenario.
I know we're commingling everything in one.
Yeah,
And
that's where
that drives up the weight.
yeah, especially with that rainy day with the grass.
Can I also make a suggestion? Because we have had so many new families move in, maybe we need to, advertise that, market that as a help. Because if you have people that have moved from, an urban area to the suburbs, they may not know that. So we may need to educate.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they know it or not. If you come up here on a Saturday, it's all getting commingled. So it's
Well, I don't
policy.
know
We
if
would
I
have to
have that
change.
same
No, but I'm saying
in
we'd
their
have to change the
homes.
policy, like, because people are coming up on Saturday, like I come dump my grass and everything, and it goes, and then I've come up with, old log, old little scrap wood or something, and it gets thrown in the same truck. So it's all going to solid waste.
But a homeowner may not know that that's an option, a new homeowner, right? If you haven't grown up in the suburbs, and I speak from experience,
You know?
then
but we
you may
have.
not know that that is even an option.
Yeah, but you do
until
get grass pickup once a week during the spring.
My landscaper usually just
Oh, okay.
takes care of it, but somebody may not know that.
Yeah.
We
So I'm
keep it in
saying
mind for
it
the
would be
next
helpful to
public mailing we
educate.
do.
Or can we just check to see if they
Or
would help
even
us?
in your newsletter, Mr.
We can do
Susan, the
that.
Green Team newsletter.
There you go.
That would
We
be
can add that
helpful.
in there too.
All right, let's,
Mike, a couple of us would ask for a 5-minute break.
I wanted to finish this page, and I was
Okay,
gonna ask
thanks,
if that's okay
thanks.
with everybody. So statutory expense PERS 40136471000, 247, 651 requested, 247, 651 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
That's the exact amount, Mr. DeCarlo?
Second.
Oh,
Need a
second. I'll second.
Second.
Thank you.
That's the exact
Exact
payment, Mr.
Yes,
Aaron?
yes.
Okay, roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes, DCRP pension 40136471001, 11,500 requested, 11,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
second. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Daisy.
Any discussion?
And we haven't, are we aware of a rate increase?
Well, it's not a rate increase, it's a rate contribute, these are contributions that are being made to it, Mr. Ullman.
So, so last year, we requested 11,500. We spent 1084. So we spent 1,500 less or 1,400 less. We're making the same request again. So I'm just asking, did those contributions?
Oh, I got you, for the people change, I got you.
I am not aware of any contribution increase.
So can we lower that, Mr. Corcoran, or no?
Actually, you have to keep in mind that if there's anyone in DCRP that's getting a cost of living increase, that might be why you might want to budget that. So I would recommend to leave it at that above the line for that reason. You don't want to under budget that.
We get an invoice for this, correct?
Excuse me?
Do we receive a monthly invoice for this?
No, this is something that we send down to the division pensions. It basically represents our match.
It's different, yeah, it's everybody, this is everybody.
I would imagine, yes, we get an invoice. Or we have to figure out
Or is
what
it
our
just based on
contributions.
payroll?
It might be quarterly and pay, you may pay it
Yeah.
quarterly based on the
Yeah,
payroll
not an
deduction.
invoice, but
Yeah.
essentially
Yeah.
it's figured out by payroll, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Can we take a 5-minute break, everyone?
yes.
Please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just wanted to get to the bottom. 59, state expenditures, FICA, Social Security, and Medicare, 401-36472-000, 273,000 requested, 273,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yep, second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Sorry. Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. State expenditures, PFRS, not PERS, 401-36475-000, $1,800,515.
No.
I mean,
Easier for you to say.
$1,008,515 requested, $1,008,515 recommended.
So move.
I'll second it. Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal Alliance, match share, Municipal Alliance, 401-41702-200, 9,465 requested, 9,465 recommended.
So move.
I'll make a second. Any discussion?
Is there a formula with this? Or how
No,
does that number?
there's a state letter that identifies what the state grant is and what the municipal share has to be as a minimum. My understanding is that essentially the numbers were reversed. The state used to give us the higher amount, and we, the township contributed the lower amount. But when funding changed, the council, I guess, was generous enough to maintain the same amount total. However, the township had to take the lion's share where the state did not.
Okay.
And I do have a supporting letter, but it was sent out to council. But if you guys want to see it again, you're more than welcome.
But the match we need to make is 9,465 like last year, correct?
I wish I could give you that perception, but that is not true. You do not have to give that much, but consistently you have, so we can maintain the same amount between the two lines. So the allocation for fiscal year 2025, including coordination funds, is 383633. So that should be the next line's ask. I rounded it up to 3837.
Correct.
And it says the required match is $959 and the required in-kind match is $2,87725. So it has to be at least, the minimum, I would say those two numbers. But again, my understanding is the council has been generous enough to maintain the same amount of money, however, now having to pay the lion's share. So if you look at 2021, right? And then if you go to the other line.
Yeah, but the other line is now lower than it used to be.
Right, so that's what I'm explaining. So.
And we didn't do anything last year because we didn't have any expenditures last year.
No, that's not true.
Oh, well, let's finish this line first.
Yeah.
So we're on 9,465 requested, 9,465 recommended. Any other discussion?
Well, isn't that what we were just discussing?
Yeah, but I'm saying, is there any others? Because the other line was reduced drastically, the line below it. So I don't know if we want to, and we had no expenses to the other line below it last year.
No.
We're missing an entry, Mr. Corcoran?
It may be.
That's 2022.
We're still waiting. I'm sorry, I apologize.
No,
I
please.
didn't mean to interrupt, but,
In 2023, we didn't have any expenses on the following line.
That may not
I
have
think
been.
I
John.
believe we're still waiting for invoices from the library, I believe, for 23, for that. This is why it's not showing anything.
Well, it's April, I mean, so it's.
We did spend the money, but remember we printed this out February 29th?
Oh, so we did come in already?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay, thank you. So last year, we only spent 7,000 and change on this line. Is that an indication of like a?
Well, again, if
spend?
something didn't post,
All between when
Right.
this was printed and final?
yeah. So, as you know, Ms. Rifkin is very good at her budgeting, and she assures that she utilizes the allocations that she's permitted to for the municipal alliance share. I'm sure I don't have to justify the.
No, you don't have to justify Mrs. Rifkin, no. Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Seer?
Yes.
Councilman Oman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSenza?
Yes. Municipal Alliance Grant State Share 40141703-200, $3,837 requested, $3,837 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. For Dr. Cassia, whoever. Any discussion? So last year we did get a bill, you think, Mr. DeCarlo?
Yes, plus this is state money. This isn't, you know, let me just make sure how I can explain this. This is the grant. This is the
Oh,
grant.
this is just the
Yeah,
money
this is
coming
the
in?
state
This is the
share
money, this is the state share.
as opposed to the
So
municipal share.
It's included as a revenue, as a municipal alliance grant 3836. And,
So did we get it last year? We sure we got the grant last year?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's shown
Yeah.
zero, that's all. we need.
no, absolutely.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Seer?
Yes.
Councilman Oman?
No.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSenza?
Chapter 159, Non-Alliance DMHS Grant 2023, 40141704200, 4,620 requested, 4,620 recommended.
This isn't,
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Who's making the decision on what this is spent on?
our municipal alliance and grant coordinator, which is Laura Rifkin.
Okay.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilman Oman?
No. I mean, I don't understand why we're transferring money to a grant account.
So
Mr. Corcoran, can you explain that?
Yeah, actually, this is related to a youth leadership limit that started in 2022. And I coordinate this with Laura Griffin from the library. When it gets approved by the state, she gives me information and and it gets budgeted that year. It's been the same amount since 2022.
the last year. This is the last year.
Yes.
It's reflected on the revenue portion of the budget.
But why, so we've depleted the full amount of the grant, but we're transferring 2,800 to a grant account?
Where do you see that? Have I missed?
And if I'm reading the report right, page 242.
Right, so whatever's not we don't lose the use of that money. So whatever was unused as of the end of the year gets transferred into a grant line. John, if you'd like to elaborate on that, be my guest.
Yes, any grant budget line that you don't spend the entire amount.
Yeah, wait, one,
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry, one at a time.
Okay.
We were voting. Do you have to go back to the discussion?
No, we weren't voting on this one.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah,
voting.
we did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because Councilman Ullman said no, and I didn't get to.
It's
that.
fine.
So I can, whatever you
I'm
want
sorry.
to
I thought we finished the vote. No. Continue the vote, please.
do. Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSenza?
Yes. Mr. Alman, you have a question about this? Mr. Corcoran, can you continue now?
It's all right. I'll follow up.
Okay.
I mean, I really think we need to
Understand what's going on?
delve into these grants. There's a lot of balances there.
If I may, can I continue with the answer I was giving you earlier?
Certainly.
Okay, basically, any budget lines that are grant related, whatever you don't spend, you are allowed to set up a grant account for that. And the reason for that is that unlike budget lines, when a grant line is created, there is no time restraints in terms of when you can spend that money. So basically that's the way that these items are set up, which is why I did that with that specific line.
So, Mr. Corcoran, in these we have this grant money sitting in an account, you're saying?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we got a, $4,164 grant. We get that money from the state. You put it into this line, whatever's remaining at the end of the year, you then transfer that into a grant. Well, it stays in this line, but it doesn't come out and go into surplus. It doesn't go out into general. It doesn't get negated and go into general.
No, it doesn't. It gets its own grant line, and like I said, the benefit of that is that you can spend that if you want 5 years down the road. There's no time restraints with that.
Okay.
So that's
Earmarked.
What is that earmarked for? The grant money left over? Can we use it for anything or?
Yeah, you have to use it for the same reason, but
Yeah,
again,
for the-
no, it has to be the same purpose of the budget line itself. Yeah.
Has to be for municipal alliance activities, correct?
Okay.
no, it's specific, we're on DHMAS.
Oh, I'm sorry, DHMAS.
So
Okay.
John, just
Yes.
maybe further explain that it's an accounting situation. So if it hasn't been paid by the end of the year, you need to do that entry to move it into a grant.
Correct.
But it can
Yes.
still be spent. We can still pay for a 2023 invoice if it comes in February. That's why we move it to a grant line. So we're not just,
Exactly.
we're just not accumulating the balance. And again,
But if there is an accumulated balance
we can use it
for whatever.
You can
No,
use it, there's
for
no
the-
time restraints.
for,
For its original intended purpose.
thank you. That was
For the
said very
original,
well.
okay,
Yes.
original intended, got it.
Okay. Local Recreation Improvements Grant 2024, 401-41705-200, 111. Requested 60,111, recommended. Do I have a motion? It's just the way the
I
shape
know.
hits it. It's
I know,
like,
it's tough.
do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second it. Any discussion? What is this for, Mr. DeCarlo? What grant? is
It's a
this
local
for?
recreation improvement grant. As you can tell, we received one in 2023 for
And what
$51,000
is this one earmarked for?
for the swim club.
Okay, thank you. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Safer Grant 2024, 401-41705-201, 21,000 requested, 21,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. What is this for, Mr. DeCarlo?
This is for the fire department.
Thank you.
I believe this is the last year as well.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Reserve for recycling tonnage, 401-41731-200, 24,569 requested, 24,569 recommended. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
Second it. Any discussion? Roll call?
I'm,
Oh,
On the
sorry.
revenue side too, if that answers any questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeSena.
No, go ahead, Mr. Goldman. I didn't,
The 705-201, the SAFER grant, 18,000. What is the SAFER grant? Because it.
you're talking about 2023 expenditure, Mr.
Yes.
Because we got 21,000 this year.
Yes, because we made a distribution to, it looks like, each of the firefighters from that grant. So what is the SAFER grant?
What page are you on?
I am on page 243 of the detail.
I forget how much, what is it, like $700 something a person?
$501.69.
You said 263, Mr. Goldman?
Yeah, I don't remember the
Two-
requirements of it. to be honest.
243.
243, thank you.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, Mr. Corcoran.
If I may, I'm pretty sure that those amounts, that 50169, I believe represents the LoSAP payments.
No,
It's not?
no.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
In the wrong time.
I don't remember the
I believe
requirement.
this was paid out to firefighters that made a certain amount of requirements.
Yeah.
For that SAFER grant. if you needed to maintain a certain amount of points, you are eligible to receive that payment.
Is that the same thing this year, Mr.?
If it's in the budget, it's going to be the same.
It's good. So everybody that qualifies is going to get a little bit more than
Qualifies
last
is going
year.
to get a piece of it.
Is that what the grant's intended to do? Is
So that's
just-
my question. I mean,
Like, is that what the grant is intended
Yes.
to do, to attract more firefighters to respond?
It was part of I believe, a national distribution to first responders to maintain a certain level of alertness. And that's how, if you maintain that level of credits and everything, then you were entitled to this grant money.
So it wasn't to be used to buy something for the firehouse or a truck?
No, each individual got a check.
Okay.
It's like
So-
clothing allowance, basically.
A quick Google search is staffing for adequate fire and emergency response. It's a FEMA grant.
That's what it is.
And it went up consistently over the course of, I think it was a 3 or 4 year grant. So that's why you see it go from 18 to whatever.
21.
Right.
So it's for response. It's for response. Okay.
Maintain your response credits.
All right. Did we finish the tonnage grant?
No, there's a motion and a
We
second.
did that, no, we didn't finish yet, we didn't finish that time.
So we're on the tonnage grant for recycling, 24,569, 24,569. We have a motion and a second. We have a roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes,
Councilman Oman,
yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, body armor grant, 401-41733-201, 8,487 requested, 8,487 recommended. Do I have a motion?
so move.
I'll second it. Any discussion? This is for what it says, right, Mr. DeCarlo?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes,
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, Clean Communities, 401-41770, 241,572 requested.
Huh?
What are my eyes?
How about 41,572?
That's what I said.
That's what he said.
I think you said 240.
No, 41,572
Oh,
recommended.
You're seeing wrong, I'm hearing wrong, sorry.
Between the two of us,
Eyes and ears.
do I have a
You
motion?
need a seeing eye
So
dog now.
moved.
I see no evil.
Second.
so move.
Any discussion?
Second.
Any discussion? Why did this go up so significantly, Mr. DeCarlo? Do we know?
Because it was money that wasn't being used. It was unappropriated money, which means that it was not introduced to the budget cycle yet. So that's why it's on the revenue side.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes,
Councilman Oman,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Flipping the page is one item for Green Communities Grant, 401-417-86720, 3,000 recommended, 3,000 requested to offset the Green Team funding, $3,000. Do I have a motion?
so move.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes,
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Bergen County JIF, 401-417-66724, 3,000 requested, 3,000 recommended. This is to offset the amount requested in police accreditation. Is that correct? Do I have a motion?
Wait,
Wait,
I'm sorry,
no.
where are you?
yeah, that's,
Oh, that's the department total.
yeah,
Okay. All right, get rid of that one.
Wait, did we do that though?
What's that?
there's nothing. new.
There's nothing to do because it's just a green team on that page. So the next page, on page 63, we have the municipal court administrator, shared service agreement, 55,000 requested, 55,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
so move.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Have we entered into this?
Yes.
So that's the,
It's in the third year of the 3-year agreement.
This is Saddle River, right?
Yes.
okay.
Councilman Lucero, not to interrupt you, but I need to bring you back to that line when you're done, please, the Bergen County GIF.
There was nothing there, that's why I was reading it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I have the number reflected on the revenue sheet. But when you get to it, I know you're on a different.
All right, let's
line.
finish this Saddle River, this shared service agreement. Any discussion?
So weird.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Mr. DeCarlo's asked us to go back to Bergen County JIF. Did I cite date?
Yeah, please, I don't know what happened there, but 10,719 needs to be introduced there.
Both
And it's on-
requested and recommended?
Yes, and it's on the revenue.
It's
the
a
revenue
grant?
side, yes. Well, it's money that's been received by the Bergen County GIF. It's not technically a grant, but it's the safety incentive program.
Okay.
So
And it's going
money-
toward our police accreditation.
Yes,
So 401-417-766-724, 10,719 requested, 10,719 recommended. Do I have a motion?
719?
10,719 is what Mr. DeCarlo, correct, Mr. DeCarlo?
yes, yes, 10,719, it's on the revenue sheet on the
So
front.
move.
I'll second it. So what is this for, Mr. DeCarlo?
So every year, well, hopefully every year, we get money back from Bergen County GIFs for the safety incentive plan. It was adding up, so it's not 10,000 a year. It was generally like 1,700, 1,900, 1,800, 1,600, and it added up, and it was discovered that it was there. I called to make sure what it was and what we could spend the money on. They said, once the money is ours, they would like to see it have something to do with insurance-wise or safety-wise. That's why we introduced it to offset the police accreditation. As you know, that includes training, safety, and insurance-related issues when we're talking best practices and standards within the police department. So that's why it was decided to be used to offset police accreditation.
Thank you.
So where was this money? It's great that we found it. But like, where was it?
Like physically where it was?
Well, I don't know. Was it under someone's
Mattress?
desk?
It
Was
could have
like
been.
in a mattress?
It could have been, but wherever it was found, and now we're using it.
Well, so
So I don't,
that's a,
you don't like the answer, right?
definitely not.
No, okay. So, but we found it now and we're using it appropriately. You don't like that answer?
No.
Oh, okay. What answer would you like?
I would like to understand where we found it. Like, who found it?
It was found during our annual fiscal, or what's the annual statement, the financial annual statement?
AFS.
Annual financial statement. I can't tell you why things were done the way they were 8, 9, 10 years ago. All I can tell you is they're being corrected now.
So
Vote no.
Well, to Mr. Ullman's point.
wait,
how
why
it's-
are you tired of it? It's a control weakness.
What's that mean? A control weakness? Can you talk so I can understand? Go ahead. I'll try
It
to slow
means
down.
that someone came in
Mhm.
and gave a check for $1,700 to someone, and it disappeared for years.
Okay. Was I here?
I didn't say, I'm
Well,
not
I don't know
blaming
the
you.
answer.
I am not blaming you.
I don't know the answer. All I can tell you is it
But
was found
people
and now
have
it's
been
being
here.
used.
People have been paid before you. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of controls. There's a financial controller. There's an auditor. There's many people who are looking at this. And it's not found, and now it's found. So my question is, how does that happen? And I know, I am not blaming you, but I'm asking you, how was it discovered?
I told you the answer.
The preparation of the AFS.
No, the accident review of the AFS. That's where we found a lot of the stuff that you're voting no on, all the grant money that you're voting no on. That's money that we're using to offset your budget. So I don't participate in the witch hunt activities, so I'm not participating in it anymore.
This is not a witch hunt. Holy crap, man.
Holy crap is right.
You think this is a witch hunt?
Okay, guys, we have a budget to finish. Come on, please. All
Fucking A, man. Really?
Let's
right, come on, let's go.
relax.
Let's keep
Let's
moving,
relax.
please.
But
A witch hunt.
But I have the same concern because if we have all these people, we have a CFO, we have Lynch Virgie Higgins doing audit reports, right? We have administrators, and not pointing you out particular, Mark, just we've had people in the past. These, and you said it's, correct me if I'm wrong, this is like $1,700 a year we've been getting over time, right? So this is added up to 10 grand. So it's obviously been happening for a long time. Someone, to Mr. Owen's point, should have picked this up. All of a sudden, people don't come to you with a $10,000 check that should have been owed for 5 years, right? So, and I can understand Mr. Ullman's frustration because I'm frustrated with it as well. We have controls in the departments. They're not being utilized. So who came to you and said you had it? That's all I want to know. Did Jeff came to you and said we have this money for it?
No, I've answered the question. I'll respectfully answer it again. A lot of the information that we've been, not information, but a lot of this money that's newly introduced this year was discovered during our annual financial statement. I can also summarize it by saying, I know my job better now than I did my first budget.
Okay.
So in reviewing all those things and looking for money to help offset the taxation, they were introduced into the budget. So if you can respectfully understand my frustration of seeing here is, how do I answer the question that Mr. Ullman continuously poses, looking for who's responsible? I don't want to sit here and always say, it's not me, it's not me, it's not me. All I can tell you is I'm responsible for assisting and finding the money and introducing it in an appropriate manner for the residents.
But again, it's not directed towards you. I just want to know how, did you find these in particular line items in
No,
different years?
it's on the annual financial statement.
Okay, just for this year. So the last couple of years, they weren't on that financial statement? That's what I'm not understanding.
I mean, I would imagine they would be,
Okay,
but I don't know that answer.
okay.
I don't, to the point where I want to say yes. I think it's a very good, safe answer to say,
Okay,
yes, they were there.
can we
Well,
find
they're
out
all
where
on the
the,
website.
can we find out where they were previous to this? Because I'd like to know where they were
Absolutely.
and why they came. Because again, if it's, there might be other things out there, and who knows? I hope this is an isolated incident, and I'm glad we have the money. Trust me, I'm very happy for it. But that's something, if we have all these people looking at it, the CFO, our auditor, people in the department, it should have been picked up by someone over 5 years. That's all. And again, I know you're new to the program. I get it, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I really do.
I'm glad you found it, but it's like,
We have to find out, because there could be more out there. Who knows? And I just want to know where it was. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
all right, so getting back on track, sorry, we need to fit, the 110 has been, did we vote on the Saddle River Shared Service Agreement?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's vote on this so we can get our,
though. We have to go back to the GIF.
let's get our $10,000.
Yeah, 10,000,
We have a motion,
we have a motion,
we need a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes,
Councilman Ullman.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
it's late, I know.
Hello. Sorry. Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, Mr. DiCarlo, you'll make sure that the final printout of the final budget shows the 10,719.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, no problem. Municipal Court Judge, 401, 43, 400, 160, 12,029 requested, 12,029 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes,
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal Court Judge Extra Sessions, 500 requested, 500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes,
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. The next one, the violations clerk, did we do her in closed session or do we have to do?
We're done.
We're done with that one, okay. Municipal clerk, acting judge, 250 requested, 250 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal court office supplies, it goes to the next page, ending in 210. 650 requested, 650 recommended. I'll make a motion to reduce this to half because it's never even been close to being spent. So, is everybody okay?
If I could,
Well, let me get a motion first, and then I'd recommend we make it $300. Is everybody?
Do we have a motion?
A motion for $300.
How about a motion to discuss?
Well, motion for 300, somebody's got to second my $300 if they want to, right? Or no?
I thought we were discussing.
Oh, motion to discuss. I'm sorry, I'm losing it.
Hello.
Yes, motion to discuss the
So
650.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it, and then I'd like to make another motion to reduce it to 300.
So moved.
You had a discussion, I'll second that. I'll make a motion. He seconded it. Mr. DeCarlo, you had a discussion there? You want-
Yeah, just in speaking with the potential for the shared services with the court administrator, I went over the lines that I thought we could bring it down. She had recommended 500. I understand you want to bring it down to 300. The best I can,
300.
the best I can tell you is, she felt comfortable with 500, but,
All right, thank you. Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
No.
Councilman Omen.
No.
Councilwoman Velez.
No.
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
Does not pass.
I would motion based on Mr. DeCarlo's comment, especially since it sounds like it's going to be since it sounds like it's going to be used,
How much, Mr. Ullman?
500.
Do we have a second for 500?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
No.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah.
Yes,
Council
yes.
President DeSena.
No. Municipal
This one
court?
passes.
No.
It passes.
Thank you.
It's a reduction. Municipal court telephone, ending in 235, 1,700 requested, 1,700 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
What is this, Mr. DeCarlo?
this is the telephone service, so,
Oh, this is like the translating service and all that?
oh, wait, which one are you on?
The telephone.
The telephone.
Yep.
So again, this was another one, hoping that we're not gonna have the telephone in those offices that need to be used. The court administrator felt bringing it down to 1,200 was sufficient. Again, we still have to maintain everything till that
Okay.
shared services agreement.
So 1,200 instead of 1,700.
Yes.
So I'll make the motion to reduce this to 1,200. Do I have a second?
So move.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal court interpreting services, 2,250 requested, 2,250 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Roll call?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal court furniture and equipment, 400 requested, 400 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We can zero this out, sir.
0 minus
Yeah.
400?
Yep.
I'll make a motion to reduce this to 0. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal court printing, 900 requested, 900 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it. Do any discussion? We okay with this, Mr. DeCarlo, or she want to
I
zero this?
reviewed this with her.
She's okay with the 900? Okay, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, municipal court miscellaneous, 200 requested, 200 recommended. Can we zero this out, Mr. DeCarlo?
I don't remember, specifically going over this line because I don't have a note. I do see that we didn't use anything last year.
I mean, in light of her other cuts, I would ask that we leave it at 2 in case she underfunded one of those others.
The motion for 2.
I'll second
Well,
it.
we did that already, yeah. All right, roll call.
Thank you.
No, you didn't have to go anywhere on that one.
What's
You didn't have
that?
a motion, you didn't have a motion or a second.
Oh, motion for 200? That's what we did.
Yeah.
See if
Yeah,
it'll
this
let-
is-
There's
they're
one
done.
before.
Do I have a motion for this one for 200? Somebody?
So moved.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Second?
Mr. Sears,
will let- oh,
or Velazquez.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
He's getting away.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes, municipal court, prosecutor change of venue, 250 requested, 250 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes, public defender, other expense, 3,000 requested, 3,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
495, 200.
495, 200, sorry.
so moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Capital Improvement Fund,
Well,
902.
skip that. Sorry to interrupt you until you decide the capital.
Okay, you're right. Page 65.
No.
they do everything.
No, I'm saying,
Oh.
I'm saying page 65, you know, I want to come back to it.
Yeah.
No,
902, 200. Yep, we're at reserve for ambulance, 903, 200, reserve for ambulance, 10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
No.
I'll second it. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Flipping the page. The CapEx 920,000, 1,110,000 requested, 1,110,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Debt service payment.
So moved.
Second.
Debt service.
What is this, Mr.? This is debt service, right? That's a contractual
Yes.
number, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Municipal debt service, 401-45930, 596,100 requested, 596,100 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. The next line is on the following page, reserve for uncollected taxes, 899,000, 635 requested, 635 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Corcoran, it says Large Vinci, it provided this for us. That's the minimum we can go, or can we go less?
That's fine.
Well,
I'm sorry.
We reduced it last year. Personally, I would not recommend going lower. I actually was not even in favor of going there last year, but wasn't my call, obviously, but I would not lower it. That's a pretty small number for reserve fund collected taxes.
But what's our collection rate?
Our collection rate is is approximately 99%.
So then why is it a low number then? I'm trying to substantiate.
Well, if you look at, and I don't know how the numbers in front of you, but if you look at the total tax levy and then compare it to what this number is, it might even be 1%. So that's why, in my opinion, I would leave it the way it is. I wouldn't lower it. And basically, last year, our financial advisors said that we could lower it, but they recommended not going lowering by more than 80,000, which is what happened last year.
So every year we use this? It's spent
Goes
every
back,
year?
well, it goes back into general fund,
All right.
Yeah.
I understand it goes back to general fund, but.
right? That's what we do, right? We, it's a placeholder. It goes back to the surplus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And you really need to keep a buffer in there because some things unexpected can happen regarding taxes, even though our tax rate is very high.
What is our surplus right now, Mr. Corcoran?
It's about 1.3 million right now.
1.3?
And what are we taking out for this budget?
1.8.
What's that?
1.8.
Wait, we're reducing it?
No. I'm sorry. As a revenue, we introduced
1.8,
1.8.
and there's 1.3 left. So there was 3 point.
So, before we introduced it, we had a little over 3 million. And I believe it'll be brought down to 1.3. That's, again, I know we don't tax to create a surplus, but we introduced less money into surplus from 22. I'm hoping that because we're budgeting better.
Okay.
But without that, we're going to keep reducing it as we all learn. The less we have in reserve affects our rating. What is it, S&P rating? I think it's called.
Don't we have a triple A?
Double A
rating?
Oh, we have a double A rating?
Yeah, we do have a double A rating, but
It's actually AA plus, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
double A plus.
Yes, which is excellent.
Okay, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
No.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No. Non-budgeted items, that's the last page, that's all, we're done. So now we gotta go back, we have to go back to council salaries and medical, that's my 2 notes, and then we have to go back to capital once we finish those 2 pages.
Hey, Council President, if I can bring one more line to your attention.
What page is that, Mr. DeFranco?
I don't know which order you want to do it, but it's under DPW and it's going to be,
You know what page it's on?
no. Wait.
Starts on page 38.
Around 38.
Yeah, but we got to find DPW parks and fields maintenance. This is our second kick in the stomach, so it's not as bad as the other one, but.
DPW Parks and Field Maintenance, you're saying?
Yeah, go to page 53.
Oh, sorry.
Use it, Jim.
53.
And it's going to be the line 40128375640.
648, you said?
640.
It was 55,000, yeah?
Yeah, so here's the problem. It presented itself about a month ago, and we felt that we had it rectified, and everything fell through. Well, kind of summarizing, and it has to do with the cleaning of the bathrooms at Clark and Memorial. So we had a very good company that was charging us very little amount of money. They were charging us $30 a day to do all 4 bathrooms at 2 locations.
Okay.
So it came to $900 a month. We were spending basically from April, kind of supposed to be to the end of November, but I guess football runs maybe not systematically, so it was a couple weeks into December. So we ended up spending a total of $7,900 with this company last year. The company transitioned kind of to the individual's nephew, and it didn't last very long. So that's what, about a month ago, we found out that we had to find a new company.
Okay.
In the meantime, not a month, well, yeah, I think just as we were opening up the bathrooms, so a little bit less than a month, that they were no longer going to be able to do it.
So right now, it's cleaned every day. It's cleaned 7 days a week. The maintenance of it isn't that bad because there's not much going on. You know, you get into the summer, there's more kids, they're not in school, you have the summer camp more. So DPW started getting quotes, and the highest quote was for $162 a day. So from $30 to $162 a day. They kept going at it. In the meantime, one DPW worker has been able to dedicate cleaning it because it hasn't been that much. They're not that bad yet. Unfortunately, though, DPW contractually doesn't work on Saturday and Sunday. So on Saturday and Sunday, we've been having to pay overtime. But at this point, we're still kind of saving money because we're only paying extra on Saturday, Sunday. They have a 2-hour minimum. So far, it's been one of our lower paying people as opposed to one of the senior officers. So we then came up with a company, E&S Construction, that told us they could match the 30, which we were ecstatic about.
Okay.
Turns out they realized they can't match the 30. There's no way they'd be losing money. So they're willing to do it for $80 a day.
Wow.
Which, you know, is still half of 162, but more than double of a third. So I know we don't want to hear it, but I think we've been getting away with murder, so to speak, by paying the $30 a day. It's like $7 a day. I don't know how we budget.
But years ago, didn't we hire a person to do the services here and at the fields? What happened to that person? I know when I was on council.
You know?
When I was on council last time, we hired a person that used to do the maintenance services here and at the fields during the summer months. What happened to that position? Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'm not losing it, am I?
No.
10:45.
There's a
5 o'clock.
gentleman and a lady. They used to clean it.
Do you have their number?
Are they going to do it for less than $80?
I'm just curious where that person is, because I
I
know
don't know.
we have a person that.
I can certainly find out, but let me continue with the
All right.
news.
So what's the new number you want to say?
So $80 a day, April through mid-December, is roughly $2,400 a month, which equates to $21,600. Which, you know, 21,600 minus essentially 8,000 is what? $13,600. Additional than we spent last year to hire this company.
Wow.
The other alternative, you know, that I wish I could offer would be to just pay the overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. However, I can't promise the commitment of having a DPW once all the grass is, you know, starting to grow at full length, you know. And,
What about getting a seasonal worker to do it?
the seasonal workers are not entitled to overtime.
Okay, that's fine.
But we'd have to ask them to commit to working every Saturday and Sunday, so we definitely knew we had somebody.
Gotcha. All right, we got that. Okay.
So, you know,
I have an
unfortunately,
off the wall
Personally,
question.
I don't think a seasonal worker would be interested in cleaning bathrooms. They're interested in like leaf collection and working.
I just, you know.
Yeah, no, any idea is worth bringing up.
so, you know, I did bring in the overtime rate, so I mean, if the senior individual's doing it, we're paying $81 an hour. So right now, the 2-hour minimum we're getting away with because there's not soiled as bad. You know, if it's the junior person, we're only paying them $56.31 an hour. So I mean, you know, that's essentially going to add up too. So it might be better to have the consistency of knowing and the security of knowing we are going to have someone available to do it in the mornings when they're soiled worse, Saturdays and Sundays. But unfortunately, we're geared to spend $21,600 on that.
No, 13,600 with the difference, right?
Additional, but I want you to, I don't want to pull the wool over your eyes. It's only 13,000.
So it's 68,600 is the new ask.
Unfortunately,
What's the new ask? 60?
68,600.
Yeah, that is what it is, unfortunate.
If we, just an off the wall discussion, what happens if we raise the fees for usage of the field to offset some of the costs of the bathroom cleaning
we just did.
of the organizations
You mean
that
like
want to use the field?
The facility usage fees, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, we just introduced that ordinance, a couple months ago,
Yeah.
and it's, I think, it doesn't.
It's not going to cover all the fees.
But at least
I'm not
it'd be
disagreeing.
less burden on the community.
We
But
don't,
it's just a thought,
No, I know, it's
Yeah.
just the way it's written now, the different classes, there's not that many classes of folks that actually will,
Oh, if you open Clark in March,
Hey.
if you kept Clark open all year round, if we could figure out a way to keep the meter there all year round, it would be used all year round because the parents get upset in October and November when we take the meters out and have no more bathrooms there because all the kids on the playground have nowhere to go then. So, I mean, you could make this a 12-month thing, Tom, if you could keep the water on there somehow, but there's no heater or in that
Yeah,
building.
no.
Then we gotta extend the cleaning.
No, that's what I'm saying, but there's no way you could do it because there's no heat in that building. But I mean, that's how used it gets. It's not, it's 7 o'clock in the morning when that door opens and those kids are on that playground, that bathroom's already,
All right, just a thought.
All right, so the new ask for this line 375640 is 68,600. Do I have a motion for requested and recommended at 68,600?
I believe we ran through a $20,000 expense for the drainage work through the account this year or last year. Page
So maybe we don't have to.
213.
Thank you.
So, I don't know in prior years if there were other one-timers, but
I don't know what happened in 20, because you're right. I mean, if we use 20, that gets us to 50, wasn't the whole ask. But in 22, we used 5 over. 21, we raised it and used all of that, but I don't know what the expenses were.
212 into 213.
Also 20,000 of the Memorial Field drainage got put to that 56.
That was part of that big expense, so yes, you're right.
So then we wouldn't have to add money to this.
I mean, it would be a gamble, but I don't know, why did we spend more in 22?
Because we were doing all the lights and all that stuff. We were doing a lot of work there that year at Memorial.
Would you be, I don't know if you want me to barter the deal. I mean, would you be willing to split it 13 and a half to give me?
What about if we made it 60?
All right, then,
Everybody okay with making it 60?
yes,
Mr. Ullman, you okay with 60?
sure.
Rest of the council, you okay with 60?
But where's the difference coming from?
There was 20,000 put into that line item last year for drainage improvements at Memorial Field.
Oh, I
So
see.
The line was really less, so we'll take a gamble that won't, we're not gonna, it shouldn't have been billed there anyway, but it just had money left over, I guess, to. So
Understood.
the new motion is for 60,000, Mr. Ullman and myself, roll call.
Councilman Casio,
yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes,
Councilman Ullman,
Yes,
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, so we have to do 2 line items left in the budget. Where's our salaries for council?
In the beginning.
What's that in the beginning, right? Just on the page. Township council salaries, 111,100, 31,710 requested.
what page are on there?
I'm
Mike?
sorry, we're on
Page
page 5. First line,
Okay.
111,100, 31,710 requested, 31,710 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Discussion?
I did get the information the council requested. If you're ready, I can start presenting.
Sure, Mr. DeCarlo.
I did, please apologize for any, hopefully no one's offended by me providing your pay stub, but it doesn't have any really identifying information that we normally be having, but it was, so you guys could see the difference.
So where's the PERS on here?
So Mr. DeSena, the reason why you're there is because you make the higher salary as council president.
Oh my God, a little bit more. Yeah, right.
So if you look up at the top half, right, where it says DCRP.
Yes, I see it.
That is the employee's contribution. The law requires 5.5% once the salary hits $5,000. It's mandatory.
But we're contributing to that ourselves, correct?
That's your amount. That's what's being taken out of your check.
Yep.
So that $92, that represents 5.5% of your salary. If you go down to the bottom, you're going to see employer contribution. And you'll see DCRP match.
So
That's,
$68.
In total.
for you. Well, yes. So let me just break it down so you totally understand. The DCRP is really three benefits. It's pension, it's life insurance, and it's long-term disability. The DCRP pension match is 3% by law that the employer has to contribute.
So basically you're contributing, this is 1 quarter, so.
This is 1 quarter.
So the town is kicking in almost $250. No, 70 times 4 is 280, let's call it.
Essentially. Yes, but that's not just for pensions, for life insurance and long-term disability.
So roughly $280 per.
A year.
A year per council
Times
person.
5, right?
Yeah, council, yes, okay. Thank you.
And then, as you can see, with one of the council people, there is no contributions or deduction, and then,
So it's the $1,400 a year I was saying, so I was close.
no, oh, you meant for everybody?
Yeah, I meant for everybody, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't mean per person, no.
Oh, I thought you meant the person.
No, so I was close. I said 1,400, so
You did.
280 times 5 is 1,400, but I know one of them don't take it, doesn't, so it's less, it's like, 1,120, okay.
Right.
So I was close, all right. Any further discussion, Mr. Ullman?
Not from me.
Roll call,
What's on the table?
31,710. That's what we made, that's what the discussion was. All right.
Councilman Casio,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No. It still passes.
Still passes.
Thank you.
Is there any direction for when I do the salary ordinance, just based on our previous discussion?
We'll get back to you on that. Let's finish up. We gotta finish, it's not, yeah. So now we gotta go to the medical.
31,710.
31,710 is what got passed right now.
Thank you.
So the medical line, which is where, that's the last one I have in my book. Is that the last one you have in your
Yeah,
book?
you should have two kind of Excel spreadsheets.
Yep. Is that the last one, Sue, or no?
The only thing is if you wanted to do anything.
Oh, we have to do coordinate, yes, so we have to do, so hold on one second.
If you want to,
What page is that on?
That's on page 6. That was the one that you.
I'm sorry, page
Come back.
6, we did revisit, assistant to the clerk, 401,
What page?
page 6. Assistant to the clerk, 401, 20, 120, 120, 49,980 requested, 49,980 recommended. We do have a spreadsheet in our, as requested, we have a spreadsheet of the surrounding areas, what the assistant clerks make, right?
What the additional duties are, if they're certified or not.
So based on the person that we're discussing here, without mentioning names, does her salary compare or is she under? Appears she's under.
He's under.
But the other ones are certified too, so it's a balancing act.
All these are certified.
The ones.
Well, it just says
Yeah.
deputy clerk, it
No,
doesn't
they're
tell.
certified right here.
Oh, but they're not all, this one's, okay.
Well, the ones in black are the ones that got back to me, the ones in red are from 2022.
20.
So, I mean, it could be more coming in, within the next week or so. Sometimes people don't jump on their emails right away. It's up to you, but I
So-
did what I was asked, so.
So it's under, so she's under.
Yeah, she's under.
She's under.
So I make him,
I mean, if I could make a comment before you make a motion. Personally, I feel I'd be a little careful with this because we didn't ask any other employees to compare their salaries to other towns.
But we adjusted all the other employees some of them in similar positions without even doing a search. We just brought them up to what we said was market. So we've been provided the information that we requested as a council, right? And
But
this person's been in this position for a long period of time, right? How long has this person been in this position?
11 years.
11 years.
Well, again, here, and it's just a friendly discussion. Are we paying what the position is worth, or are we paying based on seniority in the position?
No, we're paying on the market, I don't know what I know the council in the past, what do we call it? The fair market?
Market adjustment.
Fair market adjustment?
Okay, because, then I could say, oh, well, then we should have gone out and see, just to take a position, the tax collector. We should have seen what all these towns were paying for tax collector.
But we did that 2 years ago, Mr. Mayor, and you brought her up significantly.
I just said that as an example.
Oh, I'm sorry, but
I could have grabbed any one of
All right, okay, but I'm just saying.
But you did do that. Have you not
But it changes year by year.
changed, have you not addressed specific employees
Yes, and I believe.
because there's a perception, or in the case of reality, I guess, if you brought them forward, that there is a gross inequity in their salary? I mean, I'm assuming you brought them forward because through your research and through your due diligence, you've identified that there is a reason to bring them up.
Absolutely, yes. But some did not get to the market level because it was considered too high of a jump. Like if we paid someone 60 and the market was 80, the council, whoever it was at that time, said, all right, let's compromise at 70. So we didn't bring them up to full market. These are full market values, what people are actually making. And don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but Mr. Sears hasn't even made his motion yet.
No, that's why I asked the comment before anyone made a motion.
What is your motion, Mr. Sears?
To accept what is on the books here, 49,980.
Oh, not give it, not increase.
What?
I thought we wanted to increase it, is what you had asked for. I thought we were gonna try to bring it up to fair market.
Well, what would be fair market?
Looking at this, I would be happy with 52.5, 55. I don't know what the rest of the council feels.
I'm always in favor of increasing employees.
Either 52.5 or 55 based on this. I mean, some of them without their, are at 60, 67. 55 is there.
I have no problem
78
increasing
is
to
there.
52.5. I have no problem at all with that.
You okay with you?
I'm fine with 52.5.
All right.
Bringing her up to market value.
I'll make a motion for 52.5 if you'll second it.
I'll second it.
Well, can I,
Yeah, sure, Ms. Lee.
if, and this is not against or for this particular, but just in the general conversation, if we're looking to gradually increase everybody to fair market value, then I think we need to do an analysis of all.
But we've done that. I mean, this council, in the past, in all the past 3 or 4 budgets that's been up on this dais, people have all been brought up into fair market value, and this employee has not. I mean, we hired new assistants making 20,000 versus the old assistant
Well, I don't know
because
if
that
it
was
would be
fair market.
all.
No, but I'm saying a
I
big
think every
majority,
year
a big
we have-
majority we've clipped away.
Yes.
And I think this position has never been clipped at.
I can't say yes or no, but I'm saying if
Alright.
we're doing it gradually, this year it's 3 people, next year it's 2 people, then I think we need to keep track of exactly who we do when.
That's fine. So you have a motion for
I'm sure the
me.
administration has that.
Yeah, so I'm
I
sure,
mean,
so you have a motion from
They
Mr.
typically put
myself and
forward
Mr. Sears.
the increases.
And you can really look back just at the budget books where they brought up. You have it right now in front of
I
you.
mean-
You look from 219 to 223, and you can see that there's been significant increases in multiple positions to bring up to market value, whatever you call it. And if you go back, okay, Pete, and if you go back a couple more years, we've done it over time.
Yeah.
So, and you don't really have to go, administration doesn't have to offer because it's already in your budget books. Go ahead, Pete.
No, thank you, thank
No
you.
problem.
And again, I'm not scapegoating the person, I'm only pointing out position. If you look at the history, in 2021, it was 35.
Yeah, but she was working part-time.
I think it was full-time already by
No.
then. All right, well, even then in 2022 to 2023, look at the increase.
Mhm.
That
2020, but look at the increase 2020, 2021, it was no, you know, it's minuscule.
Well, it got 2%.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the 35 to the 35.5 is what you're saying there. But then, you know, it went up 5,000 and then went up 9,000. So where do we stop bringing, because then this almost looks like we're bringing people up to market value every year. And if
Well,
we
this-
get the
this-
same sheet for every position in town,
Yeah.
and again, please, nothing against
We're
the
just doing
person.
this, we're just doing this, we asked to revisit this one, we got the numbers. Mr. Sears has made a motion, I made a motion, Mr. Sears seconded, so, I think we should vote on it. It's 11 o'clock.
What was your?
52,500.
52,500.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Where is medical benefits? That's the last we have.
Page 25.
Mike, before we get into medical, I'd like the council to respectfully consider readdressing 5 items that that totals $3,750. And so if you want to do that before you get into medical, just to revisit a few items. I can just list them off quickly for you. The admin, travel and mileage, I'd like to reinstate that to what it was, to not.
What numbers, where are,
That's in the beginning.
Can we do page?
if you do by
Yeah,
page?
I didn't write page numbers down, I apologize. But
Page
it's the
2.
page
Page
2,
two.
100, 280.
Yeah, it's up to $50 to remit.
Yeah, and so let me just give you all of them quickly, and that way you'll see where I'm going. I'd like to reinstate that one, and the clerk, and the UCC, those are 3 of the 5, they're all mileage stipends. So for those 3,
You said it was $3,750 and changes?
well, those are 3 of the 5, so I just wanted to give you all the mileage stipends that I would like to you to consider reinstating. Then I have 2 more.
So we have a request to reinstate on page 2, right? From
Page 2, page 7,
page 7.
UCC, you said, Mayor?
Where's UCC, Mr. Mayor?
Do you have an account number there?
Account number for UCC,
I think I got it.
22-195-280.
Perfect.
22,195, 280.
Page 24.
Page 24. All right, so page 2, 100, 280, it was approved at 550. Do I have a motion from anybody to bring it back up to 600?
So moved.
Second.
Wait a minute, hold on a second, I'm sorry.
Right?
22, 195, 280?
No, 2100, 280.
The UCC was 195-280.
Yeah, I'm doing page 2 first.
Right.
Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm starting on page 2.
That was 750. What are you talking
No,
about? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Page 2, I'm here, I'm ready. All right, I'm sorry, motion?
Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Velez for 600.
Councilman Casio,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No. Page 7 is the next one. Township clerk, mileage stipend, 122.80. Do I have a motion to increase it as per the mayor's new recommend back to 600?
Page 7? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
122.80.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1/6.
It's like the 4th one.
Yep, okay, yes, I'll,
Do I have a
motion.
second?
Second?
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No. Page 24 is the next one, correct?
Yes.
It is UCC 195-280. 1,000, I guess, Mr. Mayor, this one you want to bring back to 250, to 1,000?
Add back to 250, yes.
So back to 1,000.
Correct, correct. Mhm.
So the mayor would like the original request of 1,000 for 195,280. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
No.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
No.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No. What are the next ones, Mr. Mayor?
Next one is on page 57, police, gasoline and diesel. I'd like you to consider adding what you took out, so bring it back to 35,000 from 32.5. My reason is, just in the past couple of weeks, we're seeing a lot of tensions in the Mideast, which always makes gasoline prices fluctuate widely. So none of us can tell where gasoline prices will be a month from now, never mind a year from
Page
now.
57.
So I would just like you to reconsider that.
460s, yeah. At 32,500, that's what it was. It's 32,500, right?
Police, gas, and oil.
So you'd like it to go from 32,500
Back to the recommended of 35, for that reason.
46001, Mr. Mayor, 35,000. We have a motion from Mr. Sears. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
No.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
No, so it goes to 35,000, right? No, we're raising it.
Doesn't pass.
Doesn't pass. It's 30 stays. Not to raise.
Usually
They go off
34.
what they last approved.
What's the next? Is that the last one, Mr. Mayor?
No, the last one is the finance director. I would ask for a couple reasons that you bring
What
that back.
page are you on?
Unfortunately, I don't have
Yeah,
that.
hold on.
Hey, I have the account number is 20, 130, 140.
20, 130, 140.
Page,
9.
It's on page 9. 20, 130, 140, right in the middle of the page.
Yeah.
It was approved at $900.
Yeah. And so it's for two reasons I would ask you to reinstate it. Number one, if the existing finance director chooses not to move forward with it, I would like the ability to find another one, but obviously I need something in there to pay the person with. Second is, I think your reasons that were said publicly could open the town up for a lawsuit, because in our code, the line of chief financial officer says the chief financial officer may simultaneously hold the position of the director of finance. The reasons you gave, some of you, is you don't want him checking his own work, but that is in the code that says may simultaneously hold the director of finance. So I don't want this $900 to even risk the possibility of a lawsuit.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to increase 130, 140 back to 1,800?
So move.
Second.
Ms. Velez, Mr. Sears, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
No.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman.
no.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. So it stays. Stays at 900. Is that it, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, just a comment. I can't say how disappointed I am in that, because in effect, we will owe the current finance director $900 to fill out the first and second quarter. Now you've tied my hands. I cannot even look for a finance director for the second half of the year.
Thank you. Do we know where the last item is in the book for medical? I'm trying to find
And
it.
that was on page 20. Page 25.
25, page 25, ladies and gentlemen. I went to 30. Yeah, right.
2322000.
23220. It's at 1 million right now. We tabled this for discussion. Do I have a motion for the 1 million requested, 1 million recommended?
So move.
Second. Discussion?
If you guys and girls, look, there's two sheets that were provided to you. The first one I would like to do
says, it'd be easier if you look on the right side of the Excel spreadsheet. It says SHBP premium total 2024.
I did not receive, was that given to us?
No, it was just here tonight. I
Yeah,
think.
right.
These two-
Yeah, it was on the day, it was given to us on the day it's supposed to.
Wasn't in my, pack.
Hold on.
You want to share it with her?
No, we have a,
Yeah, you can have mine, Mike. I can share with Mark's.
he's got his own. You can mark it up, whatever you have to do here. The next copy.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Use and the cover of the bar.
Go to the next page. All right, everybody's there. So essentially what I understood my assignment was to find out how much Direct 10/Direct 15 will cost us for the year.
Okay.
So if you look at the first, again, we're looking at the right side, 1,080,000. That is basically our bill for 2024. That takes into account the percent increase from the 2023 premiums. Minus so it's about 90,000 per month. 264,000 yearly employee offset, approximately 11,000 per month.
Okay.
Per pay, not per month.
Per pay.
Yeah.
It comes to 816,000.
That's our total bill right now. That's our total exposure right now at Direct 10.
Taking into consideration the offsets of the employees.
Yes, correct.
The only other known is the waivers
Yep.
payouts, and that's been rounded up to 22,000.
That's fine.
If you remember, it was like 21 G. So that brings our known exposure to 838. The unknowns is change in life.
Yep.
Change in living conditions. Someone gets married and has a child. So if you look to the left of that column, you'll see what Direct 10 is and what Direct 15 is. They're a couple dollars difference, maybe a little bit more different, Direct 10 is a little bit more. So an employee only is $1,283. That's per month. If someone gets married and has a child in the same year, they're going to go up to $3,581 a month. So if you look at the next page, it'll give you a better breakdown and difference between what Direct 2035 is. So the first column, you have Direct 10 per month, the same numbers, employee, spouse, employee, child, family, blah, blah, blah. Then you have the Direct 25 comparison. And then you have the premium difference monthly and the premium difference annually. And then you have the Direct 15. The only thing I cannot provide to you is what the employee contributions would be if we went to the difference card. But what I can tell you, if we go back to the other sheet, that $816,000, that total minus the offsets, with the difference card is expected to be $160,000 cheaper. Our ask is, I feel comfortable speaking for you, is that
Yes, absolutely.
the
Yes.
mayor and I
Yep.
still think it's a smart financial move, especially, hoping to save money for the township, that this best option is.
So you're
to go with
saying
the difference
the
card.
difference card would put you 160,000 less of the 816.
Yes, that's what they're expecting.
So even if it's
Remember, that wasn't-
100,000, it's 716.
Say that again?
If you say it's not $160,000 savings, it's 100 grand.
Yes.
Your exposure then is only 716. So we have another 100 for surplus.
I hate agreeing with you in these situations.
Because you know I'm right.
No, I think you may be right, and I hope you're right. It's just. to
But our
promise you
maximum
those
exposure,
numbers is
but our maximum exposure under the worst case scenario of going with Direct 10 is $838,000, right? Or
Yes.
let's call it 840,000.
Well, for the premium, it's 816.
No, but you got to put in the waivers because that's part of
Right,
the medical.
no, I know, but.
So I'm
when
saying,
said it-
if you round this to 840,
Right, but then that takes into consideration no getting married and no child. So moving, it doesn't take into.
yeah, but I'm using the difference card money to take care of that because that's going to be peanuts versus even if you get a $50,000 savings, it's not $160,000 savings.
Sure. In your.
Not everybody's getting married, right? So I'm saying, let's budget for the worst, which would be 840, right?
Mhm.
And we're gonna do the difference card because you spent all this time on it and it's been approved and you're moving forward with it. So even if you get a $10,000 savings or $20,000 savings, that'll make up anybody's life change that they would accrue, whether they get married or they switch from husband, wife to family. It's still gonna account for that. Does everybody see what I'm saying or no? Mr. Allman, you're holding your head.
So the 838 is basically current state with
Status quo.
acknowledging the increase in the premiums.
But you're also going to do direct direct 35, right? So the premiums are going to come down no matter what, right?
Before I answer your question, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the council considering staying in direct 10, direct 15? Because that seemed like that was up in the air last time.
Well, it is, or it was to me, because
You didn't see the savings.
I did not.
Right, so what I'm saying is the difference card based on their equations is expecting us to save 160. So
That's
right now it's 816 for direct 10 to /15. Take out 160 because remember that slide I was showing you with the total of 916, that didn't take into consideration employee offsets because I can't tell you what that is without a ton of math, right? Figuring out.
But now you have it, it's 200 and,
No, the offsets for when we go to 2035.
yeah, 'cause it's going to get even
Less.
cheaper, it's going to be less.
Well, it would be cheaper in that.
Well, the
that
plan is-
regard- that
the
regard,
monthly
less
payment-
money would hurt us.
What's that?
In that regard, the lower amount wouldn't be.
No, I'm
beneficial
saying,
to us.
no, but I'm saying the cost of 2035 versus direct 10.
It should be $160,000
cheaper,
less
yeah.
than 816.
So I'm saying if we budget 840, you already have $160,000 savings just from changing from direct 10 to direct 2035.
If you're gonna go to the difference card, so
Which-
that's what I was still.
Which you have to play, you have to use it. If it's that much money, we have to, at this point, with all the amount of effort you put into this, you got to try to get the savings. I mean, it's,
No, we don't have to.
I know, but it's a huge, it's $160,000, you know?
Sure is.
It may be total snake oil salesman at this point, but we won't know unless we try. And we've been granting, we've at the worst case scenario next year, if we budget 840, we have enough to go back to direct 10 with a minimal account, whatever the increase is. Right? I'm not saying to take the 840 and deduct the 160 now because the 160 is totally fictitious. So our worst exposure is we budget 840, we get the $160,000 back in savings, and it goes to surplus, which helps us. And then next year, if we don't get the 160, we say, you know what, this is total, not worth it. We go back to direct whatever, 20 or 10 or whatever it is, and the number's still not that far off from what we budgeted.
Would you happen to know the premiums based on the current family statuses?
The contributions, you mean?
No, for 2035. So,
It's on the second page.
Look at that second, look at the page your pen is on.
no, the aggregate. So have you overlaid the employee only to the 10 employee onlys?
I really don't even know what you mean.
So today, we get a bill for $1,080,000. And that's because we have people in direct 10, direct 15, we have singles, spouses, families.
Oh, like how many are in each?
So, this whole concept of the difference card, because we have to fund, if I understood it, we have to fund the maximum amount. So it was like, was it 15K?
Or just under.
15.
Oh, just over.
So we have to put that.
We don't.
We have to have an account with that money.
We have to fund it for that amount, correct? Because that is our maximum possible exposure. I thought that was not only my understanding, I thought it was a requirement, like a,
It's not a requirement. You're not incorrect. Again, I always give you a wishy-washy answer, but it's because it's like half yes, half no. We are on the hook for that 15,120. That would be the worst case scenario. What we have to fund is enough to pay the premiums for 2035, which is no brainer, right? Then we have to have enough to pay the difference card to have the difference card, which is that 53 and change times the amount of people, which looks like that just under $1,800. And they're saying, based on our experience reports, based on claim history, they're expecting it to only be $75,000. Don't quote me on the numbers. That's how we get to the 916,000. But that 916,000 does not take into consider employee contributions. That's the only number I can't give you because I don't have that historical data. We would have to sit down and figure it all out based on people's salary and what plan they have. But there is the possibility, God forbid, what broke loose, that we could have to pay 15,120 times the amount of people that we would have on the plan. Right now, I think it's 35 or 36.
Yeah, but not the singles, you have to fund it, but they're only eligible for half that.
No, the state law, whether you have the difference card or not, says you have to be prepared to pay the 15,000.
But they're not eligible for it, is what that woman said.
Right,
They're only
but if
eligible for
someone's
50.
life changes, the maximum.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but this, like, how many ever singles we have, even though you had to fund the 15,120, they were only eligible for 50% of that. She said you had to fund them 15,120, but they weren't eligible for the full amount of the single.
We don't have to fund it. We don't.
Just have to have an account with the
No,
money.
we don't even have to have an account. We just have to have available to us what last year's claims were. However, there's a possibility that we could go over to 75,000 claims. That's where I said we'd start eating away from our 160.
Yeah.
So if we do 65,000 in claims, we might save 170. If we do 85 in claims, we'll only save 150. I said, what's the possibility of us being exposed to 35 employees and having to pay their 15,120? They said, this was, whether it was an exaggerated example or a costly example, every person, every employee would have to be in the hospital for every day with significant illness for over a year for that to happen. Now, again, that's the analogy that was given to me.
Okay.
They essentially are describing an impossible scenario to us to get to, but I'm not going to tell you that there isn't a slight likelihood that it could be 35 members times 15,120. That would be our exposure above the cost of the premium. So if that happened, we'd be on the hook for over, $1.5 million. But, that's where I would say the companies aren't, they're not gambling, they're going to not make money. So they're expecting $75,000 in claims, give or take a little bit.
well, okay. And I know you just explained it, but, I could be a little thick at times. The 15,000, was it 15,120?
Mm-hmm.
That is, the way I understood it, it is a number that the state has created. It's a mandated number. And that not only do we have to be able to pay that, but we had to fund it in a line item.
Well, that is our exposure, whether we have the difference card or not. So if you just went to the state health benefits plan, if you look at the paperwork, it says nothing about difference card, you're going to see that number, 15,120. It went up from 14,000 something last year.
Okay, so what, if we went to the difference card, the proposal is the premium,
Cost of the card.
cost of the card, which is $1,800 a year per
No, a month.
per
It's
For
per
the pool.
employee per month,
Per employee per month?
which totals just under 1,800 per month.
For all our employees.
Oh, okay. That's like the administrative.
Correct.
Okay, so 2,000 times 24, times 12. Oh, 2,000,
Yeah. Even though it's late.
all right. So that's 24,000. And then based on historical experience of a pool of employees similar to ours, or even our actual employees,
Our employees, yeah.
75K.
Right, so we would fund a separate account, so you're right there, that's interest bearing. It would be easier for us to just take 75 grand and put it in an account rather than not that we can't remember, but 75 divided by 12, whatever that is, 7,000 a month. Take 75 grand, because that's what we're expecting to pay out in claims, and put it in an interest-bearing account. That's where your separate account comes from. But we do not have to fund a separate account of 35 employees times $15,000. We only have to do the 75,000.
So
Well, again, it's approximate number. I don't remember what the exact.
I know we've been having this sort of discussion, but our maximum exposure at 35 employees is $500,000. And we're saying that that's our maximum possible exposure. The likelihood based on history is that it's only going to be 75,000.
But the other thing again to account for is from 22 to 23, it went up like 27% healthcare, and then last year it went up 8%.
And it was in the
And
20%.
we don't know what it'll be this year. Now, 2035 is going to go up as well. It's going to stay relative to each other.
But the exodus from the state health benefits plan, the reason it went up 27% is because there was a mass exodus from large communities in the state of New Jersey, the larger ones like, Trenton and Newark, to leave the state health benefits plans, Horizon, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and go to Aetna. So that's what created those massive increases that year, because they lost 100,000 benefit people in the plan. So they said, well, now we have new costs. But then last year it kind of leveled off at like 7 or 8%, which is, a typical number. Like, I'm not saying it's going to go up, but the 25% we got that one year was because the large cities in the state of New Jersey said, we're not paying this anymore, we're getting out. So you had a huge exodus from the plan. And when you have that, you still have the liabilities that they weren't prepared for, and that's what caused that. So, I don't foresee, at least that's what I'm being told, I don't foresee, anything's possible. I mean, we live in New Jersey, anything's possible. So.
Do we know the premium for the direct aid?
Yeah, it's on that.
It's on that second sheet, your one-year pen's on.
No, the total.
Oh, yeah.
The equivalent of the 180, the 1080.
So, well, I have it broken down as revised fixed costs as carrier plus the difference card is 843. So we do a rough number if you do 1,800 times 12 and then extrapolate that number out of 843. So 1,800 times 12. Whatever that amount is now, subtract from 843, 843,000.
Plus 24, using the round numbers, 819. So 819 and the admin will get us to the 843.
Mhm. So the plan's actually like $200,000 cheaper, more than that, because it's from 1,080,000 to what was the number you just said?
843.
No, once you took out the carrier, the difference.
Oh, 819.
819, so that's.
And then,
It's $260,000 cheaper, but then you introduce the cost of the difference card.
which is, so 819 is the premium, 24 is rounding, 24K is the,
Yeah, but you're not taking back the employee contributions that they're kicking in at 266.
not taking into account that yet. 819 for the premium, 24K to add admin, it brings us to the 843 that we've been presented, and potentially funding claims for 75K.
Yes,
And then there's an offset.
yes, that I can't, I wouldn't even want to throw it up there.
So that's 918.
I can just tell you it's gonna be less than 264,000.
I mean, so that's significant, man.
What is?
This, I think the savings.
Yeah, it's 160,000. Estimated, give or take.
But it's more because.
That's for a whole year though.
Yeah, but,
So-
but that's the numbers you're talking, Mike, doesn't include the employee contributions going back into the plan.
No, I understand that.
So it's huge, it's a huge savings. Any other discussion on this? What would you like to do, Mr. Ehrlichman?
Well, I think it sounds like the direct 35 plus difference
It's a huge savings.
it's a compelling financial.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of how much we think we should,
That's why I made,
budget for.
that's why I made the motion. If you take the 883 and you take the 53,000 that was transferred out of this line, and I just wanted to be safe and make it 840, I'd like to make it 840, this line, 840,000. So my motion would be make this line 840,000. I don't know if somebody else second that.
So you're saying 840?
Yeah, do you want to go even lower?
No, I don't know if that's, because we're at 918,
Yeah, but before the 266 contribution, you forget.
but the 266,
It's coming back as employee
yeah,
contributions.
but isn't that going to be isn't that going to be less?
It'll be less.
It'll be, but it's still 200, let's call it 200,000, you're at 718. Then you put the 70, you already included the 75,000 liability. There's still gonna be money left over in this account if it's correct.
And what are you motioning, Michael?
I would like the motion for 840.
So, all right, just, if you don't mind, if you would like, just humor me for a second.
I'll indulge.
So the total premium and administration is 843. If we break out the administration of the difference card, it's going to be about $2,400. It's $1,800 a month times 12. So let's just say it's 24K. That brings the premium, the inferred premium of direct 35 to 819.
Yeah. And then you
Okay,
had the 75K in predictable liability, right? That's,
plus 75,
That's 916.
843 plus 75, 918.
So
Well, close enough.
it's like $73,000. Well,
All right. And now the offset last year was 264.
yep.
We know that's going to go down because the premiums are going down. So 200,
But I don't want to go that low, unless you do. I don't want to make it 718. I mean, you could make it 718.
no, so, well, I'm trying to go back to the number you're giving.
Yeah.
So so let's say it was 250,
Mhm.
918 less 250 for the reimbursement. $918 less 250. is 668. So that's the net before the,
$160,000 savings. The potential $160,000 savings.
and then we have to add back the waivers.
The $22,000. Even if you add in more in case people,
All right, and your motion is for,
840, would you like to make it less? That was my motion.
I don't think making it less is,
Are you comfortable
True.
seconding it at 840? I was thinking, my original, if you look at my book, was 740, but I'm chickening out at 740.
is,
Because I think it's going to be a lot less if this goes the way it's supposed to
We
go.
all hope so.
I know, not that you're agreeing to the number,
Okay.
to fund, but agreeing to the numbers that we just discussed. That is your understanding as well, from an administrative standpoint?
I believe so, yes.
I would second 840.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
No.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
No.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Last thing we have left, ladies and gentlemen, is the capital plan, which is on the tab, capital. Yes, we have a 2024 estimate of $866,000 for the 2024 road program. Mr. DeCarlo, didn't you say you were looking for previous expended ordinances in order to expedite the road program?
Well,
Have that exercise
kind of
finished?
accurate. Just to update you too, so the capital ordinance for Calvin, for the New Jersey DOT, has gone through its estoppel period. We can spend the money. The line has been set up.
So is this included in this 866?
No, but I'm kind of answering your question as to what you said was already funded. So, I don't think I'm going to get an objection, but we're essentially ready to go after I get a decision from you guys on the sidewalks. We've gotten the approval from the state to go out to bid. So
For Calvin?
For Calvin. So Calvin will be brand new. And then there's that little portion of Dawes. Does
Okay.
everybody know that?
Yes.
And then it goes up to a road, I don't know the name, but that has been recently paved. What road? Is that Beach? Or no? What is Dawes? Calvin runs parallel to a road that Dawes links it to.
Okay.
So Dawes is not very long. So the engineer included Dawes as part of that project because he believes it can all be done for the $300,000 that you approved. That way we
Okay.
all have a nice road, and a crappy link in between.
Oh, that's fine, okay.
All right. So as part of the DOT grant, you have to do the ADA ramps.
Correct.
Mr. Beckmar's interpretation, and he brought it to the mayor and I and showed us the documentation, is that anytime you repave a road, you have to address the sidewalks that are above an uneven quarter of an inch and/or the ramps, the ADA ramps.
I agree with the ramps. I do not agree with the sidewalk.
Okay. So based on that, the question of the council is, if we do the sidewalks on the roads that are not DOT, meaning it's all township money, and we were gonna,
But I just want to stop you there, Mr. DeCarlo. The town does not own sidewalks. That's been a big, I know you weren't here, but this has been a big ordeal that the mayors had to deal with because we have reports that were given by the property maintenance officer of bad sidewalks all through town that are still not addressed. But it is the residents' responsibility for the sidewalks. It is not a town responsibility. Our ordinance clearly states that sidewalks are the maintenance of a homeowner, not the town.
Just let me finish. It's part of my thing. So I agree with you that the sidewalks are owned and the responsibility is on the owner.
Okay.
But the way he's interpreting is, no matter who the owner is, when the road is repaved, the sidewalks are supposed to be addressed if it's uneven more than a quarter inch or half inch, whatever it is. So what we're bringing forward to the council for the decision is, if we take that approach and we come along and we pave Road A,
Okay.
and those sidewalks need to be done, we're now putting that financial responsibility on the homeowner, or we're assuming it? So the
But
question
we
is,
can't assume it because it's not ours to assume. So then what happens when Mike DeSena says, I spent $8,000 to replace my 100 feet of sidewalk at my own cost because they hadn't 1/8 of inch gaps or higher. Now you just paved my street. Why didn't you give me back my $8,000?
so
Because
that-
I was told at the time that it was my responsibility and I had to maintain my sidewalks. So I went out and hired a contractor and spent $8,000. So, and you just paved the street last 3 months ago. So that's why sidewalks have never been, is never been an issue.
So that's your guys' decision. Just tell me
No, but we have an ordinance. It's not our decision. The town ordinance says that the sidewalks are the responsibility of the homeowners, right? And I don't know where.
Yeah, you're correct, but my question is, are we not going to do the roads because the sidewalks are
No, he just thinks there's a responsibility to address the problems with the sidewalks when you resurface.
But I think how towns handle that are in our situation is we send a letter to the homeowner, the code officer goes to the homeowner and says, these sidewalks are in violation of the ordinance, you need to correct it.
Yes, that's what I'm
Like what
asking.
happened on some
definitely.
streets in town. Because Mr. Mayor, when I was on council last time, this was a big topic. And
It predates us.
It
probably.
predates,
Oh, yeah.
but you ended up with a huge list
Right.
of
Mhm.
all the residents in town that had bad sidewalks.
Yeah.
It was never addressed. It just kind of sat there, the list. But there's a list somewhere that our former property maintenance officer created of, he went through voting district by voting district and said, we have this many in this district. I remember that, because this was a big, because I was involved in it. And he has a list of every voting, it's 6 years old now, but and all those homeowners were supposed to address their sidewalks. And some of us already have, because it was, like New Jersey manufacturers told me, hey, your sidewalk has a 1-inch height thing. We're not going to insure you if you don't fix your sidewalk. So I had to fix my sidewalks, and I paid that myself. So now to say we're going to start fixing sidewalks is.
No. I'm bringing the question before you.
But the ordinance clearly, when I brought it up before, it states it's the homeowner's responsibility.
I guess the bottom line, we're going to pay it regardless what the homeowner does with it, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I'm figuring the town was probably not going to take on the expense of fixing the sidewalks, right? But that was the question I wanted to bring to you guys to make the decision. And lady, either does the town want to pay for the sidewalks or have the homeowner incur that expense, or not address it? But again, it's his interpretation that it's supposed to be addressed. It
I
doesn't say
agree
we
with
have
his
to pay for
interpretation
it.
of the ADA ramps at the corners, if they're not correct or if they're in bad shape. But the sidewalks, we have an ordinance that says, hey, they're not ours.
But we have, Mike, we have to address the resident. They have to know. that-
Correct, they have to be
do it.
told, but that's where the list was that was
I
prepared
understand,
that never
but
went.
that's, but that's what Mark is trying to say. We have to decide as a council, how are we going to inform the resident?
No,
Tell
the
them,
administration,
fix-
no, the
okay.
administration needs to
How are they
decide.
going to inform them?
Yeah.
Are they going to say, you have to do it before we do
It's
anything?
not our decision.
It's not, well, then that's what they're looking for direction for.
Yeah. We were only asking from a funding perspective.
But,
We're not
but,
funding sidewalks.
but,
Pave the road, don't do the sidewalk, put it on the resident.
no, but
Is that what
it's
we're
not,
saying?
but it's not the council's not saying that. Our current ordinance in Washington
Yeah.
Township says that sidewalks are to be maintained by the homeowner of the address.
Correct, so.
And that's
pave
what
the
we're
road,
following.
send a
And,
letter.
and then how that homeowner is advised is up to the administration. The ordinance says it's the administration's responsibility to, have the code enforcement officer, because we have no power over that person, or whoever is determined to be that person, whether it's the building inspector or the DPW or whoever, to notify the people that their sidewalks are in violation.
Mark,
Okay.
what's the funding issue with the sidewalk?
Well, do
Do you want to put money in escrow? So.
no, it would just be, when we go out to bid, is it just for resurfacing, or is it
Absolutely.
resurfacing and in sidewalk improvements?
Handicap ramps, absolutely, that should be part of the bid. That has to be part of
Right, no, but
That's
I'm
a
sorry,
federal standard,
everything in
yeah.
between the intersection. So if there's a sidewalk that needed repair and it's on private property.
Then you gotta
doesn't involve
notify somebody.
intersection? Okay, so but you do agree that it's the township's responsibility to make if there's sidewalks at an intersection, it's our
We have to make them
obligation.
ADA compatible,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so, and that's.
Just like we plow the intersection,
Right.
and we're supposed to plow them so we don't, I know we've gotten complaints where in the past, the former DPW used to plow the ADA ramp shut, and then they said, well, I can't plow that because you put 4 feet of snow there, and we've had to address that, so.
Okay, so that's what we figured. So there's 7,230 linear feet between Fern, Carriage, Bergen, and Salem. That's what we're recommending as our first 4 primary roads or streets or whatever.
Okay,
Fern would be between Ridgewood and, where does it end? Cypress? Then Carriage is off Carriage, Bergen's off Bergen. It's not that long. And then all of Salem. Depending, so that amount came to 866,000 minus the 225, but you're going to see that at the end. So this is it was a long way for me to get to the answer. One of your questions is, I want to use 225,000.
the previous ordinances.
That is funded from 1306 and 2110 towards the 866. So whatever that number is. Knowing that you guys were interested in expediting or increasing the amount of roads, we prepared a number, even though it's in the 25 column, to do Coolidge, Hoover West, and Ridgewood Boulevard North. That's approximately $1 million. Those roads are identified because of the horse trading we did with PSE&G. Not all of that $1 million is because of PSE&G. This would be to do the entire length of the road from curb to curb.
But doesn't PSE&G owe us the piece that they disturbed?
Right, so remember Mr. Ullman was concerned about the seam going down Hudson?
I know, but these people, but see, the problem we have here is, like, I wish we would have known more about the horse trading, because the east side of town has been neglected. The west side of town was recently all repaved within the last 5 to 7 years. And public service decided to come through and rip it all up. So now we have people on my side of town, including myself, that have waited 30-something plus years to have their road paved, right? And we just got it paved, and they did an awful job at it. I'm still not, I don't find it acceptable. It's still an awful job. And we waited 30 years for that. It's still better than what we had, but it's still a poor paving job. The manholes are 2 inches deep, some are 1 inch deep, they're all over the place. But now we're telling the residents on the other side of town that have been waiting on the master list to get paved that we're gonna wait even more, because now we're gonna go pave a street we just paved within the last 10 years. We're gonna pave the whole street again. I think that's a discussion we need to have as a council, because it's really not fair, because like Tom lived on his side of the beach. He got paved twice in 30 years. I had to wait 30 years, and Dr. Cassie had to wait 30 years to get paved. So there's a lot of, like, Fern hasn't been paved in 30 years. Mountain got paved with a grant, but there's a lot of streets on the east side of town that haven't been touched since the original bond back in 1995. I know you don't know that, Mark, because you weren't here.
I know, and I can tell this is obviously a passionate topic or discussion for you, but I really I'm asking you to let me finish so I can give you all the information.
Yeah, but we're talking about spending another $1 million on that side of town.
But you don't have to. It's just if you wanted to. And I got to tell you, I take a little bit of exception for you saying you wish you knew more about the horse trading, because it's been a topic of every council meeting.
Yeah, but we didn't know what you were doing. We just knew you were negotiating.
I had it as a topic that we discussed. You guys ask me 1,000 questions all the time. Why wouldn't you ask me 1,000 questions about that?
Because
I told you what.
It's my bad. It's our bad then. Okay, continue.
So, Coolidge, when I give you this amount for Coolidge, that's not what PSE&G left us behind with. This would be to do curb to curb. So, they were only responsible for doing the full streets on Hudson and Robinwood, right? So to address the integrity issue of that seam that we were worried about, that's why we did the horse trading.
Okay.
But you're right. Unfortunately, it did leave these roads in a condition where it's still going to have a trench with it, but.
So those roads aren't going to get paved by PSE&G, the ones that are remaining?
They are not. And we tried every option with them. We're like, can we piggyback the expense with you? They're like, no, essentially have their.
But are they coming back to do the trench, or they're not coming back to?
No, they're not doing the trench. Because they paved the full roads of the other streets. So we basically had our engineer, we had several meetings with PSE&G. We confirmed the linear length. And then that's when we did the horse trading of, and to be honest with you, we made out pretty well. I think, hopefully PSE&G doesn't watch this, but I think we got about 1,000 more feet in that trade-off. But it left us with roads that have a trench. Otherwise, we would have only done half the roads, and some of these roads need to be done its whole width, whether PSE&G was there or not, Coolidge being one of them. But we still felt that Fern, Carriage, Bergen, and Salem were in worse shape, by the amount of complaints we have about it. But out of that secondary list, Coolidge is getting definitely the most complaints. It was getting, I think complaints before PSE&G came along. So it would be those four, and then we're recommending those other four. But out of those other four, Coolidge, Hoover, West, Ridgewood, Boulevard, North, Coolidge is the worst. Now Hoover, the section down by Jackson, is getting, that's getting repaired by Veolia. Veolia messed that up, I say tongue in cheek messed it up. So that's the information on all the roads.
Okay. So the next item is the.
Summarize that? Sure.
I hope you're kidding.
Is there 225 available?
Yes.
So if we did not add Coolidge, Hoover, West, Ridgewood Boulevard, so if we just went with the 866, the net would be 641.
Go to that first tab. Go to the second page. No, seriously, the next page, and then the next page after that. I broke it down now into projects, and that'll give you the individual numbers. So if you turn it so you can read it.
640. Okay.
Right, it's really, the paving's really 759, 150, an engineering estimate of 106,000 brings it to 866. Then offset it by 50 and 175 for a total of 225. I actually need 641,000 estimated to do those new money to do Fern, Carriage, Bergen, and Salem.
Okay.
If you're willing to throw more money at it this year, then those will be those other streets.
I would love to throw more money at it this year, but because of the two massive expenses that we incurred as this council already, between the plan, the master plan reval and the, what do you call it?
Property revaluation.
The property reval, we're at $400,000 between those two. I would love to pay $400,000, but in my planning of when I was looking at this, I never in a million years would have guessed we were going to add $400,000 in expenses to this 2024 budget for those two items, because I thought they were already done and over with. So I would, that's I was actually going to say, you may have to cut this a little bit in order to bring this down.
Yeah. And
Well, you
also,
Well, what was I going to do on that?
Go ahead, Pete. I'm sorry.
Do you have what you want to do? Do you want?
Well, what are these 1 through 4 in recommended order? Or are they just in general order?
Yeah, yes, I would just say they're in a general order, just how I chose to write it. I wouldn't say it's in descending order of worst to best.
Because I would like to say Carriage gets done next year, and bring it down to an even 800,000. That would be my take on it.
Well, I don't even need 800,000. I need, if you do the 4.
Well, I want to take the 60, so it'd be, bring it to 600,000 even then, however you get there. We got to reduce a little, because it's just that $400,000 hit that I'm telling you that.
So 600,000 is the recommendation for the road program.
Well, with the 225, so 825,
Right,
825.
but you're gonna,
I'm saying make it 825.
no, make it, you got it. I don't need 866. But see,
I think Mike is saying just take your 641 and make it 600.
Isn't that what I wrote?
Yes, but for some reason, it doesn't seem like that's what you're.
Yes, I am. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're saying 600, and I thought I heard him say, no, make it, you just said make it 866.
No, that's what it was.
This
that's your
is,
request.
so even though I'm applying the 225, I subtracted it from the total on the next page. That's why I don't reflect the 600 in that first column. But as I'm writing for organizational reasons, you're only authorizing 600,000.
That's my, saying. I don't know about the rest of the council.
So is that what you're going to vote on, right?
But then you're eliminating one street.
However you get the most bang for your buck, to get, one of them's gonna have to be reduced a little bit.
Well,
Let's do
if you're looking at it,
90% of the road.
you're basically eliminating carriage.
We're eliminating carriage and make it 2025. So take out 60,900 from the total number, Mr. DiCarlo.
I'm sorry.
That would be my
Take what?
recommendation.
Take what?
Take carriage out totally and then reduce Mr. Beckmeyer's cost based on his percentage also. And whatever that total is, that's your new capital expenditure.
So it's less than 600?
Yes. Because we can't do a partial piece of a street because we've learned in the past that doesn't work.
I wouldn't suggest doing that, but
Oh, no, the town has done that, so don't. Your predecessors have done.
I know, but I mean, you guys got to give me a number. I can't
All right,
guess what he's doing. But if 600, 600, I mean, again, I would never tell you that it's inflated, but historically, it seems that it does come in a little better than the pricing.
Yeah, so then if we
expected.
add carriage back because they come
Right,
in
so
something better, that's fine. I'm
if
saying,
it comes out of the bid that I can do it all for 600, that would be the mayor's decision or our decision. You're authorizing 600 for the road program, and that's it.
Plus the
With the
225.
understanding that I'm not doing half a road.
correct.
Okay. Plus the what?
The
Plus the
225.
225. Yeah, I know. But that's where, yeah, I consider that.
Is everybody okay with that?
Bird in the hand or whatever.
Is everybody okay with that? 825 total instead of 866 total?
You're reducing it 36.
Yeah, whatever it is. All right, so make that 825, Mr. DeCarlo. Everybody okay? Can I have a motion in a second? So the new capital number for the 2024 road
So
program?
it's 825, then
Total.
minus the 225.
Yes, it'd be
It's
600. This
I
line
gotta
is
use 600.
Yeah, all right?
Right, so I can use 825.
Yes,
But for the budget, we got the important number 600, because that's what
Yes.
we're going to base that
Yep.
5% on. Okay, gotcha.
all right. The next thing is the EMS FD pager system, 32,000.
Do you
Wait,
want
we
to vote on
need
it?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'll make the motion for 600. Ms. Velez, I believe, seconded it.
Yeah.
Roll call,
600
plus the 225,
plus the
Mr.
225.
Okay, so 600 is going to be coming out of the budget.
Can you do it?
Of course.
What sheet do you want?
Now it's $7.
It's almost tomorrow already.
Well, we just got these numbers also.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been doing all of mine like you did.
Yes.
All right, roll call.
Ready? I'm sorry.
Tomorrow's Friday.
We have motion myself, Ms. Velez.
Ms. Velez.
It's midnight, guys.
Councilman Casio.
Yes, I still exist, and I'm saying it's yes for
Okay.
600,000.
Thank you. Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Altman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Next one is EMS Fire Department pager system, $32,000. This is what they talked about, replacing the old ones they can't get batteries for, all that, right, Mr. DeCarlo?
Oh, I don't know about batteries, no.
Pages.
No, it's
Just pages, but get rid of the old ones that they're trying to phase out,
Yeah,
right?
the-
The
No,
ones-
That was two
This is
different
more
things.
like a base unit that's here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a base unit.
Yeah.
You have the quote. If you go to that second tab, you have the quote right after the project summary, if you can even understand.
There's a Motorola quote,
Yes. The purple.
purple tab.
People.
So my only question is, what? Does it currently work, or is the equipment obsolete? And does it back, I forget the term, technical term, but does it work backwards? Will it support our aged pagers?
Want me to answer this one?
It would increase.
Okay, to answer your last question first, it will support the existing pagers. Bless you. Yeah, this was brought about because one of these pieces broke recently, and it was off of a lot of people's radar. When the place came in, it's like, oh, this is old, we got to scrounge up the parts to get it working. So we asked them for a price on a new one, which you see the 32087. It's an important piece of equipment for both ambulance and fire. So, I mean, Tom, you can probably speak better as to its importance.
This area is going to increase the reach of the pagers. If you're on the other side of town, your page might not go off.
Mhm.
This is going to enhance the
The
ability.
ability to repeat. So it's like a repeater.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody object to this or would like it removed?
Just where are they putting the two stations? Because everything is quantity too, so is it going into the ESB and town hall?
I believe that's where the existing one is now.
No, but it's got two, it's buying two of them.
And there's one probably going in the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think it's separate one for fire
Fire
versus
and
ambulance.
ambulance.
That's why it's quantity two, but it's one location.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And that would be here.
And it's here, you think?
yes,
I
it's here.
think, yeah, it's
Yeah.
downstairs.
Yes.
Right.
They can. Go on.
Any further discussion on this item?
No, we did ask.
Roll, I'll make a motion for the $32,000.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
I have to recuse myself, I believe, on this.
Just change the rate. It's off 3,000.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
It's obviously worth.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Police stationary ALPRs, the cameras for $125,000. I know this was discussed last year and it was tabled. I think in light of this budget, I think we need to table it till 2025 again. It's a lot of money. I know it's important, but it wasn't, I know it was asked for last year. I reviewed the notes from last year from the prior council. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Didn't we just ask the chief
For the
to
quote,
provide us?
well, the picture of it, what it looked like. I just asked for the picture, but we already have the quotes. The quotes are in our book. It's
Well, it
under-
would probably go to 155,000 if they're going to do Van Amberg in Washington.
He said that, yeah, he asked for more, yeah, he's gonna need more. I'm so upset with this. I know we need to do the reval and the master plan, but that really kicked me in the gut. And I'm gonna say no to a lot of things coming up, but that I don't wanna say no to because I thought we had more money in the budget, but that 400K really kicked me in the gut.
So that you want to put off to?
I'm asking the rest of the council. My decision is to table until 2025. I don't know what everybody else
How about a
thinks.
camera at the Cleveland Avenue Bridge?
There you go.
No, I'm being serious.
What say you, the rest of you?
I'm okay with putting it back here.
You making a motion?
I'll make a motion to put it, move it to 2025.
The chief did go into detail
Yeah.
about the importance,
He sure
especially
did.
when there was that incident with the trunk.
Mhm.
So
I
council did vote to remove one vehicle today.
Yeah. You made a motion to remove it to 2025, Steve?
I did.
I'll second that. Roll call?
Can I make
Councilman,
a comment before you vote, Mike? just real quick?
Sure.
And I don't even know if the chief would agree, but maybe you fund, I'll just throw out a quick number, 30,000, so we can get it set up at one intersection to start to get our feet wet with it, and then maybe then expand.
But I'm looking at the quotes. I don't think 30,000 will buy one. Will it?
I didn't look at the quotes. I was just going off of 125.
I'm looking at the 125 number, and the 20 number you already have from the ESB. And then that's all I have is the 125. So I don't know if 125 would cut it. I mean, 30,000.
Yeah, I just threw that out, because I didn't get to the quotes yet.
There's not a detailed one.
No,
There's
it's
it's
not like a Motorola
Oh, it's
quote.
not by
It's just-
intersection.
No, it's just a general quote for 125.
Oh, okay.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
No.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. The 20,000's already been taken out by the chief when he was here. He said I believe the mayor said they found the money in the ESB budget.
Correct.
The next quote is for DPW for 30,000 for 2 stainless steel mason dump bodies for trucks T6 and T8 at 15,000 each, and a field rake for clay and field groomer. I know the town just took over the raking of I know why the groomer is needed, but I think we need to move it to 2025.
I mean,
Just a groomer?
I don't know what the bodies needed also, Mr. DeCarlo, or? can we-
They are, they definitely,
It helps extend the life of the truck.
Yeah.
Because the chassis.
That's why I didn't want to
is
move
in
the
good
bodies, but the groomer, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 30,000 for the 2 bodies, T5 and T8. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to move the 46,500 for the field rake to 2025. Do I have a second?
Which field, is that for all the fields?
Well, all the fields have an existing, like baseball owns a machine at all the fields now. We purchased it with our funds, in the last few years, Gardner got one.
Right.
So the DPW has full access to them. This is for a better one. I know ours are, we had to buy used ones. We couldn't buy brand new, and this would be for a brand new machine, which I'm not, our machines are totally maintained and they're good, but they're old.
Does it work?
They work. So that's why I have no objection.
So I'll agree to move it.
Okay. So anybody second it?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
No.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Next item is building of park improvements, infield rehabilitation, all 7 fields at 4 locations. I know Mr. Scuderi put a lot of time and effort into this. I know the DPW has done a tremendous job getting them playable for 2024. They look fabulous. So I'd like to make a motion to move this to 2025. I'm not saying they don't need to be done. I think a professional should do it, but our DPW, I don't know if you've been there, Mr. Mayor or Mr. DeCarlo, and seen what a wonderful job they've done with all the infields.
Yeah,
cutting them all down and getting rid of the lips and everything.
you definitely have better input in this than me. I just would ask you, do you feel it's a safety issue?
No, we've had Little League, our district was out there. The mayor knows we host a lot of Little League games and we don't want to lose the ability to do that. So they've seen the fields, and Clark looks, with the new backstops that we just put up, it looks beautiful. So I have no objection to moving this to 2025. I don't know what everybody else, if somebody will second it.
Okay.
Is there,
As long as you're seriously comfortable with that.
I would not.
I know you wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Dan was very like, this is a safety issue. So-
But after the DPW got done cutting in the new lines and everything,
Okay.
it looks, I'm not saying it doesn't need to be done next year
Okay.
or the following year, but maybe we could do 3 next year and 4 the following year or something. We'll spread the herd.
I'm sorry. Daisy, go ahead.
Go. I'm just trying, I don't know enough about, what does field rehabilitation?
So,
Cover.
so what happens is the clay comes up and it puts a lip underneath the grass. The clay,
Okay.
when it rains, with the machine driving over it, it pushes the clay underneath. So at the edge of the grass and the clay, you get like a little bit of a bump.
Yes, yes.
So what they've done now is they fixed that bump, but eventually, like 5 years ago, we paid a company to come in and fix Clark and do some work at Cherry ourselves. But now it's come to every field needs it. So Mr. Scuderi spent a lot of.
$146,000.
It's a lot of money work, yeah.
To fix clay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fields.
There's a-
Okay, I don't know.
We spent
that.
on our own. We spent over 40,000 on it for 2 fields. So you can
Okay.
see how it adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
So
Okay.
batting. So I'll make a motion to move it to 20. You made a motion to 2025. I did.
Who's second?
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr.
Cassio.
Cassio wants to say something.
Just quick, if we're concerned about the safety of it, can we send Mr. Fedini out there and just take a quick look for JIF purposes?
Well,
I believe they were out there already.
I know he does it for,
Yeah.
he does it for the other,
he doesn't do that.
he does it for the playgrounds, right?
Well, okay.
So let's
I
send
believe
him out
they did
there.
it already, Mr. Mayor, didn't they? Or they haven't done it for 2024.
I was just going to say, I don't think they've done it for 24.
All right, so let's send him out
Yeah.
and see what he says.
So
Need a second to move it?
Second.
roll call for 146 being moved to 2025.
Councilman Owen.
Oh, Mr. Alman, yes, Mr. Alman.
Yes?
No, I agree with moving some of this stuff out. My only question is, one, are these quotes, we have one for each field, probably each diamond.
Yes.
Is it something we might want to consider starting smaller if they can do 2 fields?
I see what you're saying. Let's look at his backup. I just got to see what his backup shows. I don't know how he put his backup in here, Mr. Alman.
There's a quote for each, I think there's a quote for each diamond.
There is, yes.
So the two most important ones that, the Sherry Minor would be one of them that we'd like to get done. But unfortunately, the season's already started, so we've already lost, time.
But that's gonna happen every year if the budget goes.
Well, it depends, yeah.
So,
So I would say if we could do Sherry Minor and Clark.
They have it Sherry West, which I don't know,
No, it would be Sherry Minor. I don't know where it is.
and Sherry East, near the brook.
Yeah, near
Yeah, well,
Brook.
there's
Sherry
only,
Boys Minor Field.
is there 3 there or 2?
3. There is Sherry.
Sherry Boys Minor Field infield?
Yes, that would be it. Yeah, that would be it.
Okay.
Sherry's,
Sherry has 3 fields.
yeah, it has drainage
Yes,
issues like Sherry's.
Not the third one. But they have to Clark Field.
So,
Can I make a quick comment?
yeah, Mr.
Thank you. I just want, I know the council probably knows it, but just a reminder, if we spread this 146,000, I'm going to say capitalized 10 years, it's 15 grand a year. So it's not all in 1 year. A project like this, even if safety is mentioned, the difference of delaying it 1 year, what are you really saving when we're talking bonding it over a 10-year period?
That's fine.
So I just want to throw that out there.
But it's going to have, I guess what Ms. Velez says is a perfect example. If we approve it now, then we could start, hopefully get, in October, have people working on the field.
Correct,
For
right.
spring. So that does
Yeah.
make sense what you said, Dave. If the rest of, I don't want to be the one that is asking for this because it's my organization. So I kind of want to state, that's why I didn't have a problem moving it. We've done a lot of, the DPW's done a wonderful job.
Yeah.
But like I said, it does need to get done next year. So like Ms. Velez says, we'd have to start in October in order for it to be ready next spring. So we may have to fund it this year, but that's, I hope she can make that recommendation or somebody else can make it.
when,
Mr. Alman wanted to say.
oh, I'm sorry.
The
It's late, I'm sorry.
one,
It's tomorrow.
I guess, is the 146 all-inclusive? Because
Yes.
there's a few, on each quote, are additional costs to remove and dispose of spoils is 1,400 or whatever. And then they're not supplying the mix.
It's all in there.
Okay.
On the
We-
146.
Yeah, because if you go to, I don't know what I'm even looking at. I can just tell you that it's all included in there. Oh, go to, it says Partech Pete Corporation.
Okay.
It's like 40,706.
That's for the mix, right?
Yeah. And then it turned out, even though it says that, it's not included, he gives me a price, he gives us a price for it. So we added that in because it's not that much money in
Okay.
comparison to how much it would be for burden on us to try and get rid of it. So it's like $1,400 a field. So that's all inclusive, that
46.
146.
Okay.
140?
So somebody make a motion to approve the 146 in the 2024?
Motion.
I'll second.
Roll call?
So we're not moving it to 2025?
You're leaving it right where it is.
Okay.
So were you just
Would-
being shy? Seriously? Or?
No, I really think we could wait, but Ms. Velez brought up a good point. If we wait till June of next year, it's not going to get done till 2026 because we need to start it at the end of 2024 in order to have it ready for the 2025 season, Mr. DeCarlo. So she brought, it's late and she brought up a great point.
No, it's early.
I was trying to be, yeah.
It's already tomorrow. We might as well stay here.
Yeah,
That's
right.
right.
It's already today.
5 o'clock's going to be here soon.
Yeah.
All right, roll call.
Councilman Cassio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
And Council President DeSena.
I will recuse myself, right? Is that the correct, or should I abstain? Should I recuse or abstain? Recuse, okay.
Recuse.
May I ask, how long does this last, a rehab like this?
5 years, 10 years? It depends. It depends.
The weather.
Daisy, what it really bad, the weather. The rainier it is, the worse the lips get because the heavy Smith goes driving along the edge, push the clay down.
We don't get much rain here, so.
Yeah, right. Next one, batting cages, Clark and Sherry at 30,000 each. We got new quotes, right, Mr.
We
DeCarlo?
did cut that in half.
Yeah, it's 30,000 now.
Oh, that's much nicer.
So do I have a motion to approve the batting cages for $30,000?
Do both men and women or boys and girls benefit from this?
Yes.
It's open to everyone.
It is open to the public.
And the only other question I have is, my concern is these nets appear to be, highly vulnerable to vandalism.
Knock on wood, we've never had an issue with them.
Do we have,
We have cameras there.
We have cameras at all the fields now, so it's been a lot better. We haven't had any graffiti or any damage in,
Do we have signage that says?
yes.
You're being
yes.
Yeah,
Smile,
that,
you're on
remember,
camera.
Mr. Mayor, I called you about that because
I did.
somebody, as soon as we put the cameras up, somebody said, you're not telling me I'm being recorded, it's illegal. And then we found out from Mr. Powell, it wasn't illegal, but we did put, the
Right.
mayor did put
Smile,
signs
you're on
up.
camera.
If it had
Yeah,
volume.
okay.
If it had sound.
Just for extra.
Do I have a motion for the 30,000?
So,
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Cassio,
yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Gardner Field Playground, quote of 72,000. Is it a full replacement, Mr. Carl?
This will give us the second.
Second phase.
Yeah, the second phase again is done.
Okay. I'll
Plenty
make a
of,
motion for the 72,000 for Gardner Field Playgrounds.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Cassio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
No. Can,
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
is this, I'm looking at these images. Are these ADA accessible?
yes. Everything has to be.
It just seems like there's a lot of climbing, a lot of elevated.
So there are ADA components, Mr. Allman, around the base of the unit that are ADA accessible typically.
Usually there's a ramp.
There's a ramp, and is this one getting the ADA swing, Mr.?
It already has it.
It already has the
Yep.
ADA swing.
All right, I'll vote yes.
You make him in a race, so you know.
If you want to see one of the most beautiful ADA parks that I can pat myself on the back, go to Midland Park.
I've seen it.
Councilwoman
I went
Velez?
there to see it.
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes.
Sorry, we're gonna keep you moving here.
But we have one more capital.
Yeah, you have that other one that's in, that you got in your things today.
Where?
It's in here.
The sheet that looks something like this.
This is. No. No.
Right here.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, you're close. Closer
Keep
to the
going,
one.
you're almost there.
Wow.
There you go.
So this is
Wow.
the design is done. This is the estimated engineering costs for the project is $639,095. And the estimated engineering cost, which includes the bid and the inspection, is $60,000, so $699, call it $700 or $699. It's unfortunate, but it's been identified as a critical sanitary issue that has to be done.
I thought we did it already.
Oh, no. No, this is to
I thought,
remove
didn't we redo the whole thing?
the brook.
But didn't we have a manhole that got exposed during the storm or something?
There's two major manholes exposed, and this is the cost to fix that, to shore up the banks, remove shoals that will help us in an additional problem of water flow, but also save us money and utilize it towards the material to shore up the bank.
You guys really found every way to kill my 10% possible, didn't you?
So it actually came before you made that promise. That we,
No, this wasn't before us.
No, yeah, we did.
The project was, not the numbers.
Yeah, no,
So
the work is,
You know this since like.
Can we ask Mr. Beckmeyer to review his cost versus what Boswell charges? Because these Boswell's numbers for inspection and bidding are more appropriate than what Mr. Beckmeyer shows for his road rehabilitation numbers.
well, remember, the design is done in this circumstance because I asked that question already. I already made that note. I already made that observation. And the design and the specs are already done.
And how much do we pay for those?
I hate when I get asked for numbers, but
All right, don't do tomorrow.
I
Tomorrow,
think
you
it
have to be
was,
tomorrow.
no, it was like $49,000. They've been working on this for months and months and
That's fine.
months. So the 60 grand is just to go out to bid and then do the inspection for the project.
So what does this add to our total? So we're gonna have a $2 million capital program?
Well, it was 910 that I came up with and then add 700. So 1.610. John?
And we were at 1.17, right?
Yeah. But again, I will apologize if that's what need be, but I've been hounding and it finally came through and we had a meeting on Tuesday to make
We
sure
could,
this
we
got
could bond
done.
this for 10, 20 years, Mr. Mayor? or how-
Well, can I,
Mr.
John?
Corcoran?
John,
Wake up.
Yeah, I'm here.
still there?
Yeah.
This isn't overtime. just,
Coffee next one, but he's here.
Do you want to make any comment on us having to borrow money or because we're up to 1.6 now in relation to the other things we have? So I know we've had this conversation, so.
Well, probably, I would say later this year, we're probably gonna have to go out for a ban because our cash available between our two capital accounts is approximately $1.7 million-ish, give or take. So, once all these things go through, we're gonna need to replenish our capital cash, that's for sure.
This project doesn't help the people on Cosman, does it, Mr. DeCarlo?
I'm sorry. I really can't say that it will because the critical sanitary issues are
Where is
basically
this?
behind Chelsea. Okay. So the exposed manholes are behind Chelsea and the vacant bank.
Also, they're nowhere near Cosman.
No, but the shoal we're removing is down towards the lower end of the high school.
That still
So
doesn't
it's
help
still
Conklin.
coming around, but, you know, I really can't say it's going to, you know?
Can I ask a question? So the Muskwa Sink is,
St. Brook.
it goes from end to end.
Mhm.
And we had the video.
The
and-
The drone footage.
Yes, and you gave us in our meeting packages, there's a recurring schedule of, it's broken out by zones, correct?
There's 8 zones.
Right.
So is this addressing from 1 to 8,
No.
all of the issues?
No, that's what I just asked. That was my question.
The major issues. So what will be left for us is tree obstructions. This will clear up some of the tree obstructions in those areas, but there'll still be tree obstructions and there'll still be shoals. But, you know, this is the emergency. You know, I can't tell you those are
JIP
emergencies.
can't cover this emergency?
What?
This won't be covered by JIP?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
Did we ask?
no.
Can we, I mean, since now this is a waterway, can we look for grants?
We applied for the Gothenmeyer grant over a year ago. We haven't heard. It was a $1.25 million grant. And we have not heard from them yet.
I mean, have we looked into some of our assembly people, senators, who I know they have been proactive
Have we
in
gotten
the
to like
sense of,
Mrs. Shafizi or anybody about
yeah,
this? you know?
flooding issues? Maybe we can get some assistance
Yeah.
through the state,
Unfortunately, you know, I understand we need to do this,
but we need
but
money,
we need
help.
money for we need 700,000 to do stumping at.
I mean, I'll
at the-
take half of it.
Yeah, take anything. No, because it was like 700,000 would do a lot at the swim club, you know, but now we're gonna, and I'm not saying we don't need to do this because it's a hazard. We have sanitary manholes that are gonna fall over. But like, it just hurts us in our vision of doing something for the children and doing something at the swim club. Because now you're putting us 700, you know, this is putting us $700,000 more in the hole.
I mean,
It's
in terms of the
crazy.
swim club, like luckily there are grants. I know the grant writer has been pretty active in looking for stuff in that avenue. But now that we're talking about this waterway,
This is an
we
$800,000.
can,
This is $800,000.
God willing, they can help us, assist us.
Can we
Especially
maybe
with
reach
that.
out to Mr. Roth and Senator Shapizi and them? and
Reaching
see-
out to Biden, his economics, see what he's got.
It is shovel ready. There is money out, no, but there is federal money out there. I don't know if it would
I
qualify.
know.
I mean, I go shake a can. We need
You're gonna be
some
shaking a lot more than you can because you're
All
gonna.
right, what does everybody say about this new,
$800,000.
what about this new 1225 bomb we just got dropped? Are we going to?
Need 700,000.
No, the time.
Oh.
So
You're gonna need a lot of money.
No, it's 1225.
No,
yeah.
I did.
I'm not discounting that it's an emergent condition, but when you say it's an emergency and we have to do it, is like the DEP coming to us and saying this needs to be corrected, or this is the biggest issue that we have identified? Are we making it an
So
emergency
DEP and
or?
EPA are aware of it. They have not come and done this. However, Boswell Engineering did a rather large presentation and identified this as an enormous emergency because if it,
Yeah, if we have a
If the
failure
integrity
on
of it,
one of these,
you're gonna
the
have
fines are
sewage in the
gonna
water.
be
the sewage, I mean, the
unbelievable.
sewage will be in the water.
Be
So-
dumping raw sewage.
Yeah, we'll be dumping raw sewage, Mike, if these fail. I know exactly, now I know exactly which part of the report you're talking about when you said it was behind Chelsea.
Yeah.
That was the area identified as the most critical, you know, worst. So.
Can
So
we do
basically, the
this?
whole upper portion of, the whole western side of the parkway, Mike, flows through there. So every house would flow into the Masco Sink from the west side of the parkway, because this is the trunk that takes it through town and gets it to Bergen County Utilities Authority, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Can we do
They
this
go,
in
yeah.
stages? Like,
Well,
Not
the
this.
way they explained it, it doesn't.
No, you can't. If you're gonna go in there, you're gonna go in
If
there.
they get cracked, we're in deep trouble.
And then we'd be paying dual mobilization and all like that, so.
Okay.
Well, looks like carriage.
So what do you want to add to the capital? 700, Mr. DeCarlo or Mr. Mayor? What is the?
I mean,
Yes.
700 would be.
Can we put Mr., I can't pronounce his name, David? Mr.
You
Beamer?
know,
Can we put him on high alert?
oh, he's
Look
already
for-
been, we,
Oh,
we
yeah.
knew this was coming, we just didn't know the amount.
So this will be amortized over 30 years? This will be a capital 30-year
I
bond?
have to leave that up to bond council, I would think, to life
Yes,
expectancy on it.
see it, well, it should be.
Well, yeah, can I just tailor on what Councilwoman Velez says? Can we reach out to Assemblyman's, Policy Peasy?
Oh,
all of
absolutely.
This is a dire emergency. And there are shovel-ready grants available right now from the federal government.
Mhm.
And since Boswell has the plans and specs done already, maybe we could qualify for one of them.
Something.
Maybe if we could reach out to the grant consultant.
Yeah,
Because there's grants right now that have to be spent by 2025,
okay.
and we can spend this money instantly because we have the plans
Right.
ready to go, so.
Do the roads for a year. I'd rather put the roads off, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
This is more, I want
This is more important than the roads,
to,
you're right.
yeah, so I would move the road program back. Yes, it'd be breaking a campaign promise, I get it,
But we didn't know this existed.
but we know it exists, and this is more,
This is a
this is critical. You know, my shock absorbers can handle it a bit, you know? They can, come on, we've all been used to it, right? We drive in the Baja.
I live
anyway.
on Ben Ember. for
Yeah, of
7
course, you
years.
know it very well.
So your motion is to suspend the road improvement program this year?
We have no choice. This is an emergency. It has to be done. No one wants to have this happen. And as
This is
the
fine.
administration said, there could be a serious liability with lawsuits and health risks. I'm not going to risk the health of the Township of Washington.
and everybody below us if those pipes break.
That'll be a problem.
So there's a motion to suspend the 2024 road program and reappropriate the money, we appropriated what, 650? Well, we have we would leave the 225 alone, right? So the road program could stay 225. Mr. Ray, is everybody okay with that? And we just take the remainder 700 and move it from.
Would we do anything with the two?
That's what I'm saying, do 225 worth the roads, Mr. DeCarlo, right? Is
I
everybody okay
understand,
with that?
You're taking away 600.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No.
and then we're gonna add a $700,000 capital project to fix the sewer.
But in
So we would do
the meantime, we
225,000.
should still be looking for money.
Yeah, we should still be looking for money, and if the money
Yeah,
comes
of
through, we
course.
just reallocate it back to roads.
Yes.
So, Dr. Cassia, that's your
Can we
motion.
reach- if-
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
No, if that does happen, if we can find,
Then we reallocate it back to
we
roads.
could throw the roads back on.
Yeah,
To mobilize the paving,
225,000 is a big paving job.
so it's worth utilizing or using the.
The 225, yeah, I mean, the money's there, we may as well use it. It was,
It's not like we're not doing it at all, but this is more important.
It's gonna cost them to mobilize to do it for a little bit, as opposed to, well, that's into next year.
And then you gotta-
All right, so I came up with a total of $1,010,000. Right?
Okay. Back to new
Someone
capital.
should check it.
All right, we'll have to check it tomorrow, yeah. So the motion is to pave $225,000 worth of roads with the remaining ordinances 1306 and 2110, and then fund $700,000 for this emergency stream restoration repair of the sewer line on the Moskowitz Pacific Ring.
You guys have lived here your whole life, Musquapsink Brook.
I even know how to say it now.
The Squapsink Brook.
Musquapsink.
Just.
The M Brook.
And if we
I
get
never even
funding,
heard
if
of
we
Bergen
get,
County.
and if we get fund, and if the funding does come through, the 700,000 will then go to roadways. Is everybody, that's the
Is
motion.
there anything
And
else you
just
want
to
to take
be-
away?
Just to be clear, this emergency project
Has
is
to be
going to, yes, it has to be done, but it's not going to satisfy any flooding or any issues.
No, it's not gonna help the person on
Just
Taza.
so that our residents
No, yeah,
realize
absolutely, yeah, it's just
that
gonna fix
It's going to.
a dire and sanitary emergency, yeah.
Mike knows his
Avoid a
S,
bigger problem.
so let him deal with it,
Okay.
So the motion is to
literally.
keep the 225 to pave whatever we can get for 225 out of ordinance 1306, 2110, remove the 600,000 that we were going to pave and move it, make it 700,000 in order to do this emergency stream restoration project I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Actually, Dr. Cassio made the motion, so I'll second it. Roll call?
Councilman Cassio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
No, you can't. You gotta
Wait, we
do
have to vote
Capital
on-
improvement fund. You gotta
When
put,
they get
Oh,
to
gotta
that-
go back to capital improvement fund.
you gotta put 50,500 in.
You gotta add 50,000. What page is that, Mr. DeCarlo?
Toward the end.
It's towards the end, but it's gonna lower, actually, maybe.
What's that?
It's gonna go lower from what we expected.
Yeah. From the placeholder we put in.
You know what page it is?
I lost you.
Did we vote on?
Page
No, we didn't.
65.
Yeah, that's what it's 700,000.
Yes, but we voted to reduce the pay rate.
But you
Yes.
didn't, but you didn't, you didn't vote on
Oh,
it
we have,
yourself.
can I have a motion to, no, but we said we were gonna move
did.
700,000 to the stream restoration fund. That's what we said.
That's it?
Yeah.
So that's 2 for 1, all right.
Page 65, 44,902, 200.
I don't know where I'm at.
So, Mark, what was that number you came up with, you had added?
5%.
My sleep.
Just gonna do it right now.
I got a pizza in my car if anyone wants a slice.
I'm ready.
Is that
Don't
50
ask, don't, I'm so starving, I haven't eaten since
50,000
lunch.
going down to the
Yeah.
50,000.
50,000.
What page, Ms. Wachowski?
65.
WN.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no
There's no way.
rush.
There's
We're
no
doing it on
way.
30.
We have to do it
All
tomorrow.
right, 65, 401-44-902, 200. It was 58,625. What is it now?
50,500. Blah, blah, blah.
50,500.
Yes.
50,500. It will be verified tomorrow morning, but we're voting for 50,500, which is probably the right number, right? That's 10%.
Yeah, the 5%.
5%, excuse me. So I'll make a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
I would just like to say thank you to everybody for getting this budget done. I think we did a great job. I know we didn't agree on everything, but I think we did a great job and what's best for the town. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Motion to
Mr.
adjourn.
Dart, with the call, motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Glad to be here alone.